I'm meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Storm Trackers. We're on our OTT platforms right now with extended coverage of what we're watching with these storms that are moving through our area at this hour. And we've been telling you about this for days now. And the timeline is pretty much what we've been talking about, a afternoon event that is moving through pretty quickly into our area and through our area. Let me show you what we're watching right now. These storms over far north Georgia did have some severe weather with them a little bit earlier. As this part pushes to the east, they are still strong with winds of 40 miles an hour, but we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings with that now. Our severe thunderstorm warning that we have is with this area of the rain coming out of Polk County. Polk County, you're still included in this newest severe thunderstorm warning, but that extends to include the northern parts of Paulding County, also into Bartow County, as this area of rain, and the strongest part is this part right here where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It'll be in effect until about actually that's not, oh, here we go with the new one here. Well, it'll be in effect until after 3 o'clock. Let me see where that latest one is. That was the wrong expiration time. 2:45. I'm sorry about that. 2:45 is when that one expires. What we're watching with this, bands of very heavy rain, strong winds, 60 miles an hour or more moving through with this. We're also watching our velocity mode here, where we do see some rotation, but it's not at this point strong enough or tight enough to issue a tornado warning out of it. When the National Weather Service issued this severe thunderstorm warning, they tagged it with the phrase tornado possible. So we're going to keep an eye on this broad rotation that we're seeing right now, where you see that green and red coming together. If that tightens up, that means that we could see some rotation that is a little more impressive. We did get word out of Polk County where there were just some interesting looking clouds where people were thinking that a tornado was developing, but again, our radar not showing that tight enough now to actually issue a tornado warning. So you can see how these showers and storms are moving over toward the east, and there's that strongest part right now about to move into the northern parts of Douglas, of Paulding County. If we extend out more over into Alabama, you see these strong storms in Cleburne County, also Randolph County, Alabama. They have severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we've also been watching some rotation coming from these storms here south of Birmingham and north of Montgomery. We'll keep an eye on this one here where we have that rotation north of Montgomery. That could go into the southern parts of Randolph County soon, which is one of our counties there just over the line into Alabama. And we'll have to watch how this interacts with our atmosphere here south of the city, because these storms are occurring where we have the heat of the day moving in right now. So we have a tornado watch that's in effect for our area today. Also, that's going to be in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. I also want to take you down here. I know this is just outside of our viewing area, but we do have a tornado warning there just to the west of Macon. That includes Monroe County, not Monroe the city, but Monroe County, which is Forsyth, Georgia. Again, Forsyth the city, not Forsyth the county. That around the Macon area. That we'll have to keep an eye on to see if that would hold together, moving up potentially into Putnam County or into Jasper County. But the thing that we're watching right now in our area, these strong storms moving through northwest Georgia, they are about to move into the metro Atlanta area. We're already getting some of those storms now coming into Paulding County, close to northern Cobb County, also getting close to Cherokee County, again stretching back into Alabama too. We're seeing winds potentially of around 50 miles an hour in the Rockmart area. We have had reports of some trees down in Fannin County. We're also waiting to see if we have any reports of any damage in these West Georgia counties as the system continues to move our way. Take a look right now, if you can, at Remote 58, I believe is our Rome Tower Cam. The winds are still blowing there, but things have actually improved a little bit in Floyd County at this hour. You still see the winds that are whipping up. We had the strong storms, heavy rain that came through Floyd just a little while ago, but now the roads are still wet, but things are calming down in Floyd now. Still some rain there, but just not as heavy as it was a little bit earlier. We're monitoring some information getting in out of Cedartown. We have reports of some trees down and power lines down on Pine Street and West Girard in the Cedartown area, and that's where we are dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning that is moving through. So this this is the part of the system and the time of the day when things are going to begin to get more active for us here in the metro area. And again, the timing of this is not in our favor because this is when we're seeing those temperatures heating up just a little bit more. Let me just show you our temperatures that we have right now in our area because that warm air, again, with this coming in during the heat of the day, that warm air is what kind of feeds these storms and that instability here in our area. We have temperatures right now. We've been expecting temperatures in the upper 60s to near 70. Right now we are at 70 here in town, 67 in Marietta. That cooler air beginning to come into northwest Georgia, 59 in Rome, 58 in Dalton. That's that cooler air that's coming in behind it. But ahead of this system, very warm, 70 in Athens, 72 in Peachtree City, upper 60s in Covington. And that warm air feeds into that line of storms as it moves in. And that heating, again, as I mentioned, the timing of this coming in at the heat of the day is really the worst time for this to happen, and that's why we think these storms may intensify just a little bit more as they push into our direction. Here's another view of North Georgia here and the radar imagery. Let me fix this warning here really quick. I want to take y'all back in to the severe thunderstorm warning that we have and go in a little bit tighter so y'all can see these areas that we're talking about right now with the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And you can see that the expiration time is 2:45, showing up right there for Bartow and also Paulding County. So it looks like they have taken out Polk County. Polk County no longer included in this severe thunderstorm warning. The core of that stronger storm now is now pushing into southern Bartow County right here where we see that strongest part of the storm. We have the potential for some hail with it. Earlier in the Polk County area, we had reports of some pea-sized hail. The latest warning we have right now, let me read the text. They are saying tornado possible. Again, not strong enough to issue a tornado warning from it, but we are seeing some of that rotation that I mentioned a little while ago. And in the text of the severe thunderstorm warning, they are saying a tornado is possible to form at any time. It is moving toward the northeast at 55 miles an hour, and it does have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with it. That's the latest that we have on that storm. Again, now moving through the northern parts of Paulding County and into southern parts of Bartow County at this hour near Cartersville, where we have those strongest storms that are rolling through at this area. We, again, do not have any tornado warnings here for us. Let me show you the velocity one more time. So Chesley's here with me as well, and we've been kind of watching this. This actually looks like that weak rotation that we had over in Polk County looks even less impressive right now. But what happens a lot of times with these storms is that we have these areas of rotation that can develop, and they'll kind of fall apart a little bit, and then they'll pulse up a little bit more. So that's why the National Weather Service is not issuing a tornado warning for this right now, but they are issuing a severe thunderstorm warning with that chance that we could see this tighten up again. And if it does, it may be tight enough for them to issue a tornado warning here. Chesley has been here all morning long. He's working a very long day today. And Chesley, you've been watching those changes that we have been seeing here with the, of course, the tornado watches in effect, as well as that, what we call the convective outlook, showing us where we have that risk for severe weather.
Earlier in the week, Chris, we were looking at these storms and they were saying a slight risk. We kept saying a slight risk for severe weather. And keep talking for a minute, Chris. There. Oh, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. We've been looking at slight risk for severe weather. That was a level 2 threat out of a possible 5. And that is where you have the potential for severe weather. Some isolated severe weather could pop up, or isolated thunderstorms or tornadoes could pop up. And then it was enhanced to a level 3 threat, okay, an enhanced risk, which meant that the atmosphere was coming together a little bit more favorable for spin up tornadoes, of course, and the winds, very key with this. And we think that the wind damage could be likely in our area with this level 3 threat. We're talking about a low-level jet, which is the winds that are over our heads, right? Drier air above that, which will drive those winds a little bit down to the surface. That means those winds could be in excess of 60 miles per hour in a few of these thunderstorms. That is certainly likely for us as we head through the afternoon. And then winds even outside of the the thunderstorms could be strong as well, maybe gust up to about 40 miles per hour. That combination right there is leading to this level 3 threat for our area. We're talking areas like Rome, which is now experiencing some of those hefty thunderstorms. Atlanta is included in this. Athens, down toward the Macon area. We're really concerned about the damaging winds. Those winds up to about 60 miles per hour plus, maybe in some spots. And then the tornado threat is there, right? And so brief spin-up tornadoes are certainly possible. Then you're looking at the rain, heavy rain. Because the storms are moving at a pretty rapid rate, we're not worried too much about the flooding because it's going to move in and move out. But while you're driving, while you're out and about, that's where you really have to be concerned about any that heavy rain that's going to be around. Not to mention the lightning strikes that we have to deal with as well. Some of those could lead to fires or problems, obviously. With that wind, you get things that are like you don't have things that are anchored down, flying around. So it's not good to be out and about in weather like this. It's really going to start to deteriorate on us here in the Atlanta metro area. I'm thinking within the next hour and a half or so as the storms get a little bit closer to this particular area. But I'm showing you this right now just to show you that we are under that level 3 threat. That is a level 3 out of a possible 5, and a little bit rare for us to receive a level 3 threat this time of year. Normally it would be more toward the April time period, May, where we really get into our severe weather season. So this is kind of rare for us. We got that moist atmosphere over us. Chris talked about the temperatures. How about the dew points? The dew points have been high as well. We got some dew points out there in the 60s, folks, which means that's the available moisture in the atmosphere. That southerly wind that we had picking up, that has helped to spark that. And so it's bringing in a lot of that low level moisture. So you have the low level moisture in there, you have the shear in place. And so all the ingredients coming together for us to have or see tornadoes pop up in the area. In fact, we're under a tornado watch. Just taken out of that is our extreme northwestern counties right around the noon hour. That's where that line went through. And so it's by this area by now. I think Rome, places like Floyd County will be taken out soon. We'll see that being trimmed back as the storms continue to push toward the east. But we're under the gun right now in the Atlanta metro area down into the central portions of the state. Just added has been Macon, so it's sliding over toward the east now. Athens is included into this in this watch. This will last until 7 o'clock tonight. That's when we're expecting that storm to be mainly, or the system to be mainly over toward the east of us, with the heavy rain and the winds pushing further off toward the east. Right now, again, the tornado watch lasting until 7 p.m. for much of our viewing area, except for the far northwestern counties like Dade and Walker County. You're not included in that. Again, outside of the thunderstorms, the winds could be strong, so we still have the wind threat out there. We're looking at the winds anywhere between 15, 20 miles per hour. That's sustained winds, right? Those winds just blowing around constantly. And then the gusts could be a little bit higher than that. So we can see those gusts up to about 40 miles per hour. That could lead to power outages. What happens is you get that heavy rain, soaks the ground. You get a weak tree, for example, with those 35 mile per hour winds that can knock that down, or even some of the loose limbs can be blown around as well. That hits those power lines. We've seen reports of power outages so far up here toward the northwestern counties, and that will likely be the case as those storms head further down into the metro and south. And so hopefully you have your batteries nearby, you have your phone charged up. If not, go ahead and put that on the charger right now, just in case the power goes out where you are. You still have access to us by the 11 Live app. And if you haven't downloaded it yet, go ahead and do that right now as well. Here's a little timeline for you to show you exactly what we're expecting. This is our in-house model, which shows that line of showers and thunderstorms. It's usually right along this leading edge of where the heavy rain hits, is where we have the most gustiest winds with the system as it pushes through. So we'll get the brunt of the rain coming in first, the heavy rain, and then those winds start to pick up on us just a little bit. Embedded tornadoes are certainly possible along this line as well. Again, over the Rome area right now, but sliding a little bit further down to the south. So it should be impacting the Atlanta metro area right around 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. And we'll stay with us right on through 5, 6 o'clock before things begin to slide further off toward the east. We could intensify. Chris talked about the daytime heating, right? Adding more instability to the system. And so that could cause things to really start to pulse up. When we're looking at the possibility for spin or rotation in some of those thunderstorms, we look at that to see if they tighten up a little bit. The tighter they get, the stronger that would be. And so that could produce a tornado, or at least a funnel cloud. It's not really a tornado until it reaches the ground. So that's something I have to watch out for. Be very careful, folks, if you're going to be out and about. We know that during this particular time, around the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hours, when a lot of the school kids are getting out of school, where kids have to be picked up from school. And so it's going to be a little bit tricky. Make sure you check out your kids' website, or even our website as well, to see if schools are closing early or if there's an early release. We've already seen that in some of our northernmost counties already. And so that could be the case, especially as these storms head toward the metro area. Or the best thing would be for them to stay where they are. So make sure you call ahead, make sure the school has a plan. I'm sure they do. And make sure your plans coordinate so you don't go out in the storm trying to to pick up your children and they're already safe inside. You want to be safe inside of a building, especially if a tornado happens to strike our area or any particular area. You don't want to be outside. You don't want to be in a place where you have an unsafe shelter. Let's put it that way. The storms will continue to slide over toward the east, should be out of the area by the time we get to 7, 8 o'clock. We'll see the clouds in place, maybe a lingering shower or two, but then those winds on the backside will start to pick up and temperatures will turn cold for tomorrow. Chris, over to you.
Yeah, Chesley, you know, we've been keeping a close eye on this line rolling through our area right now. And as we go back to our radar image, you can see here what we're watching with these storms. And we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for those areas to the north and west of the city here. That is including parts of Bartow County and northern parts of Paulding County. I want to show you, though, what we're watching. I want to take you back into Alabama. There is some significant damage that has been reported now back into Alabama in Tallapoosa County, Alabama. Not Tallapoosa, the city of Georgia, but Tallapoosa County, Alabama. This is around Alexander City. I'm going to take the lightning data off. They had to issue not only warnings there, but also issued a tornado emergency with a confirmed tornado on the ground in Alabama. And I'm watching this very closely because this could be extended to include Randolph County, Alabama. The National Weather Service office out of Birmingham is keeping a close eye on that. They're not ready to extend this into Randolph County yet, but they might do that in a little bit. And of course, that is one of our counties in the Atlanta viewing area that we have to watch with these storms, excuse me, moving into Randolph County. And that's just over the line. The next step then would be potentially Carroll County, Heard County, or also Troup County. So we're really watching closely that system, even though it's over into Alabama, because it is a confirmed tornado that did cause damage over in Tallapoosa County, Alabama. So that's what we're watching moving our way. And we just think things are going to ramp up a little bit more as the system continues pushing our way. It's meeting up with air that is at 70 degrees for January. That's some very warm air, unstable air. We have that shear in our atmosphere as well, mixing with that instability. The low-level jet is tapping in, giving that support where we could see some rotation developing with this. So really, we've been tracking these storms for a while in northwest Georgia, but now as these move into and closer to the metro area, this is where we have the potential for these storms to ramp up even a little bit more. So at this point, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now is for that storm in the northern parts of Paulding County here and into a big part of Bartow County as well, including Cartersville. I'm going to take you back here. I want to show you our velocity mode here one more time. So again, Chesley and I have been watching this closely because when the National Weather Service issued this severe thunderstorm warning, they put in that text that a tornado could occur at any time. We were seeing some rotation with it a little bit earlier, but now we're not seeing as much rotation with that. So that's a good thing that maybe it's loosened up just a little bit, and hopefully we will not have a tornado warning out of that. Elsewhere though, let me take you back here over into Alabama where we have that tornado emergency that was issued again over south of Alexander City, near Alexander City. If you have students in at Auburn, this is north and west of Auburn. If you're concerned about your student there, here's Auburn, Alabama. This tornado emergency that's back into Alabama is really north and west of Auburn, closer to Alexander City, south of Sylacauga, and that's going to be moving up toward the north and east. So we're keeping an eye on that rotation to see if it in fact does make it into Randolph County, Alabama, which again is one of our counties. If it does, if a tornado warning is issued for them, then we will be going on the air live on 11 Alive as well. So here's the latest of what we're watching, just to give you a rundown. I want to take you down to Macon really quick because this is a tornado warning just north of Macon. It does not include any counties in our viewing area, but we want to keep an eye on this because it is moving up toward the north and east. So it was for northern Bibb County, southern parts of Monroe County, which is south of Forsyth, Georgia, the city of Forsyth, well down in central Georgia. But we are watching this closely because as it goes through Jones County. The next step after that would potentially be Jasper County or Putnam County. So there are two areas that we're watching now in our area for these storms that'll be rolling through. Here again is North Georgia and Northwest Georgia. You can see the heavy rain, thunderstorm activity that's been moving through there. And then as we widen out just a little bit more, you see those stronger storms that are over in West Georgia. These are the ones that we're watching very closely as they're now pushing into the northwest metro counties and also into the western metro counties. And we're thinking that these storms, again, as they're moving into this unstable air and the heating of the day, these may grow and intensify even just a little bit more. And again, we've been talking about Cleburne and Randolph County. There's no tornado warning there now, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning in Cleburne and Randolph County, Alabama. That's going to push into Carroll County, also into Heard County. I would not be surprised if any minute now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for those counties on the Georgia and Alabama line with the system continuing to move through. Let me check back. I'm going to look at the Birmingham chat just to see if they have any more information. They have heavy damage in Elmore County, Alabama. Again, that's close to where we had that tornado emergency earlier. So at this point, they still have not issued a tornado warning for the southern parts of Randolph County, but that's something that we're going to be watching very closely as that system now is pushing up toward the north and also to the east. It is possible, if that holds together, Randolph County would be included in a tornado warning soon. We'll keep watching for that, and that could overlap the state line and push into parts of western Georgia too. So those are the main areas that we are watching right now for that potential for severe weather. Along that line that's moving very quickly through northwest Georgia, coming into the western metro counties. Along that, it has a history of producing some damage. And again, we have that tornado, confirmed tornado that was back into Alabama. Update now on that storm west of Macon. Again, it's not a confirmed tornado near Macon, but is a good signature that they have there, a radar indicated storm. Now they have issued from that storm down north of Macon. This is what I was telling you earlier. They are now, instead of extending the tornado warning northward, they're now calling this a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. So we'll have to watch to see if that rotation ramps back up. Now that includes Jones County, but I'm telling you about this because it does include parts of Putnam County and also southern Jasper County, and those counties are in our viewing area. Chesley, you got some?
New warning for Coweta County.
Okay, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Coweta County. Okay, so yes, that's that part of the storm now. Thank you, Chesley. This is just now new information that we have coming in. Let me plot that for you. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Douglas, Haralson, and Heard County. Also in the text of this warning, the National Weather Service is saying tornado possible. So what we're seeing in this line of storms here, very strong winds. Let's see, they're saying with that winds of around 60 miles an hour. It is moving over to the east at 55 miles an hour, but there is some potential rotation with that. And so they're saying tornado possible, but at this point, they are not thinking that any rotation there is strong enough to have a tornado warning. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect now, this new one for Carroll, Douglas, Haralson, and also Heard County. All right, that's there on the West Georgia line. We're hearing a lot of dings coming in over here. Good winds with that storm in western Carroll County. There is a good wind field with that. So these winds are really going to start ramping up. Let me take you in a little bit tighter to this. You can see what we're watching here. So in western Carroll County, very strong winds with that. Where you see that going from green and then yellow, orange, and red very quickly, that is an indication of a very strong winds with that very heavy rain coming in. That would be from Bowden to Mount Zion. This is just to the west of Carrollton. And again, we will watch for any rotation that could develop with that too. While I'm zoomed in closer, let's go to velocity. And okay, so there's some interesting things that we're watching here with this. I want to keep an eye on this part of the storm, just north of Bowden, south of Tallapoosa, southwest of Bremen, west of Carrollton. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on this to see if that tightens up a little bit. Right now, it's just indicating some broad rotation, but we'll keep an eye on that to see if that is going to tighten up a little bit more. These are the areas that Chesley and I, Andrew Wilson is here as well. These are the areas that we watch for any potential rotation to develop. And what we have to do is watch for any trends with that that would indicate strengthening or would indicate any weakening with that line of storms coming out of Alabama, now crossing over the line into Georgia and into parts of West Georgia for that area too. Here's another look. Again, this just jumps up to North Georgia, Northwest Georgia, and let me put the velocity on here. We're not seeing anything too out of the ordinary with those storms, with any concerns that we have with rotation right now. But that main area we're thinking of the strongest storms are now into West Georgia, near Carrollton, approaching Carrollton, and then also these storms north of Macon that would be moving into Jasper County and also into Putnam County. That was a tornado warning. Now it is a severe thunderstorm warning. Both of these warnings that we have right now, the one north of Macon moving into Putnam and Jasper, also this one in West Georgia, including northern Heard County, Carroll County, southern Haralson County, and also Douglas County, northern parts of Coweta, northwestern parts of Coweta County. Both of these warnings, even though they're severe thunderstorm warnings, do say a tornado is possible because we have that history of these storms that have been producing tornadoes. That one back in Alabama, still keeping an eye on that. This is what prompted a tornado emergency near Alexander City. We're waiting to see if the National Weather Service in Birmingham is going to extend this warning to potentially include Randolph County, Alabama. Okay, they just updated it here, but it does not, actually they're shrinking it a little bit. So that would be good news for you in Randolph County, Alabama, that they're actually shrinking this warning just a little bit. Let me see what the text says on that out of, it was a confirmed tornado near Jackson's Gap or near Dadeville, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Again, that's over the line into Alabama. So ping pong ball size hail moving east at 55 miles an hour. So the good news is they have not extended that yet into Randolph County, Alabama, but it is possible that they may have to do that in just a little while. So many areas, of course, that we are watching with these storms that are rolling through. Let me widen out just a minute, just to give you perspective of these areas that we're watching. Two spots that we're watching. The main line of storms pushing through northwest Georgia right now. I don't know if we have Thunder Truck up that we can kind of check on them and or exactly where they are. If they, just let me know, when y'all get it, if you want to pop it up and let me know where they are. But they were in northwest Georgia earlier. They're following this line down to the south, back toward the city of Atlanta. I'm sure they're experiencing some of that heavy rain there. All right, so this is a new update that we also have over into Alabama, where so far they have not extended that warning, but there's another severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of LaGrange in Troup County. So that's good news that that part is not now a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, we always have to watch with these whether or not we get any, rotation that can still develop out of that. I see Thunder Truck over on the side there. They're somewhere in northwest Georgia. We can take that shot if y'all want to, just to let us know what we're watching. This is Thunder Truck. They are sitting still right now. They are north and west of the city. They have been following this line of showers and storms as they have been pushing southward. What they're doing is they are not only showing us what's going on, but also they are, keeping an eye and finding out whether or not there is any damage around in those areas, again, north and west of the city, as these storms continue to push, closer to the city of Atlanta. So hopefully they have, are driving back south, getting closer to Atlanta. They are hopefully now into parts of Bartow, Cherokee County, about to move into Cobb is where they hopefully are. So there again is a look over to the west of us, those stronger storms that we are watching now over in West Georgia near Carrollton. I want to put velocity on here one more time. And again, not seeing anything really out of the ordinary. Actually, watching this part here, that's not even in the warning. We'll keep an eye on this little bit of potential broad rotation in western Carroll County. That's just south of I-20. Again, just to keep an eye on that to see if that tightens up anymore in parts of West Georgia. Here's another look there in North Georgia as these storms continue to move on through. Reissuing a tornado warning west of Macon in just a minute here. So we'll see what that. Okay, so that is now for Baldwin and Jones County. So again, this is just south. If you are watching us from Jasper County over to the east of us or Putnam County, this warning does not include Putnam, but it stops right at the county line. So this part of the storm, they have now reissued a tornado warning just north of Macon, but it does not include. I was concerned when if they issued a new warning that it may include Jasper or Putnam County, but they have stopped the warning right at the Putnam County line. So we'll keep an eye on that. Part of the storm system as well, if Putnam County gets included in any warnings, as well as these strong storms now coming into West Georgia with that potential for any rotation that we have with those storms too. Chesley, keeping an eye on the chat as well, and also watching what we have going on with these storms. Chesley's been working here a long time, working here a long time as well as today a long time, and watching all these trends that have been moving in with these storms. You have any new information for us, Chesley?
So far, just some of the damage reports that are coming into the area. We've been tracking what's been taking place back off to the west. You've been mentioning it over, especially into parts of Alabama. Numerous trees being reported down. We saw that line move through our far northwestern counties, and now they're looking at some of the damage up there. Numerous trees being reported down there. Also, some phone lines. There are some people without power up there to the north as well. A lot of what we're seeing also is some hail. I'm a little surprised by some of these reports of hail, nickel-sized hail being reported in western Cherokee County. In fact, near Highway 20 and Highway 108. We got some reports of a phone or some pictures being reported of a wall cloud over toward Zebulon Road. That's down toward the Macon area with that storm that's been reporting down there, near where that tornado warning is right now. Watching that line back off to the west, we're seeing it continue to slide over toward the east and really moving at a very, very rapid pace here, Chris. We were talking about how the storms would start to impact the metro area around 3 o'clock, and it's been almost right on pace here. Yeah. So as we're getting closer now to 3 o'clock, we're seeing it move into some of our metro counties. Paulding County, northern Paulding County now starting to be impacted by these storms. You're talking about northern parts of Cherokee County into Cobb County now, up toward the Ackworth area, starting to see some of that heavy rain. Can't not talk about some of the lightning strikes associated with this as well. That will be causing some issues for us. As we take a look at the radar right now, if you come to me here on the wall, we can talk about some of this. Again, Carroll County under that severe thunderstorm warning right now, and parts of Carroll County, mainly Carroll County right now, but parts of into Paulding County as well. So we'll be watching this as it continues to push over toward the east. Again, most of our northwestern counties out of that, you're still dealing with the heavy rain or some moderate rain associated with it, with the lightning strikes, but it's along this line here where we're seeing those gusty winds. So it will impact you momentarily in northern parts of Fulton County, over toward the Johns Creek area. And keep in mind those flood prone areas where you only need a little bit of rain, a little bit of water coming down for the flooding to take place. So look for that. And I suspect that will be on the minor side. These storms have been moving at about 50 miles per hour, even more, even faster than that. And so that's the good sign with the flooding as far as the flooding is concerned. But we're more focused on these severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up in the area. Where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, mainly over Carroll County right now, you're looking at winds up to about 60 miles per hour. So we'll have to be on the lookout for things blowing around, of course. Batten down the hatches if you are in places like Douglas County. If you are in places like, I'll say South Fulton County, these storms are headed towards you and will be over your area momentarily, okay? So this is continuing to slide over toward the east. We'll be watching that. And again, right along this line is where we're going to see those gusty winds. So far, outside of where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, we've been clocking winds up to about 54. I've been seeing 53 miles per hour, some a little bit stronger than that. But again, outside of the warning area is where we still have some pretty gusty winds that we have to be on the lookout for. We do have a tornado warning. Again, that's out of our area. That's down toward the Macon area, but sliding up toward the northeast. So as Chris mentioned, we're watching some of our counties here over to the north eastern portion or southeastern portions of our viewing area, like Jasper, Putnam County, to see if this extends further up into your area. But even though you're not in the Warren area, if you're listening to us right now, you definitely need to take the necessary precautions at least. Hopefully you already have your safe areas in place just in case any tornadoes happen to pop up in your forecast area. It could be that a tornado will spin up. You'll get brief spin up tornadoes in conditions like these, along with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, straight line damage could be a problem. We can see some trees being blown over, of course, by straight line winds. That would knock down some power lines, maybe knock out your power as well. And so we're going to be dealing with this for the next couple of hours. Just now coming up on the 3 o'clock hour, we suspect that this line of heavy rain and the thunderstorms will be with us at least to about 7 o'clock. So a couple more hours. You got something, Chris?
Well, we need to go ahead and get on the air on 11 Alive. For our folks watching on OTT, stand by with us for a minute. We need to get on the air on 11 Alive for a warning for Randolph County, and then we'll decide how long we want to stay on with that. I'm meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Storm Trackers. We are breaking into programming right now to help you monitor what's going on with these storms that are moving through. We do have a new tornado warning that is in effect just over the line in Alabama, in Randolph County, Alabama. Now, you may be wondering, why are you breaking in for a storm in Randolph County? Well, Randolph County is part of our viewing area. I want you to see, though, this is only a small part of Randolph County that is in this tornado warning that is in effect there. The reason we are also breaking in and staying with this for a few minutes is because this storm that is about to move into the southern part of Randolph County prompted a tornado emergency earlier in Alexander City, near Alexander City, Alabama, that has caused extensive damage there. This is a tornado-producing storm, which is 7 miles west of Trammell Crossroads, or near Dadeville, moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. And again, this is just over the line into Alabama. However, we want you folks in West Georgia to be watching this very closely, because this storm, as it was near Alexander, does have a history of producing damage, and it did prompt a tornado emergency back in Alabama. Now, this is getting closer to Randolph County. I know it's only a small part of Randolph County included in this warning, but we want to let you know that that is happening there. And of course, let folks in West Georgia know about this storm, because if that holds together, that could impact Heard County or also Troup County. That would be the county next in line that has that potential tornado in association with it. So that still is a ways out from the West Georgia line. I want to show you, though, the track of this storm. Again, it's moving to the north and east at 55 miles an hour. So that is a fast-moving storm. So what you see back in 5 Points, Alabama, that central time, that would be 3:10 back in Alabama for 5 Points. That, again, is just south of Randolph County. If this, though, moves across the line into Georgia, it would move into Abbotsford at about 3:21, into LaGrange at 3:30. Again, that's if this holds together with that tornado warning that's in effect. So that's why we are on the air with you right now, not only letting our viewers on over the line into Alabama and Randolph County know about this tornado warning, but also this storm could hold together moving into West Georgia. And so we're going to stay on the air with you for a while as we watch this, even though it's only a very small part of Randolph County, Alabama. But we think it's prudent that we stay on the air with you right now to keep you posted on these storms as they roll on through. We have additional severe thunderstorm warnings that we are watching as well. This severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for those areas of West Georgia, including Carroll, Douglas, Haralson, and Heard counties. When the National Weather Service issued this warning, they also, in the text of that warning, stated that a tornado was possible with this storm as well, as we have seen some areas of rotation with that's been broad, not tight enough to actually issue a tornado warning out of that, but very strong winds. We have reports of some damage out of Polk County, as that part of the line moved through earlier, keeping a close eye on this in the western parts of Carroll County as well. I'm going to put the velocity mode on here too, so we can kind of keep an eye on these areas. Nothing standing out that looks too critical right now with that activity on the western side of Georgia here in parts of Carroll County, down into the northern parts of Heard County, southern areas of Haralson County. But this is just out I-20, getting closer to the Alabama line, where we have, again, a severe thunderstorm warning, keeping an eye on some areas of rotation just in case a warning is actually extended over into the state of Georgia. But I want to take you over the line, though. This is the part that we're watching, all right, that has the circulation with it right here over the line in Alabama. Okay, so here is West Georgia. This is the state line, all right, over the state line into Alabama. This warning here prompted a tornado emergency back over into Alabama, not too far off from Alexander City. And the National Weather Service in Birmingham has now issued this warning to include a very small part of Randolph County, Alabama. But we're staying on with this, number one, to let our viewers in Randolph County, Alabama know that you have a warning for your area. And this strong storm is moving your way that has a history of producing damage, and big time damage back over not too far off from Alexander City. But I also want to make sure that even though there's not a warning for you in central Heard or in Troup County down near LaGrange, I want folks on the West Georgia line to be aware that this system, if it holds together, which it does have a history of ramping up, kind of loosening up a little bit and then tightening up again and getting stronger. If that moves over into the West Georgia line, we want to give you plenty of time to prepare for that storm as it moves through the area. Another spot that we are watching here, let me widen out because I want to give you perspective again of what we're watching here. Here is Atlanta right here, all right? So these strong storms north and west of the city are moving in to Metro Atlanta right now. They're on the North Metro counties, West Metro counties getting hit hard by some of these storms. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning back in Carroll County, also southern parts of Haralson County, northern parts of Heard County. That's out I-20, just north of I-20 and then south of I-20. This part of the storm has 60-mile-an-hour winds with it. This has a very strong wind field in association with this as it's moving our way. That's going to be pushing closer to Atlanta in just a little bit. And then even farther to the south and west, just to the west of LaGrange, that's where we have that cell that has a history of producing damage back in Alabama that prompted, as I mentioned, that tornado emergency there that is now prompting this tornado warning that includes a southern part of Randolph County, Alabama, which is part of our viewing area. That's why we're breaking into programming here. But I know that this system impacts more than just those counties in Alabama. This is a big-time storm system rolling our way that is not only causing the rain and also the wind, but also prompting these severe thunderstorm warnings as well as that tornado warning just over the line into Alabama. You can see how this area, I'm going to put this into motion here, and you'll be able to see how this area is progressing, moving quickly. Chesley McNeil is with me here as well, and he's been tracking this since early this morning. We've actually been tracking this for the past few days here with this severe weather threat. And Chesley told you this morning that the Storm Prediction Center elevated our risk to a level 3 of 5 risk. That is still in effect right now. This is the timeline we've been telling you about too, mainly impacting us through the afternoon hours, exiting once we get into the early evening hours here with this moving in, and this is the time when things are ramping up a little bit more. Another thing about the timing with this is that this is coming in at the same time that we have the warmest air of the day. We have temperatures that are into the lower 70s right now. This is January, and we're talking about temperatures at this hour in the 70s. That's very warm, very moist air. We have a lot of ingredients coming together to give us these strong storms rolling through our area at this time. Again, with those threats being damaging wind as well as the potential for a tornado. I'm looking off to the side here. Will you punch up Thunder Truck for me right here? Thunder Truck is out and about right now, north and west of the city. They went up into northwest Georgia a little bit earlier, and you can see the rain in association with that as the storm, as they are in northwest Georgia right now. And you can see the rain, the wet roads here in association with that system that is pushing down to the south. They are following, they're just behind, I think, the heaviest part of it now, meaning they're to the north and west of the heaviest part of that. They are following along with these storms, and you can see how the roads are really wet there in parts of northwest Georgia. Let's go back now to radar, and you can see here what we're watching. Again, on the air with you right now because we do have, number one, strong storms coming into West Georgia. They are closing in on the city of Atlanta and on the western and north metro counties. And these storms, we think, are only going to get stronger as they move through because this is coming through. The timing of this is in the heat of the day. So the main areas that we're watching with these warnings right here, west of Atlanta, that line of storms going through Carrollton right now in Carroll County, southern parts of Haralson County, also into Douglas County here, northern parts of Coweta, northern Heard County, and of course all of Carroll County included in that. This storm has winds of 60 miles an hour, pushing over to the east, moving very quickly. As that's extended over to the east, it would include South Fulton County, the rest of Douglas County, most likely Cobb County might be in on that a little bit too. And then the reason we are on the air right now, we're on the air because this is a big system moving through, but we're on the air wall to wall right now because of this. Over into Alabama, it does include a tornado warning that includes the southern parts of Randolph County. I know you're saying that's only a small part of our viewing area. You are right, but this is a serious storm that could cause considerable damage or catastrophic damage. That was the wording in the tornado warning here from the National Weather Service. And this storm did produce damage back near Alexander City that prompted a tornado emergency a little bit earlier. It is still holding together just over the line. This is the Georgia state line right here. So this is just over the line. It's moving fast at 55 miles an hour. So it could impact the southern parts of Randolph County in Alabama. And then, of course, we want to give folks in Heard County and also into Troup County advance warning of this storm, as it's going to most likely cross over the state line, most likely prompting some warnings over in West Georgia. So that's why we're on the air, because this system impacts more than just that one small area. There is another spot that we're watching north of Macon. So this is the main line of storms now pushing into West Georgia. Ahead of that line, we had another area of discrete cells that popped up ahead of that main line. That has prompted a tornado warning. This is down in Macon in Bibb County. It also includes, excuse me, parts of Baldwin County. But I want you folks in Putnam County, over toward Lake Oconee in the Eatonton area, I want you guys to watch this very closely, because even though you're not included in a tornado warning right now in Eatonton, I would not be surprised if that is going to be extended into the southern parts of Putnam County. In fact, let's get a look at the velocity mode right here. And there is still some areas of rotation that we're watching. This is north of Macon into Jones County there in the gray area. And then somebody's talking in my ear. You got to get Chesley's microphone if you want to talk to his IFB there. But this is the part here north of Gray, between Gray and Round Oak, that we're watching right there with that circulation. If that holds together, we may see that tornado warning extended into Eatonton or into Putnam County. So those are the main areas that we're watching right now with these strong storms that are moving in. All right, I know we've zoomed in tight to a lot of those spots now. I want to widen out to give you perspective of what we're watching with these storms. And again, as we've been telling you the timing yesterday, as Chesley was telling you the timing this morning, that we will be watching these storms pushing through the metro area around this time, and they're arriving right on time here. These in North Georgia were strong earlier. Now, even though we don't have any warnings on those storms in North Georgia, we're still talking 30 to 40 mile an hour winds in association with that. And now these along I-20 and southward, that's where we have the strongest storms right now, just west of the city, prompting that severe thunderstorm warning. And I expect that as these storms continue to move over toward the east, the rest of Douglas County, maybe South Fulton, will be included in a severe thunderstorm warning in just a little bit. And then again, right here, just up to the Georgia state line, is a tornado warning with a storm coming out of Alabama. So this, Chesley's here with me right now. Chesley, it's interesting watching this here. I'm going to take the lightning data off just so you can see the structure of this storm a little bit better. Now is the time, Chesley, if they are going to extend this over the line into West Georgia, I would think, well, they just updated it a little bit. I would think they would be extending that soon if they're going to extend that into West Georgia. You think that too?
Yeah, they just shrunk it back a little bit, so they're following the circulation as it continues to push toward the border. So we'll continue to watch that. Still a little bit away from the border there, but yeah, you're right. Now would be the time to extend that if they're going to do that. So we've been watching that. A nice little comma shape on that as well. So this could be a very strong storm. As you mentioned before, it had an emergency associated with it. Same storm. I was looking at the shear tracks, and this has now been extended for a little ways now, where it's had that shear with it, especially as it continues to slide closer to the border. So certainly worth watching, even though, as you mentioned, only a small part of Randolph County, but that could be moving into our westernmost counties here momentarily, and has been moving at a pretty good clip as well. So certainly something that we need to monitor as it continues to push over toward the east.
All right, Chesley, you mentioned the shear. Here's what we're talking about. We use this tool to detect some of that rotation there, where you see the blue colors here indicating blue and purple, indicating some of that rotation just over the line into Alabama. So that's where we have that tornado warning that is in effect. We do not have, again, this is just a debris finder that we use. I know this is hard to understand, but Chesley and I look at this to see if we see any debris out of that. We don't have anything that stands out as being, very critical of what we see with that right now, but we have to keep an eye on this. What happens a lot of times with these storms is that they will be very tight and very strong. They will loosen up just a little bit and then tighten up again. And we're kind of in that part right now over into Randolph County and just over the line into Alabama, where that rotation maybe has weakened just a little bit, but we are hoping that it does not strengthen back up, crossing over the line into Heard County or into Troup County over the next little while. So as we've been saying, okay, there it is. New tornado warning just in effect. Chesley and I were just saying, if they're going to extend that into West Georgia, now would be the time. They just did it. So the latest we have right now, tornado warning that is in effect for parts of Heard County there to the south of us, south and west of us. It is for southeastern Heard County and Troup County in northwestern Georgia. I'll plot this here on the map for you so you can see these are the areas that we're watching right now. Tornado warning in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. This is why we've been on the air with you for an extended period. We wanted you folks in West Georgia, wanted to give you advance warning as we were watching this large tornado that did produce damage in Alabama, prompted a tornado emergency approaching the Georgia line. Now the National Weather Service is extending that warning over into West Georgia for the southern parts of Heard County right here and Troup County. This does include LaGrange. It includes Hogansville. The rotation with this is still just over the line into Alabama, but it is about to cross the line into Georgia. So here is a look of what we're watching right now with that velocity mode. Okay, so Chesley, it does look like that ramped up a little bit. Excuse me, right near 5 points in Alabama. This is Abbotsford, right on the Georgia-Alabama line. You've got Hillcrest, LaGrange, Hogansville, all right? This is the rotation right here that was part of that same storm that caused considerable damage back into Alabama. It is tightening up just a little bit more right now, just over the line into Alabama, in the city called 5 Points, all right, over the line in Alabama. That's south of Roanoke, south of Milltown, all right. This is the rotation that is not far from the Georgia state line. Let me see if I can do a measure here. This is about 7 miles away from the Georgia state line, all right, where we have that rotation, maybe a little bit longer than that. I think that should be a little bit further than that, but that rotation really is ramping up now a little bit more. So folks in West Georgia, Heard County, southern Heard County, Troup County, I want you to get in your tornado positions there in West Georgia, because if you're in this red polygon, again, this is southern Heard, there's the county line right there. All right, southern Heard, Troup County, much of Troup County is included in this warning, including LaGrange, Abbotsford, Hillcrest, Hogansville. All right, that storm, it's not going to take long at all for it to move into and crossing over the Georgia state line, where we would have that potential tornado that does have a history of producing some damage. I'm going to do a track on this right now. Let's see, Chesley, I've got it going east at 60 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the track of the storm. That is the potential rotation right there, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. That is a fast-moving storm. That would push it, right now it's at 317. If that holds together, that would move into Abbotsford at around 326, LaGrange at 334, Harrisonville at 339. If it held together toward Hogansville, it would be there around 343, and this warning expires at 4 o'clock. So this is a tornado that has a history of damage. It has a history of ramping up, loosening up, weakening, and then ramping up again, and that's what's happening right now with the storm crossing over the line into West Georgia. Chesley, you have any new info there?
Well, still tracking it as far as its movement, really. We've been watching this as it continues to slide further over toward the east. Most of what we've been seeing, Chris, with this is like you just said, how it has begun to tighten up, and then it weakens a little bit. Now, see, the latest scan has just come in, moving a little bit closer. Because of its rapid movement, I would say within the next 10 to 15 minutes, this could be right at the border and then sliding further off toward the north and east. So if it holds together, moving right in a line, that would take it right over toward the Hogansville area. So you need to be getting yourself ready. If you're watching us right now over toward Hogansville, down toward LaGrange as well, be on the lookout for this particular. See these tracks here? These are shear tracks that we've been watching at the rotation that has it been moving up toward the north and east, and you can see how sometimes it amps up, then it starts to weaken a little bit, and it amps up some more, and that's how it's been pulsing as it has been going along. Now it pulsed just a little bit not long ago, which is why it prompted that tornado warning that we see over into parts of Troup County right now, and so we'll continue to watch that. We do have also the severe thunderstorm warning that's up here to the north. You can see that right in here, Chris, probably is what we're looking at. This is now starting to get to the edge of where the severe thunderstorm warning is. But here we are in Douglas County, just south of I-20. If we put a veil on that, we probably could see where there's maybe a little bit of rotation. It's probably a little bit broad right now, but we'll continue to watch that. We'll see if this begins to amp up as well. This is how it's going to be for the rest of the afternoon, folks. We'll be tracking these thunderstorms that can tighten up on us, and you get these brief spin-ups. And so we'll be watching that as it continues to slide off toward the north and east. Douglasville, if you're watching us right now, you definitely want to batten down the hatches. You are not in a tornado warning right now, but just to the west of you, there is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. So these have the ability to produce straight line winds up to about 60 miles per hour, and that could present some pretty sizable damage. And so we've been watching that. Let's go on back down now. You can see where we are tracking this tornado, still over into the Alabama area right now, but is poised to move across the border over toward Abbotsford right now. LaGrange, you are in the polygon for the tornado warning. Over toward Hogansville as well, you are in that. Now, Hogansville, right now, you're not seeing much in as far as rain goes, but the wind goes, but the winds are starting to pick up on you, I'm sure, and you're starting to feel that. They're continuing to, notice, Chris, they continue to trim away at this particular warning, right, or on the west side of the warning. So we had it over 5 points not long ago. And if you put the veil back up, it'd be interesting to see just about where that rotation is right now. So we can put that up.
Chesley, I'm trying to find on your menu here. I'm looking
like
at your
a
menu.
white slide.
Okay, I see it. Okay,
yep, there we go. All right, so there it is right there. There it is right there. And so you can see that right there. There's where we have the rotation there, getting closer now to the border. So we'll continue to track that as we go. Looks pretty good too, Chris. That's
really does.
Pretty good rotation right there. This is the same system that had that emergency, that tornado emergency. And so this one has been kind of amping up and then kind of weakening and then amping back up a little bit. And so it's a good thing that they put that tornado warning for Heard and Troup counties. And again, that will last until 4 o'clock. And so we'll continue to watch that as it continues to slide over toward the east. So again, Abbotsford, Hillcrest, you need to batten down the hatches. This is moving to the east at about 60 miles per hour. So it is a very rapid mover. Chris is putting a track on this right now.
It's moving so fast to have to Widen out.
You got to widen out just a little bit. Yeah, isn't that something? You have to
to get
widen
the
out
speed
somewhat
on that.
just to get the speed on it. But again, 60 mile per hour, moving to the east. If we put that track on there, you can see some of the places that are upstream from this. You're looking at Hillcrest at about 335, over toward Harrisonville around 339, Hogansville. If it holds together and makes it over towards you, and it has been holding together now, it may weaken a little bit. And then it may amp back up a little bit as well. Is that a new? Oh, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. I think that just popped up as well.
That's new severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Coweta, Fulton, Hurd, and Troup.
Okay, so as that line of thunderstorms continue to push over toward the east, it's our westernmost counties right now that are under the gun. Still looking at this rotation here that's still in Alabama, parts of Alabama. Here is Randolph County here. Here's Troup County here. This will continue to slide over toward the east. Again, if it holds together, could make it over toward Luthersville, for example, by 353. And so we're going to be dealing with this for the rest of the afternoon. Not only this area here, but up and down our western counties. Chris, if you take this off a little bit and widen out just to give people a perspective of what we're talking about here. Again, this particular warning that we're looking at right now, still in Alabama, but is poised to move into some of our western counties down there to the south of the city of Atlanta. You can see where we have the numerous thunderstorms now up here to the north, starting to move further over toward the east. You can see south of Waleska, sliding into North Fulton County right now. You don't have any warnings over you, but looking at some strong thunderstorms. So these have the ability of producing winds up to about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So I have to watch that, not to mention the lightning strikes as well. So gusty winds coming your way. Roswell, not seeing the rain as of yet, but I'm sure your winds are starting to pick up already. You could be seeing some very strong winds as well. And it's anywhere along here, folks, that we could see those brief spin ups. So we've been watching the entire line. It's just that right now, a little bit further to the south is where all the action has been. So over toward Carrollton, we're looking at, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning that's over the area right now. I think the strongest wind's probably a little bit further to the east of you right now. Batten down the hatches over into Union City, Peachtree City. You'll be having to look out as well. Then down toward Hogansville, which is right now in that polygon for the tornado warning that's in effect right now.
Chesley, I have some new information on that right now. Coming back here, where I was able to go over to the Birmingham information. Let's see here. We have a new, let's see, this is an update now for the Hurd and Troup County storm. The National Weather Service is now saying this is an observed tornado. That's what I was about to say. Back in Chambers County, Alabama, this was classified as not only an observed tornado, but you often hear us when we talk about a tornado watch, a PDS, tornado watch, which is a particularly dangerous situation. They have issued a PDS tornado warning out of this over into Alabama. Crossing over the state line into Georgia, meaning it is a particularly dangerous situation. The latest that we have on this tornado warning, it is an observed tornado, not just Doppler radar, an observed tornado with considerable damage possible, also with hail in association with it. The location right now, let me give you the latest of what they're saying from the National Weather Service, is located near Standing Rock or near Stroud, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So this is the part of the storm. I'm going to take the lightning data off. So that rotation right here near Stroud, that's what the National Weather Service was saying. Remember, we showed you that rotation earlier. That was near 5 points. Now the rotation is near Stroud. There's Findlay. All right, so here's the Georgia state line. Because, excuse me, of the strength of this system now, that is over into Alabama. Let me put you into velocity mode. All right, this is what Chesley was just showing you a few minutes ago. This is an impressive look, not only on radar, but the National Weather Service now confirmed a tornado with this that is what is called a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, about to cross over the line from Alabama into Georgia. So now our National Weather Service as well is talking about this warning moving in right now. They have elevated that warning now to be a observed tornado with considerable damage possible, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So that's part of the storm right now, where we have the strongest circulation about to cross over the Georgia state line. This is Troup County. You have LaGrange right over here. All right. Here's Abbotsford, Hillcrest. Here is the southern parts of Heard County, and this is moving up into this direction. Most likely would be near Abbotsford very soon, and then crossing into especially that part of the rotation, most likely going just like this into the northern parts of Troup County, right there on the Heard County line, and most likely impacting the southern parts of Heard County where that warning is in effect. I want to look at the shear. Oh wow, that does show up a lot more, Chesley. Check this out. This is more than what we had a little bit earlier, where we had considerable damage back over more to the west into Alabama. So this is where we have that potential rotation and shear with that storm. Again, there's the Georgia state line. Folks, south and west of the city on the Georgia-Alabama line, I want you to be prepared for this line of storms and this rotation that is now moving into your area, crossing over the line into Georgia right now. We'll go back to velocity mode. Yeah. All right, there it is on the line right now. You see that, Chesley? Yep. Chesley just mentioned that too. So here it is now, crossing over the line into Georgia. They actually, Chesley, it looks like they just canceled. They let that warning expire back in Alabama over the line, right? But now that it's entering Georgia, this warning stays in effect for Heard County, Troup County, south and west of us here in Georgia, south and west of us. And I'm going to widen out a little bit because I want to show you what we're watching with these storms. And again, and give you perspective of where this is in relation to Atlanta. I know we've been zoomed in really tight for a long time on this. Let me take the lightning data off as well, because I know it's hard to see those individual cells under that lightning. There is a lot of lightning with this, all right? So this is the main area that we're watching, south and west of the city, where we have those strongest storms right now. So if you're in Atlanta, west of Atlanta, out I-20, you see that those really strong storms here, Douglas County, moving into parts of Fulton County. Then south of that into Coweta County, also into Heard County, severe thunderstorm warning there. At any time, a tornado could develop out of that. But here, this is the part right now. Okay, so here's Atlanta, there's near LaGrange right now. That's the part where we have those strongest storms that have prompted that tornado warning now for those spots in areas south and west of us at this hour, with those stronger storms that are moving through south and west of the city. More storms though about to close in on Atlanta. You see these storms now that are firing up on the north side here in Atlanta. I'm going to let our production crew know I'd like to go to Thunder Truck in just a second with Bo Beth Yates. However, I want to still do a split screen, have radar on one side. I don't want to lose radar anytime we go to anybody else. If we go to Bo Beth in a little while, I want to keep radar on one side, Bo Beth on the other side. Let's check out if we could, again, if we get those boxes together, I would like to see the Noonan Tower Cam. I believe it's remote 58. So we can get a perspective there. All right. Oh, wow. Look at that. So that's what we're watching with that line of storms coming in there. This is our view in Coweta County looking to the south and west. And what we will watch for here is, again, if we get any rotation out of that. Noonan, Coweta County, you're not included in a tornado warning right now, but I just wanted to give you a good view of that too. Let's go to Thunder Truck right now, and you can see what we're watching here. I don't know if Bo Beth's mic is available too, and we could find out exactly where they are. They have been following this line of storms, Bo Beth and Tyson in our Thunder Truck, throughout the entire time, pushing from northwest Georgia back into the metro Atlanta area. They're dealing with a lot of heavy rain there on the highway with those storms now. Bo Beth, I don't know if you can hear me. Tell me where you are right now. Bo Beth, you got me? Tell me where you are right now.
We're in the Appworth area. Yeah, well, we're in the Appworth area, and as you mentioned, we started our day in northwest Georgia in the trusty Thunder Truck, and it started raining in around Calhoun area, about to light rain, and what we noticed was there was a lot of lightning with this storm. And as we made our way south, we saw scattered showers. There were moments where the showers were heavy but brief, just, really hard rain for a couple of seconds, then, back to the light rain. And right now, again, we're on 75 around Appworth. We're seeing the light rain kind of impacting traffic, slowing everything down just a bit. On the other side of the road, in fact, it was literally at a standstill. So we decided to loop around a bit just so you guys can see some of the rain here. But as we're moving towards the city, you can definitely see the change in things as the storm rolls in. The rain, the lightning, just the overall impacts of this storm starting to be felt by drivers as they're trying to make their way right now. So it's been a lot of impact, Chris. So everything you're talking about, when you're talking about, you know, some of the supercells in the south and those kind of impacts making their way north, we're starting to feel some of that.
All right, Bobeth, thank you for that perspective there. Again, near Ackworth, just north of the city. They're driving into the city following those storms as they are moving in right now, and they may shift down to the south of the city as well as those storms are strongest. I want to take you to Chesley right now because Chesley, you know, we're watching this warning crossing over the state line from Alabama into Georgia, where we did see that rotation. And you're looking at one of our tools here. This is what we call the correlation coefficient, or our debris finder. And you're seeing the potential for some debris, lofted debris.
Right there, yeah. We were watching the velocity, and this is where we think the rotation is. And if you look right there on the same area is where we can see the debris. Now, what this tells us is that really you can't see the wind, right? We can see the winds blowing in either direction, but this tells us or indicates that there could be some debris flying around. So this is a Doppler indicated tornado. It's not been confirmed as of yet, but this gives us a good indication of where that circulation could be and debris that could be flying around. So a very dangerous situation right here. And this is significant. See how that's right there where we have the rotation and you have that debris ball that's right there in that same area. That is where that tornado could be touching down right now as it blows things around. So that is a very good indication exactly of where that is, Chris. You had some roads there as well, but just to the northwest of Abbotsford there is where we're finding that center of circulation, just crossing the border out of Alabama now into Georgia. So this is Rock Mill Road right here. If you live in this particular area, definitely need to be in your safe place. Get down to the bottom or the lower level of your home. If it's a basement, get down to the basement or at least the first level, and you want to protect yourself from the exterior wall. So that means an interior room as quickly as you possibly can. This is just about probably on top of you right now. Again, this is moving very rapidly up toward the northeast. So you're talking about 16 miles per hour as far as the movement goes. And so it's not going to take long for this, if it's a tornado touching down, to get over your area as we speak. Chris is now putting a track on this. You can see how this will continue to slide up toward the north and east, mainly east, looking at 343 by Hillcrest, Harrisonville by 347. If this is your area, the names that I'm calling out, you definitely need to take the necessary precautions right now. Don't wait. 351 over toward Hogansville, which is a little bit further over toward the east. We'll see if it continues to hold together. That would take it outside. If we're talking about places like Grantville, Luthersville, that would take it outside of the polygon that we're looking at right now. But these are the immediate areas that need to batten down the hatches because of the rapid movement, Chris, of how fast this storm is moving. And it looks at least from our radar, from the tools that we have, that this could be a tornado that's on the ground right now. So we'll continue to monitor that as it continues to push further off to the east.
All right, Chesley, and while you were talking now, much of Metro Atlanta has been included in a severe thunderstorm warning. This line that's moving through, of course, as we've been telling you, does have strong winds in association with it, heavy rain with it as well. We now have this newest severe thunderstorm warning. If you could see this here, I know there's a lot of yellow already showing up, but here is that polygon right now that goes back here. Okay, it starts right here in Cobb County, including Douglas County, South Fulton, Central and North Fulton, much of DeKalb County, southern Forsyth County, and the western parts of Gwinnett County. What we're seeing with this storm, very heavy rain, winds of about 60 miles an hour. This system is also moving very quickly over to the east. Let me get the latest speed on that right now, moving at 55 miles an hour. And again, at any time here, we have potential of any rotation to develop. So this now, the brunt of this storm now coming through the Metro Atlanta area is pushing through right now with those strong winds. I just heard we've got some video right now of this is from Shaniqua Peoples. That showed a funnel cloud there. Do y'all know that was this the storm crossing over the line down at Heard and Troup County? So there was some damage to a billboard there. So this is from where? Okay, so this is some video that we have Okay, that's in Selma, Alabama. Okay, so that's not here in Georgia. All right, so that is from Selma, Alabama, that storm. And again, that's part of the same system that's moving our way. Let's get back here to our radar. Where we have those storms that are crossing over the line now into Georgia. They're now out of Alabama, crossing into Georgia.
We got some information that circulation down toward northern Troup County is now starting to fall apart a little bit. If you go back to the Vale, you can see that.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so what happens with these storms a lot of times, the National Weather Service is now saying that, that the rotation that we were watching coming out of Alabama into these spots here in Heard County, Southern Heard, and into Troup County, that the rotation is weakening. Chesley and I are seeing evidence of that right now as well. For those spots now south of the city, south and west of the city, but they're holding on to this tornado warning until we get to 4 o'clock. All right, that's when it's supposed to expire. Again, what happens is that many times we see these storms ramp up, they get tight and show a good circulation, and then they can't, keep going that strong, so they loosen up a little bit, and then they get more energy and they tighten up again.
New tornado warning.
Okay, new tornado warning right now.
Going to LaGrange.
Over in LaGrange. Okay, so this is now, all right, so this is from this part. So we were watching this area of rotation. Now a new one just south of LaGrange. Again, this is for Troup County. This part now, south of LaGrange, is prompting a new tornado warning. This is a new circulation near LaGrange. That is also moving up toward the east. It's moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. This is a radar confirmed tornado. All right, this is a radar confirmed tornado that is a damaging tornado, flying debris dangerous to those caught without shelter. Definitely, if you're in those spots right now, this includes central Meriwether County and also southeastern Troup County. Down near LaGrange right now, again, Troup County, and then extending over the line into Meriwether County. So here's LaGrange right here. This is that rotation. This is Troup County here. This is Meriwether County here, south of Luthersville. So this storm here, so we had this rotation that's falling apart that included northern Troup and southern Heard. That's now weakening. Now we have this that is ramping up near LaGrange and just south of LaGrange, moving up toward the north and east. So now a new tornado warning for you. And it also includes parts of Meriwether County as well. This is set to expire at 4:15. So 2 tornado warnings still on to the south and west of us. Southern Heard, northern Troup, now a new one in central Troup County, crossing over into central parts of Meriwether County because of this rotation right here. Let's look at the rotation here and the shear with that. And this kind of confirms what we're saying. This rotation, a little bit of blue still showing up, but that's confirming what Chesley and I have been noticing on our velocity mode, that rotation seems to be weakening somewhat. But now this is rotation that's ramping up just a little bit more. Let's look at our debris finder again here.
Yeah, pretty good ball there.
Yeah, so what we look for here is this right there. That lines up with that rotation that we're seeing, and the National Weather Service is calling this a radar confirmed tornado because of what this is, a TDS, a tornado debris signature of what we're seeing right here. So this is lofted debris that the tornado is, picking up, tree limbs, anything, lofting that up into the sky, where we see again that potential that this could be debris coming down. We're also getting some good images of that as well over to the east of that center of circulation that we're seeing right now. Chesley, this is beeping a lot. Do you have any new information here?
Now, just confirming what we see on the radar as far as it being a Doppler confirmed tornado right now, saying that it could have the strongest winds just crossing or getting closer to I-85. And could be near considerable as far as those wind speeds go as that storm continues to push further over toward the east.
All right, so what Chesley was saying here, this is 85, Atlanta's way up here. This is 85 south from Coweta County, moving down toward the south toward Hogansville into LaGrange. Again, that it includes over into Meriwether County too. So the center of that circulation near 85 and just to the west of 85, where we see that circulation that's going to be crossing over the interstate. And that's right where, if you're familiar, ever traveling over into Alabama or down toward Columbus, this is the split there of 85 and then 185 right here, just to the east of LaGrange. So that's the part that we're watching right now, where we have that potential rotation that is pushing off to the east. Again, this is moving very quickly over toward the north and east. Chesley, I believe the latest speed on that was 40 miles an hour. So earlier, some of these storms were moving 55 and 60 miles an hour. Now this one is moving 40 miles an hour. I'll widen out just a little bit. I want to put a track on this. There's that circulation right here, moving north and east at 40 miles an hour. So that would take it over into Mountainville at 346. Right now it's 341. Odessa Dale at 351. Thompson Cross Road at 356. And then into Greenville, which is in Meriwether County right here. If that holds together, it would be in the Greenville area by 359. If it held together over into Gay, Georgia, it would get there around 412 with that tornado warning that is now down on the south side here. So again, widening out a little bit more because this line of storms is impacting more than just Heard, Troup, Meriwether counties. It's a large area of rain and large area of storms here, extending northward through Coweta County, southern Fulton County, North Fulton, moving into central Fulton County. So far, this part of the storm coming through the metro area right now is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking winds of 60 miles an hour, though, with this heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and then of course that moves up toward the north and east. Another severe thunderstorm warning far northeast Georgia, including parts of Rabun County, also parts of northern White County, Habersham County, included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Those storms are about, about to push into South Carolina. Chesley, we're also getting some scattered reports of damage around. I'm just looking here at the chat. We've got some trees on power lines in Cobb County. Also, other damage was reported earlier over near Lithia Springs, and also some damage into Polk County when the storms move through there. If you are in northwest Georgia right now, things are much calmer for you at this hour. There are some additional storms trying to fire up back into Alabama and Tennessee, but things are much calmer in northwest Georgia now, watching these storms roll through here. And then, of course, where we have that tornado warning that is in effect, here's this other severe thunderstorm warning for Putnam County and Hancock County. This storm, here's Lake Oconee right here, all right? Right in this area of I-20 at Putnam County and Greene County. But just south of you, the southern parts of Putnam, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Hancock County, severe thunderstorm warning too. That storm is what prompted tornado warnings back into Macon a little bit earlier. So a lot of areas that we are watching right now as this line of severe storms rolls through. But I want to take you back to this one. This is the main one that we're watching right now in Troup County, moving into Meriwether County. We have this tornado warning that is in effect. Chesley, that rotation looks even more impressive now.
Yeah, they're commenting on that on our chat as we've been watching that as it continues to push over toward the east. We are looking at possibly having the National Weather Service upgrade this. That question has been asked a couple times here, so we've been watching that because of how impressive that looks on the radar.
Yeah, this debris signature that Chesley and I showed you earlier, as well as this velocity mode right here. This is, here's the city of LaGrange. There's Met Centers Road, Upper Big Sprinkling Road, Big Springs Mount Road as well, Lower Big Springs Road here, again going close to the Big Springs area and not over toward Mountville. This is where we have that circulation that looks even more impressive now than it did a little bit earlier when they issued this tornado warning. That's moving up toward the north and east at about 40 miles an hour. As we've been saying, if that holds together, that would then push up into areas of Meriwether County, potentially impacting Greenville in Meriwether County, Gay, Georgia, potentially with that, Woodbury as well, as it's moving from Troup County now into parts of Meriwether County, coming up in just a little bit. So,
hey.
Yes. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. So sorry. We have those tornado warnings here on the southwest side where things are more active at this hour. And then again, here in the metro Atlanta area, these storms that continue to roll through. I don't know if we have boxes prepared where we can show you radar and some images of some tower cams. I'd really like to check on our Noonan tower cam, which is remote 58, but I'd also like to keep radar up at the same time if we have boxes available to do that. So we'll put that up in just a second. But here's Noonan right here. Now I know folks in Noonan, you're always, all of us are always concerned when severe storms roll into our area. But now the brunt of the storm coming into Noonan, but I know Noonan is shell-shocked from storms that moved in over a year ago. That was an EF4. We're not seeing anything like that pushing into Noonan right now, but I want you in Noonan to be prepared. This part of the storm is moving into your direction. You can see that tower cam. Ooh, you just saw some lightning with that too. This is in Noonan. We have moved the tower cam to look toward the south and west. As these storms are approaching, you can see those clouds moving pretty good. We looked at this camera a little while ago, and it was looking very impressive with that cloud structure that was moving in. Chesley?
Weather Service saying there could be a tornado warning coming for the College Park area.
Okay, all right. So let's go back here.
Yeah, I think
there it is. They
popped
just did
up.
it. All right.
Up, yep.
Okay, so this is just south. You know, get the remote 32 airport camera ready as well. Let's go back to full screen. Let me break down for you, and then we'll check on remote 32 in just a second, our airport camera. This is the newest tornado warning we just got in, Chesley said. This is also what they are calling an a radar observed tornado, 7 miles southwest of Atlanta, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Let me plot this up here before we go to our airport camera. Where we have, again, this warning that is in effect that includes southern DeKalb County, central Fulton County. This is going to be in effect until 4:15. This is right near East Point, where we have this potential rotation here. That is the part right there, all right? I'm going to put velocity up in just a second, all right? So here's the airport right here, all right? There's that rotation pretty much just north of the airport, right at East Point. There's College Park. And again, here's the airport where you see the runways and taxiways right here. So this circulation is just north of the airport, west of East Point, right here. Ben Hill Road, Washington Road, Willingham Road. This is the south end of 7585, the connector right here. This is Sylvan Hills, all right? So this is where we have the latest tornado warning. The National Weather Service is saying this is a radar confirmed tornado right now. This is on the south side of the city, all right? A tornado producing storm located over East Point, 7 miles southwest of Atlanta, moving east at 45 miles an hour. It is a radar confirmed tornado. So let's look at that velocity mode right now. Chesley, this is not good news for those areas near Sylvan Hills. This is where we would have the rotation right here near East Point, moving up towards Sylvan Hills. If you're familiar, again, the airport, there's Hapeville, the airport right here. Go ahead and let's put this in boxes. Let's take a look at what the airport is looking like right now. All right. So this is our view from Hartsfield-Jackson, looking there over the runways and taxiways. You can see that cloud structure right here. This is where we are watching for the potential for a tornado to occur. All right, we're going to keep both of these up at the same time. Again, this is south of the city in East Point, where we see this potential rotation. Let me look at the debris signature. Okay, so that doesn't look that impressive as far as the debris signature yet, but the National Weather Service is showing the potential. Again, they're saying this is a radar confirmed tornado right now on the south side, where they have issued this tornado warning. So this includes East Point, central Fulton County, crossing over 7585 South, the downtown connector where it splits again. Okay, so we're moving the camera around a little bit so we can get a better view of this here. Where that splits again there at 75 and 85 on the south side, really close to the airport. And then that's going to be moving to the north and east. Parts of southern DeKalb County, you're included in this as well. If this holds together, it would move through central Fulton. This is downtown. All right, Atlanta. Let's come back to me really quick, or put me in there somehow. This is Atlanta right here. Just south of us is where we have this tornado warning. This is inside the perimeter on the south side right now, near the airport. All right, pushing up toward the north and east. It includes central and southern Fulton County, southern parts of DeKalb County. This is, you've got 285 right here. You see I-20 going out toward Conyers. So this is along I-20 and south of I-20 where we see this tornado moving up toward the north and to the east. And again, it is a, excuse me, a radar confirmed tornado on the south side. We're going to hold with this, concentrate all of our efforts on this right now, as again, we're watching these storms coming through the city of Atlanta right now. But here is that storm now on the south side near the airport. Let's see if we can put that tower cam back up, maybe in boxes again with me as well, because I want to keep radar of the remote 32 of the airport. We want to keep an eye on that airport camera that was showing that structure there. All right, now the brunt of the storm is very heavy over the airport. Again, we're thinking that circulation with this potential tornado here is just to the north of the airport. And I'm thinking that's the angle of where we're watching those storms now at Hartsfield-Jackson. Very heavy rain coming in. I'm going to look here really quick and see if we have, I'm sure if we don't have any flight delays right now, we will really soon. So right now we have at Hartsfield-Jackson a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson with these strong storms moving through and the tornado warning that is pushing through near the airport on the south side of town. All right. So let's take a look at our tower cam as well. This is looking from Midtown, south of the city, remote 56. Okay, that's really hard to see there as well. Excuse me. You can see the really heavy rain here on top of us here in Midtown. We're looking south, downtown, down toward the connector, and that's where we have that very heavy rain that is moving through right now. I'm going to go back to the shear with this right now. The blue that you're seeing there on screen is where we had some shear and rotation a little bit earlier. That should be updating here in just a second, showing that shear most likely near the East Point area. Moving up toward the north and east. Here's the velocity mode. So it would be this part right here. Let's come back to me on camera here where you can see East Point, right in this area near Sylvan Hills. We have this where we have that rotation that is there prompting this tornado warning on the south side inside the perimeter, all right, just south of I-20 as it continues to push on through. So Chesley, you have new information now watching our chat?
Canceled that tornado warning for DeKalb and Fulton. On
the south side here, good. The circulation, let's see, cancels the tornado warning for DeKalb and Fulton. That's good as the rotation now has weakened. And that's what Chesley and I were saying there. It looked like it had weakened a little bit, but it prompted that warning very quickly. Again, a radar confirmed tornado, but now that rotation has just pretty much fallen apart. So that is good news. The tornado warning now, excuse me, for Fulton County and South DeKalb County has been canceled as that rotation has now weakened. But with that, Chesley, again, I don't want people to let their guard down because often with these storms, we can see that rotation ramp back up. And this storm does have a history of doing that.
And you still have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are over that area.
And that severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. So the tornado warning for that storm that was near the airport that we're talking about a moment ago for Fulton County and southern DeKalb County, that has now been canceled, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for much of Atlanta, including Fulton, Cobb, Douglas, North Fulton, Southern Forsyth, Western Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, and then also south of the city, we have another severe thunderstorm warning, including Clayton County, Henry County, Fayette County, South Fulton, Coweta County, and then down to the south, this is what we were watching earlier down near LaGrange, those tornado warnings remaining in effect here. Troup County is still in part of that warning, but this part, okay, so we're still watching this rotation here in Meriwether County, still with this severe with this tornado warning that's in effect there in Meriwether County, as that rotation is still showing up there just west of Gay, Georgia. Let's, if we can, in the still have radar in boxes here. I would like to go back to Bobeth Yates, if we could, in Thunder Truck. I'm curious to see what they are seeing right now. Bobeth, hopefully you can hear me now. Let us know where y'all are, what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, definitely can hear you. We're still in the Ackworth area, close by, just north of 575, and you can see that traffic has completely slowed down as this rain continues to come into this area. The rain is still light, but there are times where it's just larger droplets of rain, and you can hear it just pounding on the windshield. But for the most part, things have been just steady. There's a lot of lightning with this system also. It's surprising, like every few seconds we're seeing those lightning strikes as we continue to make our way south. But it's just been very slow as we're trying to make our way back in town. We started off in the northwest area over by Calhoun. In that area, the light rain started just about 2 o'clock. And as we gradually made our way south, we got to Rome. Then there were patches of very heavy rain, but brief, lasting just a few seconds. And then as we continue to make our way south, we're now starting to see just a light rain, large droplets, but impacting the area so much that we're almost at a standstill on 75 right now going south. We're still in the Ackworth area just north of 575 trying to get into the city. But again, it's just been a slow go because this rain now slowing things down on the highway. So we're definitely trying to make our way in, but for the most part, it's not a lot of activity on the roadway because this rain just slowing everything down.
All right, Bobeth, thank you so much for that update. I know you guys have been out in the elements all afternoon long following these storms as they've been rolling in. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued here north and east of the city right now on that part of the storm. This includes Banks County, Barrow County, Forsyth County, Gwinnett, Hall, and Jackson counties. That's going to be effective until 4:45. And again, with this warning, all right, so that's this part of the storm right here, up 85 and 985 right here. So as you go from North Gwinnett into Hall County, parts of Forsyth County, over into Banks County, Jackson County, parts of Barrow County is where we have this new severe thunderstorm warning. Also, with this warning, the National Weather Service is saying tornado possible with that. We're watching some areas of rotation with those storms, and at any time, we could see that rotation getting stronger. Chesley, you have new info?
Yeah, go down to that tornado warning that's down there into Meriwether County, Chris. You'll see when you put your veils up that it's a very significant rotation there, even on the debris. You put that up, it's a very, very significant rotation there. A lot of debris with that right there.
Wow, look at that. Let's look at the debris signature too. All right, so this storm's still very strong down to the south of us right now in Meriwether County. This is just to the west of Gay, Georgia, north of Greenville. Come back here to me at the maps and you can see what we're watching here. Again, this is our debris finder. This is really I just kind of want to show you this because this is one of the tools that Chesley and I watch for any lofted debris that could be in those storms that helps confirm tornadoes. And this is a very strong storm now down to the south of us into Meriwether County. I'm going to put it back to velocity. This is part of the storm right there that has that rotation. Again, this is Greenville, Georgia. Here's Gay, Georgia. Gay, Georgia is not included in the actual warning, but I want you guys to be prepared. I wouldn't be surprised if this warning is going to be extended more, excuse me, over to the east, where we have, again, north of Greenville. That's the circulation right here. That's south of Lone Oak. Here's Highway 27 that leads north of Greenville. There's Highway 362. This is pretty much crossing over Highway 27 right now. I'm going to get in even a little bit tighter to see if we can get some other city names on here. That's near Alley, just south of Primrose, right there at Thompson Crossroads, where we have this rotation that is looking pretty tight right now in Meriwether County with that tornado warning that is in effect. And again, I'll put the debris signature on there. We're getting some lofted debris near where that center of circulation is showing up, and the National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on that with that tornado warning in effect. The next question with that is going to be, is this going to be extended to include the rest of Meriwether County and potentially include parts of Pike, or Lamar County too. But this still looks like a very tight rotation there, just north of Greenville, south of Luthersville in Meriwether County. Here again, let me widen out a little bit more.
Yeah, they're talking about some dangerous winds in the Atlanta metro area right now. Straight line winds more likely, but in that particular area of Atlanta right now, some very strong winds being reported by numerous.
All right, you're hearing Chesley talking about that, monitoring chat right now. Strong winds moving through Fulton County and DeKalb County. What happens a lot of times when you see these storms, it goes from green and then a sharp line of yellow, orange, and red, all right? Right here, that is indicating a very strong wind field. And we are getting those strong winds right now through, passing through South Fulton County, also into those areas of DeKalb County with those very strong winds that are moving through right now. The National Weather Service kind of highlighting there. This is on the east side of the perimeter in DeKalb County, getting closer to Stone Mountain, Tucker, down toward Panthersville. That's where you're about to see those strongest storms roll through.
New warning south.
All right, so we have a new warning, new tornado warning. This is for Meriwether, Pike, and Spalding. All right, Chesley just alerted me of this new warning now on the south side. Again, you're seeing that warning scrolling at the bottom of your screen. This is that part that we were just showing you a moment ago, wondering that now would be the time if that warning here over into Meriwether County would be extended to include, now it does go on over to the west of us and now includes additional counties now. In Spalding County, you are in that warning right now. Meriwether County, also Pike County. Lamar County, you're not in the warning right now. There's Lamar County near Barnesville. So this is, again, south of the city, just south of Coweta County, south of Noonan. This is in Meriwether County. This is already pushing through near Greenville, moving near Gay, Georgia. If you live in Gay, Georgia, take cover now. The brunt of the storm is about to move over your area, continuing up toward Zebulon, north of Meansville, and then moving into Griffin in Spalding County. You all are included in that warning until 4:45 this afternoon, as these storms are very strong moving through. This is part of that same system that was producing that rotation. And Chesley, that is not letting up at all. I mean, just look at this here.
It's very powerful.
This right here, this is north and east of Greenville. This is Haralson, Georgia. Right here, there's Gay, Georgia. So again, into these areas of Meriwether County in this red box, I want you to be taking cover right now. Gay, Georgia, Concord, Williamson, Georgia, Zebulon, Meansville, as this circulation has had a history of producing tornadoes moving from Alabama into West Georgia and some damage there. Let's see here. This warning is, let me get the latest on that. It's near Worcester, 7 miles northeast of Greenville, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So I want to put a track on this for you. Again, this is moving so quickly, I have to widen out a little bit so we can get a good track on it. Here we go. I'll spread this out to 50 miles an hour. That means that it would move into Gay, Georgia at 4:06. Right now we're at 4:03. So in Gay, Georgia, be in your tornado safe positions now. Concord, 4:15. Williamson, 4:21. Rover at 4:24. Here's Griffin right here in Spalding County. If it holds together to move into Griffin, it would be there around 4:30 with that rotation. Let's go back to the debris signature. And we are still seeing a bit of a debris signature right there with it. Chesley and I know this is kind of hard to understand, but Chesley and I, as we're analyzing these storms, this is a tool that we use to see what's happening with those storms. So to give you perspective, I want to widen out and show you what we're watching. Band of storms, really strong from northeast Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warnings up in Rabun County, pushing into South Carolina. This extends down toward the south and east. We mentioned these strong storms, severe thunderstorm warnings extended to around Lake Lanier, over into Hall County, Banks County, Jackson County, Barrow County, northern Gwinnett County. You're about to get the brunt of the storms right now in the western parts and central parts of Gwinnett County, moving through your area. I'm going to take the lightning off. In these storms here, again, from Gainesville, close to Lawrenceville, over toward Duluth, severe thunderstorm warnings, but the National Weather Service in the text of those warnings is saying tornado possible, meaning that we could see any rotation develop from these storms at any time. No tornado warnings on the northeast side now. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, but at any time we could see rotation developing here. Then this extends down toward the south into DeKalb County, Central Fulton County, Cobb County. I really think the worst of this has cleared Cobb County right now, because the worst of it is now over into DeKalb, into Gwinnett County. Then this stretches down over the airport. And as you go south of the city, additional severe thunderstorm warnings into Coweta County. And then on the south side here, into Meriwether County, Pike County, and Spalding County. That's where we have this latest tornado warning, with an impressive area of circulation showing up there right now, which is why this tornado warning is in effect on the south side right now. Weather Service is saying the tornado is likely cycling between Worcester and Alvaton in Meriwether County. Let's get in tighter right here where we see that. Worcester and Alvaton. There's Worcester right here, all right? So that's the city that the Weather Service is saying where we have this rotation. This is confirmed by what we're seeing right now on radar with this rotation right now along 362 near Worcester and Alvaton is where this is cycling back up, ramping back up, getting a little bit stronger now. That would then move over toward Luthersville Road. Here is Alps, Georgia, Carmel, Georgia, Pedenville, Gay, Georgia. All of these areas you need to be taking cover right now as these storms continue to move up toward the north and the east. That would include Highway 74, Highway 362 here near Carmel, over toward Hollandville too, Kingsbridge Road too, Concord Road over near Concord. This rotation, very impressive now that it seems to be ramping back up just a little bit more. Here's a look. Oh, wow, Chesley. When we look at these shear markers right now indicating that rotation, when you see these bluer colors here, that's where it starts to ramp up a little bit more right there at 362. Another bit of rotation we're seeing right on top of Gay, Georgia, which that's why we have these tornado warning, this tornado warning that is in effect for those spots there on the south side. And while I have this up, I want to just check. Okay, so here's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now just issued with these storms getting ahead of that line. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bartow County, Clark County. This stretches all the way over toward Athens, all right? This warning, this is including multiple counties: Barrow, Clark, Clayton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Henry, Newton, Oconee, Rockdale, and Walton County. That's a lot of counties included with this latest severe thunderstorm warning right here. As these storms passing through the city of Atlanta, the heaviest activity now to the east of us and also to the south of us. So tornado warnings up 85, and then, severe thunderstorm warnings up 85, and the 985 corridor. Chesley, I may have to hand it to you for a second so I can get some water here.
Yep.
Severe thunderstorm warnings, but the text saying tornado possible. Also here to the south of that, numerous counties now over on the east side, another severe thunderstorm warning there. Again saying tornado possible, where any rotation could develop out of this at any time. Then down to the south of the city, we have Henry County, Clayton, Fayette County included in that. And then there's that tornado warning that we are watching on the south side with impressive rotation with that for parts of Pike County, Spalding County, and Meriwether County. Chesley?
Yeah, if we're not calling it in your particular area, don't let your guard down, folks, because this is area-wide where we're seeing these strong and severe thunderstorms that we've been watching. The new severe thunderstorm warning that Chris just called out, you can see how that's sliding over toward the east, damaging winds. We've got so many reports coming in from Cobb County, for example. Now, you may be out of the strongest winds right now, but you still have some of that moderate rain coming down. I wouldn't even go out and try to survey any damage. I'd wait for this rain to begin to stop and make some of those winds begin to die down before you do that. But now it's affecting areas over toward the east. So parts of Hall County included in that. Further down into Gwinnett County as well. You have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over your area as well. That's continuing to slide further over toward the east with those winds up to about 60 miles per hour. We've had reports of hail so far in some of these as well. The tornado warnings a little bit further down to the south, as you can see. Griffin, you're included in this. It's a kind of a weird polygon that they have here, but you're included in this. And it's right, look at this Boeing right here. See that bending right there? I'm sure right along that line right there is where we're getting some very, very strong winds, even some lightning out ahead of it. This is route, looks like 362. Here's Rover here, a little bit back over toward the west of you, just to the north of Concord is probably where we have some very strong winds associated with this. But the center of circulation with this tornado is a little bit further to the west. So we're looking at that center of circulation as it continues to push further off to the north has been very impressive as far as the radar goes. And that's how we get good indication that we may have some rotation. We look at the veil. We look at the debris signatures just to see if there's anything really starting to spin up. You can see here, Chris, I believe is right there. Yep, near Alps right now. You can see where we have some tight rotation right in here. That's what we've been looking at right in there, some tight rotation. That is probably where the center would be if it's on the ground. If the tornado's on the ground, it would be right here in this particular area right now, sliding up toward the east. This one moving, was it at 40 miles per hour?
Yes.
About 40 miles per hour up toward the north and east. So it's continuing to slide further off, which is probably why that polygon begins to slip further off to the north, which includes Griffin, as it continues to spread further out. So we put a track on this right now, moving at about 40 miles per hour. Let's see how long it would take to get over toward the Griffin area right now. So if you're living in the Griffin area, for example, right now we're looking at that storm making it over toward you right around 4:39. All right, and so be very careful. Now the current time is 4:10, so that could be in your area. Go ahead and get your safety plan ready. Go ahead and get your batteries, your phone, get everything ready, and get into that central portions of your house, the lowest portion of the house, and into the central area, because this will be coming towards you. Carmel, right on top of you right about now, over toward Rover as well, could be there by 4:32. So we'll continue to watch that as this storm continues to slide over toward the east. Hopefully, we'll continue to lose some of its strength as it pushes over toward the east. But what Chris and I have been seeing with some of these storms is that they'll quickly spin up, and then they'll kind of die out a little bit, and then they can pulse back up again. And so that's what we've been watching and continue to watch as we head through the rest of the afternoon with these thunderstorms continue to push further over toward the east. Wide area of thunderstorms. Wide area of damage being reported. Even got some ponding on the roadways. You had even reports of a lot of trees down, some power outages as well as this continues to push further over to the east. Look at all the warnings that we have throughout the area right along this main line of storms that are pushing further off toward the east. Numerous lightning strikes associated with it as well, especially down toward the Peachtree City area. Look at all that lightning just south of Peachtree City, closer to where we have that confirmed tornado as far as radar indicates a confirmed air tornado there. This will be headed towards you. So Edenton, Social Circle, even up in the Athens area. If I'm you, that severe thunderstorm warning is just about over into your area. So western portions of Clark County certainly need to be on the lookout for these strong storms coming your way. Severe thunderstorms continue until 4:30 for parts of Clayton, Coweta, Fayette, and Fulton County. That'll last until 4:30. You also have severe thunderstorm warnings for Gwinnett, Newton, Rockdale, and Walton counties. That will last until 4:45. So we got still a ways to go with these storms as they push over toward the east. Forest Park, Riverdale, calling out your name because you have these strong storms over you right now. Union City, Stockbridge as well. Jonesboro, be on the lookout. Right,
Chesley,
we got the heavy rain over you right now.
I want to tell you now, we're just getting. I want you to stay right there though, near Kenwood, right there.
Right
yeah,
there.
The National Weather Service saying that we have some circulation tightening up there west of Jonesboro. That's why I wanted to move down there so you could see what we're watching. This again is not a tornado warning. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there.
Yeah.
But this is circulation tightening up right at Kenwood near Thomas Road, just west of Jonesboro at Lake Jodeco Road. This, again, as you've been saying, we have to watch these cells. If it tightens up, we may see a new warning out of this.
Yeah, this could be our very next warning, folks. Very well. If you're over the Kenwood
there it
area,
is.
there
It just happened right there.
It is. Good call there, Chris. And so, folks, when we talk about this rotation, even though if there's not a tornado warning in your area, you definitely need to go ahead and take the necessary precautions because our radar is indicating that, right? And so you have a new tornado warning.
That's a new scan right there, Chesley. Right there, Lake
yep.
Terra.
Yeah, Lake Terra, right there. See that rotation right there? And so, wow, that looks very impressive right
does.
there. Widen out just a little bit. Well, stay right here. We want to call out some of these roads. So North Main Street over toward Lake Terra. Let's say Mount Zion Road. If you hear your name being called out, you definitely need to go to your safe place right now. I'd say even further upstream, over toward Davison Parkway, Stockbridge, you definitely need to take the necessary precautions right now. This storm is headed in your direction. Right now, we have a good rotation with this tornado warning that you see heading over toward the east. So Stockbridge, you're under the gun with this. How fast is it moving? About 40 miles per hour?
35 to 40 miles an hour.
35 to 40 miles an hour, so it's not going to take long to get into the Stockbridge area over toward White House as well. You see the timeline here, so Kellytown, places like Kellytown, you're looking at 439. This rotation could be over you, a possible tornado that could be on the ground. If it holds together, could make it over toward Pace around 451, even into Covington. We'll be looking at this in your area just after 5 o'clock. And so again, be very careful if you're down here. And it's been very on the south side of town that we've been seeing the strongest storms that have been producing these spin up tornadoes. South of the airport is where we've been seeing that, even though we did have a warning in the metro area over toward DeKalb County earlier, but that was a real quick spin up and then it died out. But south of the city is where it has been the strongest. We've been calling out a lot of neighborhoods down here. So again, be very, very careful with this tornado warning now lasting until about 4:45 for Henry County and Rockdale County as well. Chris?
Yeah, Chesley, I want to widen out a little bit too. I know we've been zooming in tight to a lot of these storms, but I want to give you perspective of what we're watching with now numerous warnings that we have. Severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings. The red polygons that you see here is where we have these latest tornado warnings. This is the one that was just issued for Clayton County, moving into parts of Henry County, southern parts of Rockdale County, over into Newton County. That's what Chesley was just showing you. We were zooming in to that rotation just as the warning was issued. So there's one tornado warning here. This is Atlanta. This is just to the south of us. Another tornado warning. This one's still looking impressive here on the south side, where we have this other tornado warning that is still in effect for parts of Meriwether County. Now the brunt of that storm is now over parts of Pike County as well as Spalding County, where we have that warning that is in effect as well there on the south side. So two main tornado warnings that we're watching right now, and then we also have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for really that entire line as it stretches up north and east of the city here to the 985 corridor, 85 corridor, up into Jackson County, also into these areas of Banks County, severe thunderstorm warning. From that part of the line southward, down 85, down 985 here. Then as you get into Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, that's that line of storms. And then it gets stronger really when you get south of I-20 in this part right here, pushing down toward Thomaston. A new severe thunderstorm warning including Upson County as well. We just have to get this through here, and it's not going to linger. Then we'll be in the clear for a while later on tonight. So this is the brunt of that storm system continuing to move through. We also have another, let's see, this tornado warning here over to the east of us. That's just outside of our viewing area though. That's from Hancock County over near Thompson, Georgia. Again, that's just outside of our viewing area, but if you have interest over there, just know there's another tornado warning well to the east of us. But the main spots that we're watching right now, this circulation here, all right, just south of 285, just south of the airport. As a matter of fact, it might be good to check on that airport camera. If y'all want to put that up in boxes in a second here, we can see again those strong storms there on the south side near Jonesboro. That's moving over toward the east. You can see the very heavy rain still moving through. When I checked just a little while ago, the airport did have a ground stop. I want to look again. Yes, we still have a ground stop in effect right now for Hartsfield-Jackson due to the weather issues that we have going on right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. So a ground stop going on, low visibility, very heavy rain pushing through, and again a new tornado warning just south of the airport there at Jonesboro as that area moves over to the east. Let's come back to full screen now. I want to show you the velocity mode where this is the spot where we see that potential rotation. Here's East Point here. The airport is right around here. This is south of the airport where you see that rotation right here just west of Stockbridge. This is at 75. Also where you see 675 coming in. This is the 675 split area right here on the south side near Stockbridge. All right, so that's the rotation that was coming out of near Jonesboro, now moving over toward the east, continuing to move at about 40 miles an hour. I want to show the shear with this too. Okay, so that's good that we're not seeing as much shear with that right now. It'll be interesting to see how long the National Weather Service is going to want to hold on to this warning here. But still, we have that warning in effect for those spots just to the west of Stockbridge, moving over toward the east. Andrew, is your microphone? Go ahead and make sure if you've got anything for us. Your microphone.
Yeah.
You have something new here.
Yeah, we do have something new. This came in from Tracy A. McPherson. She's one of our reporters. She says up in Cobb County, a building wall has collapsed and multiple trees are into homes in 3 neighborhoods. So that's going to be Devon Mills, Ivy Point, and Cameron Crossing.
All right, so that is out of Cobb County from the severe thunderstorm warnings. We have our reporters on the scene indicating some of that damage there. So we're getting damage even in these spots where we don't have tornado warnings. This line of storms covers a large area where we have some strong winds with them, heavy rain too. So we are getting reports of damage really scattered all around a lot of spots here. We do have, I want to show you this really quick. They are starting to cancel part of the tornado watch. All right, so this is the tornado watch that's in effect until 7. Since the strongest of the storms have already moved down to the south, they have canceled part of North and West Georgia. So what's going to happen is they're going to start taking away more of these counties as that storm system continues to move down toward the south and to the east. So you can keep up again at the bottom of your screen where we have the crawl rolling. That's where we have those counties that are still included in the tornado watch. But things, as this moves to the east, things will start to improve. But this is not over yet for folks on the south side and also to the east of us. We're holding on to those tornado warnings that are in effect now. This one, which is just south of the city, still for Clayton County, Henry County, moving into that northern part of Henry County, also into far western Newton County, southern parts of Rockdale County, because of this right here, south of Forest Park, now east of Jonesboro, where we had that rotation here, and then also keeping an eye on these down in Spalding County, where we had that impressive rotation coming out of Meriwether County and also into Pike County. With that rotation getting closer to the Griffin area right now. Let's go back to velocity mode. Wow, Chesley, that looks even more impressive right here with that rotation that we're seeing right here just to the west of Rover. All right, here's Griffin in Spalding County. This is north of Zebulon, just to the west of Rover. This still looking very impressive with this rotation now, pushing over toward the east. So I want, if you're in Rover, be in your tornado safe spot right now. If you're in Griffin, get into your tornado safe spot right now as this impressive look at rotation continues to move over toward the east, over toward the Griffin area. Then that's where we continue to have that severe, that tornado warning that is in effect. We're not seeing any real updates with that right now. Chesley, I'm not seeing anything new with that, but this rotation does look a little more impressive now. Let's look at the shear with it. Okay, so that shear has come back. We looked at this just a few minutes ago and it wasn't that impressive, but that shear now is coming back up now. It kind of lines up with what we were seeing around Rover with that rotation possible. This is going to catch up here when we get new scans that would move it over to near the Rover area. So Doppler radar really showing where we have that impressive looks at those storms and that rotation with the system continuing to push over to the east. So I want you in Griffin, over in Zebulon, to be prepared. We will see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning over to potentially include the rest of Spalding County, maybe Butts County, maybe the southern parts of Henry County, as that rotation is still impressive there on the south side. And then again, watching this near Stockbridge, just now west and north of Stockbridge. This rotation, yeah, still there, Chesley, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did just a few minutes ago. Yeah, Chesley just said it's starting to broaden out just a little bit, and I agree with what you're seeing there too. While we're looking at this, if y'all want to put up Thunder Truck in boxes too. All right, they just canceled the tornado warning for Meriwether and Pike. All right, so right down here, they just canceled the tornado warning for Meriwether and Pike, but they're continuing the tornado warning for Spalding. All right, so this is here with that rotation that we see right now. So Meriwether, Pike County, you're no longer included in this, but Spalding County, you are, because of that rotation that we're seeing right now. And Weather Service even saying we could have multiple multiple tornadoes and circulations in that Spalding County complex that is moving quickly over to the east, getting closer to the Griffin area. So in that part right here, Weather Service saying there are multiple areas of circulation there in Spalding County as the system moves over to the east. And then again, watching up to the north, that rotation near Stockbridge is still there. We still have a tornado warning in effect for you areas over in Stockbridge. It doesn't look as tight as it did a little bit earlier. Right now, the most impressive part of the circulation in these warnings is just to the west of Griffin. Here you see Storm Tracker Thunder Truck right now. Bo Beth Bates is there with Tyson Paul in our Thunder Truck right now. They have been following this line of storms from northwest Georgia now back toward the city. Bo Beth, tell us what you're experiencing there. Traffic not good there on 75 South.
Yes.
Bo Beth, you got me?
You're absolutely right, Chris. We've been tracking this, and this storm is really large. It's stretching all the way pretty much across much of North Georgia, and we started all the way northwest in Calhoun around 2 o'clock when that system started rolling in with the light rain. And as we made our way south, we saw periods where the rain was really heavy, but for short periods of time. Then it's been consistent for the last hour. Very light rain, but still very consistent. The droplets are also really large, so you can hear them at times on the windshield. But overall, what this is causing is a lot of mess on the roadways. You can see traffic really at a standstill, slowing down to under 15 miles an hour from much of the area as we get into the perimeter. Right now we're on 75 heading south, just passing Mount Perrin area, and you can see literally at a standstill all of the lanes on the southbound side. Northbound moving a little bit quicker, but again also slow on that side. And what we're noticing too is there is a lot of lightning with this system. As we started driving south, it was just periodically, every few minutes, we just saw more lightning after the other. Not so much hearing the thunder, but the lightning definitely was an issue as we made our way south, trying to come back into the city. And what we've also been noticing too about this storm is that the system is really causing a lot of people to get off the road. But let me get you another look on this highway right now. Just look how slow this is as we are continuing to move south into the area. Right now we're trying to get to Stockbridge, so we're heading towards the south area that you guys are talking about, where you're seeing some of those warnings still in effect, and we're seeing some of the concerns where people should start to take shelter. But I'm going to send it back to you inside the studio, Chris, so you can get us some more updates on those warnings.
All right, Beth, thank you for that. Beth, thank you for that information there on the south side. We have a new update on this warning here on the south side right now over near Griffin. This is now a confirmed tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado with a debris signature that's been showing up here. The National Weather Service just elevated this warning to what they're calling not only a radar confirmed tornado, but they are calling this a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS tornado warning here, with confirmation, a radar confirmed tornado with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Griffin, moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. I want to hold with this right now, over to the south of us right now. This is our focus right now, south of the city. Let me widen out just a little bit so you can have perspective of where we're watching. Here's Atlanta here. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here in our area. We were watching this circulation in Clayton County, now in North Henry County, but now this one to the south. This is over near Griffin. This is where the National Weather Service is saying this is a confirmed large tornado on the ground here. A radar confirmed and damaging tornado that they are calling a particularly dangerous situation with this tornado moving into Griffin right now. That is the circulation that we're watching. This, Chesley, does look like a classic view of where we see the red and green coming together, that hook echo coming together here with our velocity mode right over Griffin. So you over at Walker Mill, Griffin, I hope that you took our advice earlier and got in your tornado safe safe position when this system was over to the west of you, because this storm is now stronger over you in Griffin. I want to say the same thing for you folks in Tallahaga, also in Walker Mill, South McDonough Road, Orchard Hill, over toward Jackson Road. I want you to be in your tornado safe positions, because this is now what the Weather Service is calling a particularly dangerous situation with a tornado warning there near the Griffin area. Moving over to the east, this is moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. So this is really moving fast. I'm going to put a track on here. I expect that they will be extending this warning to include more counties at any time. You can see it's right here now over Spalding County, but I want you in Southern Henry to be prepared for this. I want you in Butts County to be prepared for this. They are most likely going to extend this warning over into Butts County, Southern Henry County, if this holds together right now. It is a very strong storm moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. So I want to put this track on here for you so you can see that area that we're watching moving pretty much to the east at 60 miles an hour. This is where that storm would be headed, into East Griffin at 4:31. Right now it's 4:30. 1 minute in East Griffin. All right, it'll be in your area. High Falls at 4:42. Jackson, Georgia in Butts County. You are not in a tornado warning right now, but I really anticipate that that warning is going to be extended over into Butts County. If it gets into Jackson, it would be at 4:46, then Flovilla at 4:49. Again, this is on the south side, down into parts of Spalding County. Look at the debris signature right here, where, oh yeah, we've been watching that. Very impressive. That is an impressive debris signature. What happens is on radar, it sends out echoes, all right, from the radar globe, all right, radar tower, and it picks up raindrops, or it can pick up debris that's actually lofted into the air. That's what we're seeing now from our radar. This is called the correlation coefficient, our debris finder, what we have here, and this is indicating. And this is why the National Weather Service is saying this is a confirmed radar indicated tornado, confirmed by them due to what we're seeing here from that debris signature, which is very evident between Griffin and Experiment there in Spalding County. All right. So here's Griffin, Georgia right now. And you can see that area that we're watching. Let's go back to velocity mode. Wow, that is a classic echo of what we see here in our velocity mode. You can see not only you have the reds and greens where we have the different particles and the different winds, but you can actually see almost some of that rotation that we're watching within that storm here down in Griffin. I'm going to put this back to reflectivity, and I want to look at our 3D. I know we don't show you this a lot, but let me widen out just a little bit here. I want to get a 3D view of this right now, right here through the Griffin area. All right, so we're seeing some pretty high tops with that. Let's move this back and forth a little bit right here, where we're seeing some good elevation within those storms. And again, we're watching that rotation that is pushing on off to the east, that strongest part of the storm right now over Griffin, Georgia. And it is moving over to the east. Chesley, I'm really expecting at any time that this would be extending the warning over into Butts County, possibly into Newton County. Now we have...
You have Rockdale, Henry, and Newton County. Just a warning just came out. No, I'm sorry, it was canceled.
Yeah, they just canceled it. Okay, so that one that was on the north side. Okay, so that's important that Chesley just saw there. The warning that we saw that was coming out of that rotation in Jonesboro, that was moving over toward the east, toward Rockdale, that tornado warning has been canceled, all right, because we're seeing that rotation that has weakened somewhat and is falling apart. Now, again, still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, but now the most active part of this system, where we have the most destruction. Okay, Chesley, there you go. You're right. We were talking about this potentially being extended to the north, and it now has been. This is now including Butts, Southern Henry, Newton, and Spalding County. Because of that storm moving up toward the north and east. This is the rotation that we're seeing. And you know, the National Weather Service was saying there are multiple areas of rotation that we're watching, and we're kind of seeing this is the main part right here south of Locust Grove, but we're actually seeing other little spots of some interesting rotation there where we can see some damage and strong winds along with that. This is the main part right here that just moved through Griffin. When the warning was first issued, it was showing the warning over Griffin. Now that with this new warning, we have it just to the east of Experiment, all right? Here's Experiment, there's Griffin. We had the Weather Service saying that it was strong there between Griffin and Experiment. Now that circulation is just to the south of Taulaga, right along Highway 155 at Walker Mill, Locust Grove Road. Here's Steele's Mill right there on 75. I'm not sure. We want to check on some of our DOT cameras. I think Andrew is still listening here. If we can get some of those DOT cameras right there at 75 near just south of Locust Grove. All right, I'd love to see those DOT cameras, because this circulation is about to cross over 75 right there. Again, that would be around Locust Grove and just to the south of Locust Grove. And again, there are multiple areas. This even looks like some rotation right here. And then this is the main part right here with that larger area of the debris of the rotation we're seeing also. Look at that, Chesley, that debris signature right there at Walker Mill and Jackson Road. Again, about to cross over 75. So it'd be interesting to see. Again, I know you are looking for some of those DOT cameras there on the south side with that rotation that continues to move on through. Chesley, you know, this is a type of rotation that as meteorologists we look at and see that that is just a classic view of what could be a strong tornado that's on the ground there.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's significant damage over into East Griffin area, East Griffin, and then headed up toward the Locust Grove area. This could be one of those long track tornadoes that we've been talking about that could form in our area, folks. This is a very significant area of rotation that we're looking at here. Again, confirmed by the radar right there. If you're in this area, please, 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 if you can hear us, go ahead and get to your safety spot right now, especially in the Locust Grove area, just south of Locust Grove, and I'd say also to the east of Locust Grove as well.
Just looking here at that latest warning to see what kind of other information we can glean from this. It's in effect until 5:15. Tornado producing storm over Walker Mill, 7 miles northeast of Griffin, moving northeast at 65. They're calling it a radar confirmed tornado, a damaging tornado there, and that was with that extension of that warning that now includes the southern parts of Henry County, also parts of Butts County as well, as those storms continue to roll through those areas. And again, they are very strong with, again, the National Weather Service just isn't saying this is a possible tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado that continues to move on over to the east of the area now, moving over to the east at about 60 to 65 miles an hour. So you folks in Butts County, I want you to be prepared over near Jackson. Also the southern parts of Henry County over near Locust Grove. Watching this here on the south side, 75, they're just to the south of Locust Grove is where we have that potential rotation that is most likely causing damage that was really strong in Griffin, now over east of Griffin, moving up toward Locust Grove, about to cross over 75 right now. And again, this warning is going to be in effect until 5:15 with that strong storm there on the south side. I want to widen out again just to give you perspective of what we are watching. Here in Atlanta, we have the strongest part of those storms now to the east and south of us. All right, we've got that thunder and lightning with these storms. We still have rain holding on here in the city of Atlanta, but really inside the perimeter now, even though we have rain, the strongest part of this is already moving to the east of us. But this is that strongest part, that leading edge here, along 85 up in from Gwinnett County over toward Barrow County, Jackson County, Hall County, Banks County, and then another warning here for South Gwinnett over into parts of Walton County, Oconee County, Clark County, all right, as those line of storms moving through. Even though these are not tornado warned storms, I want you guys to be very careful there, because we have numerous reports of wind damage with those storms pushing over toward the east of us, and then stretching down here as you get into Henry County. I want to get in a little bit tighter there, and then these storms have been stronger over to the east of us. Over to the south of us, down along I-20 and south of I-20, with these strongest storms. Now this tornado warning that is in effect with that impressive area of what we have seen there on velocity, indicating that rotation around Griffin, now moving up there through the Spalding County line. It is about to cross over here into southern Henry County. So multiple areas of rotation we're watching here along 75. This looks impressive here, still along 155. This is about to cross over 75 near Locust Grove and just south of 75, Highway 23 right here. Also, you have Jackson, Georgia here in parts of Butts County, where we are going to see these stronger storms that are about to move into your area. This is the part that, again, the Weather Service is saying radar confirmed tornado, where we had a debris signature there, meaning the wind and storms were strong enough to loft that debris up into the sky that we can detect there on radar. So that is the latest that we're watching with that. Again, this is going to be in effect until about 5:15 tonight with those storms moving over to the east. And again, moving very quickly at about 60 miles an hour. We have reports of power outages in DeKalb County. And we have to watch for this potential cycling that can occur. And what that means when we're watching storms like this, where we have a storm that can be really strong, it'll weaken, and then it could ramp up again. And that's what we call with cycling with these storms. Let's take a look at 75 South. All right, this is our DOT camera there at 75 South, just outside of Locust Grove. All right, that is the area that's under the gun right now with these storms. You can see there looks like a wire hanging down right there next to the camera that is blowing. You can see that that rain is pretty much moving sideways right now. Cars are moving along 75 very slowly. But you know, on one side of the road, I don't see anything at all. I would not be surprised if a lot of the cars there have just pulled over there on the side of the road. We just lost the camera, all right? It just locked up. But it may come back here in just a second. So that's not a good thing, that the wind was blowing so hard there and the rain was so strong that it made our camera lock up. This was along 75 where we saw that camera. Producer just told me this was just south of 75, our DOT camera there on 75. That's right where we see right now that bit of rotation, the strongest part of the storm. And as we're looking at that camera, it freezes up, most likely because of the weather conditions that we have right there. So very strong storms there on the south side. This continues to move over 75 right now, with the strongest part of that near Locust Grove, moving up toward the north and also to the east. This warning again extends over into Butts County, also the southern parts of Henry County, where we see that strongest part of the storm system moving through the area. Chesley, you've got a good perspective of what you're seeing there right now too.
Yeah, looking at what the Weather Service is saying, that they think it's starting to weaken just a little bit, but I'm still looking at the Vales, and it has pretty decent rotation with it.
I think so
This
too.
is a
You're right.
big area. I mean, a very large area that we're looking at, which is why they have the tornadoes that they're looking at that could be possibly some more other areas of rotation around this. This still looks pretty impressive to me, but they're saying it's starting to broaden just a little bit. This is the Locust Grove area. I think now just to the east of that is where you're going to find that. This is a tornado warning that will last until 5:15. If you're in this area, in and around, I'll say, this area, definitely need to get to your safety place right now. This particular cell has a history of producing maybe some very, very significant damage just back off to the west of this as it continued to slide up toward the north. We've been watching this continue to intensify and then break down a little bit and intensify. And that's what we thought with this level 3 threat for severe weather, especially this time of year. This is what you would get in this particular area. Mainly south of the city of Atlanta is where we've been finding these tornadoes popping up. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings just to the city and northward. But this is where all the action has been. It's going to be very interesting to see once things begin to settle down, the winds start to die down, and we get a chance to look at some of the damage. A lot of it being reported already because we still have daylight out there. But if you're in this area or even just west of this area and you think that maybe your area has been damaged, you may want to wait just a little while, give it some time before you go out. Certainly the rain is going to continue to stay with us as well as we continue through this particular area. But this area down here toward Locust Grove in southern Henry County is what we've been focused on right now because of that circulation has looked so impressive. When we look at the debris signature, when we look at the Vales, the winds blowing in opposite directions, it has been very impressive. We're still looking at numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, as you can see, now starting to advance a little bit further over to the east now. a significant up here to the north, where we've seen that stronger winds now starting to head toward the Athens area. So Clark County, get ready. These strong thunderstorms are headed towards you. Right now, just looking at winds, maybe up to about 60 miles per hour, but that could knock over some trees, could do some damage to maybe a little bit of your roofs or some of the siding on your house. And so you have to be on the lookout for that. Where we have seen some of that damage, or have numerous reports in places like Cobb County, now starting to see some of that rain begin to taper off. So conditions getting better here. It's along this main line where we've been seeing a lot of the damage, the winds up to about 60 miles per hour, and even some of those tornadoes starting to pop up. And so be very careful. Our focus really on the the tornado warning that's down here over toward the Locust Grove area. You can see that lifting a little bit further off to the north. Weather Service saying some of this has begun to lift just a little bit. And I can see where they've been saying that, because this is starting to broaden out just a little bit, Chris, where it was a little bit more tight when it was a little bit further back off to the west. Now it's starting to broaden out just a little bit there.
You're right. I see what they're saying here. I agree with that broadening out just a little bit. But again, what happens with this many times is that these storms will cycle, meaning they're very strong, and then they weaken a little bit, and you think, okay, it's ending, but then they ramp up again. So this could be one of those phases in that cycling pattern that we often see with this. But this is, again, that area that we're watching on the south side with those stronger storms here. This is Atlanta, right up here, all right? So we're talking about down to the south of us, down 75. Speaking of 75, we have another camera we can show you here from the DOT cameras. This is near that same spot where we showed you a camera a little bit earlier, that as we were watching it, the rain was going sideways, and then the camera froze up on us. This is another one. This is at 75 South, near where we showed you. Again, this is near Locust Grove. So the brunt of the storm has already moved through that area now, and you can see that it doesn't look as bad as it did earlier when these storms were much stronger there on the south side, but there's a lot of water on the roads. Traffic is now moving on those roads too. But you can see maybe over on the exit ramp on the side, a couple of cars and trucks that have stopped, most likely just wanting to wait for this system to move through before they start. We have reports here of major structural damage at a shopping center across from Walmart in Griffin, with debris on the street. That, again, for our folks in our control room and our assignment editors listening there, again, near Griffin, for any of our reporters that are down into that area, we have reports of major structural damage at a shopping center across from the Walmart in Griffin, Georgia, with debris on the street. So hopefully we can get somebody. I know we've got our reporters, photographers are all out over the area, but that is a confirmation of some pretty major damage that we think around the Griffin area. And as Chesley said, he just said a moment ago, I wouldn't be surprised if we have major damage there based on what we were seeing from that radar signature and that velocity debris signature that we saw, and the debris finder showing that as well. I want to take you back to the shear mode right here. This is indicating where we have some of that rotation possible there, and it still is showing a good showing on radar of that rotation east now of Locust Grove and east of 75 over near Griffin Road to Jenkinsburg, getting just north of Jackson. This would be moving closer to Worthville with these storms moving up toward the north and to the east. Again, pretty quickly at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. The speed of the storm keeps changing a little bit with those storms that roll on through. I want to take you back now, again, closer to the city. We're keeping an eye on these storms. Again, we don't have a tornado warning with these, but these are severe thunderstorm warnings now to the east of Lawrenceville, over toward Walton County near Monroe, and over toward Athens in Clark County, where we have these warnings. And every time the National Weather Service issues these new severe thunderstorm warnings, they tag it with tornado possible, meaning that even though we don't have tornado warnings here to the north and east of the city and east of us right now, we could see one develop at any time. Because these storms are so strong, the ingredients are there. We can see rotation developing at any time with these storms. There's that line. You can see that wind shift pretty much along with that line of storms moving through. But it's down here on the south side, right there on the Henry and Butts County line, where we still see this rotation that is still evident. It's not as tight It's not as strong as it was a little bit earlier, but still rotation showing up there at the southern Henry, northern Butts County line. This is into Newton County right here. There's I-20 at Covington, okay? So we're talking about south of Covington there in Newton County, right at the Butts, Newton, and Henry County line is where we're still seeing some rotation there. If the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning more over to the east, they would be doing that pretty soon. They haven't done that yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did that soon. We have reports also of trees down across roads and houses in Henry County from these storms that are rolling through. So we are getting confirmation now of damage, not just in one area, but this is a widespread areas of damage that we're seeing now through the south side, through Metro Atlanta. We had them in West Georgia earlier. Now they're over to the east of us. So many areas impacted by these storms that continue to push over to the south and east of us. And now mainly the brunt of that is over on the east side too. Chesley, you got new stuff?
Major structural damage to a Hobby Lobby store in Griffin. That's damaged the power lines there, approximately 1600 Highway 19. So we're getting now in that particular area. We're hearing major structural damage.
Yes, and it's not. We're not just talking about the shingles on roofs that are damaged or anything. We're getting reports now of major structural damage with some of these storms that move on over to the east. We're getting additional. All right, this may be a good sign for us, Chesley, as that severe thunderstorm warning now in line with this tornado warning. So the tornado warning is still in effect, all right, until I believe this warning is in effect until 5:15. Let me just get an update on that right here for that tornado warning there that's near Jackson. Yeah, that one is in effect until 5:15. The Weather Service now has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning over to the east of that. So what we're seeing here is that, again, they're saying that a tornado is still possible as this moves to the east, but they're seeing the signs of that rotation weakening somewhat, not strong enough really to issue a new warning to the east, but they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. So as we've been saying, we have to watch for that cycling that is possible with these storms, how they ramp up, get strong, they'll weaken a little bit, and they could ramp up again. So we'll have to keep watching these as they move into the southern parts of Newton County here, also into Morgan County, Putnam County, Jasper County, where we see these stronger storms that move on over to the east. That would be over near the Monticello area where these storms are still going to be strong, pushing into those spots there to the east of us. Let me get in a little bit tighter here. There's Monticello there. Again, Jasper County. These storms, that's the strongest part. There's that rotation that we're watching on the Henry and Butts County line, pushing into the southern parts of Newton County, where that warning is still in effect until 5:15. But the good news, Chesley, is that we're not seeing that additional tornado warning get extended here. We have pictures of some damage in the Austell area. Y'all feel free in the control room. This is in Cobb County. Now again, this is not where we had a tornado warning. This is from severe thunderstorms and strong winds. This is strong storms that move through there, and that just goes to show you what kind of damage that we have on there. Also, Blairs Bridge Road and Oak Bridge Parkway is where this damage is. That is a brick building, it looks like, right? That is a strong structure that has had to deal with that damage now from the storms that were very strong with those strong winds in Cobb County. So thanks for sharing that with us there. Back to the bigger picture, let's get a perspective now of what we are watching as the storms roll through. Things have calmed down greatly in West Georgia and Northwest Georgia. This is interesting here. Along with the front, there's actually another tornado warning that just developed there in North Alabama. Now that will probably weaken. I really feel like most of Northwest Georgia should be okay now with the calmer conditions. We're seeing the back edge of this rain and storm system about to move through the Atlanta area. That line of the strongest storms, though, just to the east of the city, stretching from parts of Banks County, moving down into Jackson County. That's just to the east of Jefferson right now, that strongest part, but about to move into Athens, moving down into Oconee County. We also have this here with the severe thunderstorm warning in areas of Walton County, as I mentioned, Oconee County, Morgan County, but still watching that tornado warning that is into still those areas of Butts County. That is supposed to expire at 5:15. I would be interested to see if they're going to cancel that earlier with those storms as they continue to push on over to the east of us. And again, let's check out velocity mode for any of these other cells here over toward Athens. Again, watching very closely any of that activity that could have any rotation there along with it. Very active afternoon. We've been telling you about this for the past few days. This storm, a fast mover, but very heavy rain, a lot of wind damage, and of course that potential for tornadoes as that system continues to move over to the east. We are seeing now things tapering off somewhat in Atlanta, but it is still very strong over on the east side right now with that heaviest rain. That really just at the edge of that tornado warning right now is where we have that bit of rotation that is still there. All right, that's still showing up as rotation, not as tight as it was earlier, but right here along 212. So this is the end of the polygon right here, the tornado warning polygon, all right, that we see right here. So this is about to move out of that polygon, still moving up into Newton County near New Bern, where again, the Weather Service has not extended that warning eastward as far as a tornado warning, but they do have a severe thunderstorm warning for those counties just to the east, and saying that we also have that potential for some rotation to still hold together with that, and a tornado warning possible. That hook echo is still looking very impressive there as well, with that storm pushing on over to the east and moving very quickly. Chesley, let me tell you, Chesley's been here for probably 14 hours now. He has not left. He is sticking with us with these storms, keeping an eye. We've got some major damage still. Downtown Griffin and Experiment with houses damaged. They're even saying an emergency manager there saying that some people may be trapped in some of those storms. Again, that's in Spalding County between Griffin and Experiment. That is right over here. That's that same storm where we have that tornado warning still in effect. Chesley?
Yeah, when we were looking at that, Chris, it was just hard to look at it and say, oh no. I mean, we were trying to look at it and trying to be scientific, letting you know and warn, but you could just look at that and tell just by the radar and the tools that we use that was going to be significant, and we do hear significant reports from the damage, and that's what we're getting in right now.
Chesley, they just expanded that warning.
Expanded that warning
Yep,
right there.
Right
You
there.
want to talk about that? Give it
no, go, you're right there at it. I'll plot it up there for you.
I appreciate that. You can see, I mean, this almost looks classic. This almost looks like it was something we'd see in our textbooks right here with that comma out of this. There's extending this now further off toward the north and east, so over toward Godfrey, Madison. You're undergun for this tornado warning. It will last until 5:30 p.m.
Let me give you the counties there. Butts, Jasper, Morgan, Newton, and Putnam.
Okay.
The new tornado warning until 5:30.
Until 5:30. So we're looking at this, still looking at rotation here. It was broadening out a little bit, probably starting to pulse up just a little bit, and so they decided to go ahead and put another warning on this as it continues to slide up toward the northeast. Very impressive with the storms that have been down here south of the city. So here's Covington here. There's New Bern. This is New Bern is in the polygon. There's that rotation right in here, and that's continuing to slide up toward the north and east. How fast is it moving, Chris?
This one is moving. Let me get the update here with that new warning here. They're now saying northeast at 55.
Okay, so they've been some up to 60 miles per hour,
Yeah.
50 mile per hour, 40 mile per hour as they continue to slide up toward the north. So pretty quick movers. And so you don't want to wait until it gets on top of you, folks. If you're in this particular area that we're looking at, and Chris is putting a track on this right now, if you're in the Godfrey area, Madison area, Buckhead, down to the south, the city of Buckhead, you want to look at this right around on 526. You definitely want to go ahead and take the necessary precautions and get into your safe place right now. Just tune us in on your app, folks, and we'll give you all the latest. As long as you're in your safe place, I think you will be fine. It's not going to take long for this storm to move up toward the north and east and bring some very gusty winds. Possibly even a tornado could be in your area by the time it makes it up toward, say, the Madison area by 520, over toward Grishamville by 530. And so if it holds together, it could make it up toward Union Point around 544. So it's something that we'll continue to monitor, but once it gets that far out, it's even further out of the polygon. And so hopefully will not hold together. We've been seeing them pulse up or intensify, and then they start to die out just a little bit. Even if it's not a tornado, by the time it makes it up toward Greensville, let's say, you could still be suffering some damage from those straight line winds, those winds up to about 60 miles per hour. We've been reporting steady winds in some of these thunderstorms up to 40 and 50 miles per hour, and that could do damage as well. Especially around this particular time, Chris, folks want to get out and about as far as picking up kids from school or trying to get dinner. Definitely wait until these storms are out of your area and before you go out at least. All right, keep us locked in here. We're going to continue to update you on these storms as they continue to push up toward the east. But right now, we do have that tornado warning that has now been extended now, coming out of this particular polygon, but moving into this next area where we're looking at those, the potential for a tornado on the ground there. So be on the lookout, folks.
Chesley, that is classic. That's just a classic hook echo
just
that we
something
see
we would
there.
see in a textbook. I mean,
exactly,
And when you see it like this, folks, which is why we're saying this, it's very likely that there could be a tornado on the ground producing some very significant damage in this particular area, Chris.
And, we were talking about it cycling, how we did see the rotation with that kind of weaken a little bit. Now it is cycling back up and looking more impressive here, too. We're going to start getting into some reports of damage. For our control room, I want to go to some reports of the damage here with Tracy Amick Pier in just a second, but I'd love to, I'd want to keep this in a double box because I want to keep radar up at all times. But Tracy Amick Pier right now is in Cobb County. This was the picture in Austell. This is the picture that we showed earlier, and this now is a live camera on location. Tracy, are you plugged in? Can you talk to us now? What are you seeing there?
Those are cinder blocks.
I can. Right now we're seeing a lot of damage here. This is the 18-wheeler truck part and chrome warehouse here. It's at 7105 Oak Ridge Parkway. Of course, the neighborhoods behind here started calling into Cobb County at around 3:30 that they saw a tornado. We heard that trees were entering into homes, and then just a few minutes later, it hit right here. You can see these are cinder blocks. I mean, this is a huge wall. This building has been here for years. No longer is there a side wall on the west side. You can see they're picking up the damage right now. Of course, we just pulled up here a few minutes ago, and thankfully we ran into Heaven Dunn. She was here. Come right here, Heaven. Now, you were here when it happened. Take me through, how did it sound? How scared were you? I mean, you were saying that this was a pretty frightening experience.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, the storm was picking up. The door to the front of the store started blowing open, and there was like dust devils running through the parking lot. And then I just hear crashing, and one of the guys from the back is running up to the front saying that the whole entire wall had fell down, and I was just in disbelief.
And of course, when we heard it was a warehouse wall, we were imagining something maybe metal that had flipped off, but this is pretty severe. Look at all the weight of this, like something to take this down. Thankfully, no one was hurt here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and right now it looks like they are picking up the pieces. Of course, Cobb County says that they will be assessing the damage in the neighborhoods as well through tomorrow. Of course, they're going to wait later to find out if this actually was a tornado that touched down. All signs, of course, point to yes, but of course, it's not official yet. Thankfully, as we said, no one here was hurt. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you for that report. Now that we're seeing, and we're going to be seeing many areas of where we're getting damage from these storms. That, again, is over near Austell. Where that, again, mentioning that wasn't a fiberglass wall or anything. Those were bricks and cinder blocks that were heavily damaged from the strong winds with that storm. And again, no confirmation, even though that damage looks bad, straight line winds can also cause a lot of damage too. And so the Weather Service is going to have to go to determine whether or not that was actual rotation from a tornado or really strong straight line winds that cause that damage. Straight line winds can cause just as much damage as a tornado. So just because you're seeing that doesn't mean for sure that it was a tornado. So we'll have to wait and see if that is confirmed. We have had, though, radar confirmed tornadoes here in our area on the south side. Speaking of damage, we mentioned earlier down near Griffin of a shopping center damaged, a Hobby Lobby store heavily damaged in the Griffin area. We've got trees down in DeKalb County right now, reported by some areas. So these storms, very strong, and we're going to be shifting from tracking these storms now to tracking the damage as this system is moving quickly. In Atlanta right now, our severe weather threat is pretty much ending. We're seeing the back edge of the rain push through the city right now. We have dried out now. In fact, you saw in Ackworth with Tracy Amick Pier, we're showing the damage there. It's still wet, but no active rain falling in those areas right now because that line is moving out. Now, there's one thing we're watching, another bit of rain that is developing in northwest Georgia with severe thunderstorm warning in Dayton Walker. This is the actual front to the west. So we can't really call the all clear once this moves out. We might still have some individual cells that we'll be watching for the early evening hours. But the main area of storms and severe weather is pushing over toward the east of us right now, east of Atlanta. Still, we're going to stay on with you here for those of you who are, excuse me, who are on the east side. I want you to be prepared for these storms that are rolling through. The strongest part of this right now is this. This is what Chesley was showing us, that hook echo that we have right now just south of I-20. This is where we have that other tornado warning that is in effect, still looking very impressive between Monticello, Covington, and Madison. This area right here. You've got Lake Oconee right here, all right, near the Eatonton area, right on the line between Putnam, Morgan, and Greene County. That's Lake Oconee. So these storms are about to move in. When you see it go from no rain, then green, yellow, orange, and red in a very short distance there, that's indicating very strong winds, and we're going to have a really strong wind field along with this line of storms as it pushes off to the east from Monticello over into Eatonton. I want to take you back here though to that area of rotation that we're watching right now near New Bern. This is where we have that rotation, maybe a little bit broader now than it was just a few minutes ago, but we still have that tornado warning that is in effect for the Newton County area right here, the northern parts of Jasper County, that extends over into Morgan County, parts of Upson County as well, with that rotation that is still impressive over on the east side of us. With those storms moving east very quickly at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Back here to Metro Atlanta, and you can see that back edge of the storms moving through. Athens, you are still getting in on some of that heavier rain and storms that are pushing through. You can see here that yellow polygon right here, which is a severe thunderstorm warning. That does include the area of Walton County, also over into northern Morgan County, Oconee County, Clark County as well, with these strong storms. Very strong winds in association with that moving over toward the east. Thunder and lightning, very heavy rain with those storms too, pushing through the east side now. Once this line moves to the east of Athens, and once it moves to the east of Eatonton, that's when it moves into the Augusta viewing area. And that's when we're going to focus our attention now, not necessarily on tracking the storms, but that's when our focus is going to be here on the damage that is left behind. Now, while we're tracking these storms, I want you to know we're going to see some big time temperature shifts. I want to show you the temperature map right now because we did get up into the lower 70s today. And this line of storms is in association with a cold front. Up ahead of that front is where we had that really warm air, all right, in the 70s. But now look what has happened. We have dropped to 57 in Atlanta right now. A big time drop as that cold air is moving in. A lot of that is rain-cooled air, as well as the colder air that's moving in along with the front. So our atmosphere is going to start to stabilize just a little bit, and this severe weather threat, as that main line of storms moves out, will diminish. I want to give you another look at the tornado watch. This is in effect until 7 o'clock. This did cover pretty much all of northwest Georgia earlier, but now as these storms move away, the National Weather Service is taking some of these counties out of the watch. I expect that we will be removed from that watch pretty soon, or at least when it expires by 7 o'clock tonight. So here again is a look at the radar, widen out a little bit more to give you that perspective of what we're watching. Again, I want to keep an eye on these just little cells here back into Alabama that are still generating along with the actual front that's moving through. There's still severe weather up in Dade and Walker County, but the main area of rain, the main event, is now to the east of Atlanta. That's about to move through Athens, about to push through these areas there near Lake Oconee along I-20, and we're still dealing with that rotation that is on the east side right now over for those areas into Chesley, you know, kind of looking at this. I do see that weakening trend continuing as this moves toward Madison, but we still don't want you to let your guard down. This warning is in effect until 5:15. And again, it could be in a cycling pattern right now where it was really strong, weakening. This could be just in a weakening phase before it ramps up again. So folks in Madison and Morgan County, right there along I-20, I want y'all to, again, be in your tornado positions there, your safe zone, as this is part of that rotation that's still holding together, not as strong as it was earlier when it caused major structural damage in parts of Griffin. That's going to move up toward the north and east, toward the Madison area. So I want you to be safe there. Again, that's out along I-20, not too far off from Lake Oconee, which is right over here at the Putnam, Morgan, and Greene County line. And so we're just waiting to see again, if this warning is going to be extended over to the east into parts of Greene County. We'll keep an eye on that as it moves on through. And again, we're getting reports of that major structural damage down near the Griffin area to a Hobby Lobby there. Also, we have power outages in McDonough, in Henry County. Additional damage really just scattered all around the area of reports that I'm getting here from our National Weather Service chat showing where we have the damage that is taking place. So right now, this line of storms pretty much moving along the timeline that we were telling you yesterday, moving through the Atlanta area mid to late afternoon, exiting late afternoon to early evening. We're at 5:09 right now. And you can see that those storms that are now about to move, once they get east of Athens and east of Lake Oconee, that's when it's going to move into the Augusta area. And that's when we can focus on getting into our coverage about the damage that we have. And again, it's widespread. It's not just in those areas where we had tornado warnings. We're talking about damage scattered all around from strong winds, damaging winds, and heavy rain from these storms pushing through the area. And as you saw, there in Cobb County, major structural damage there as well at that warehouse. That was a brick and cinder block walls that just tumbled down from the strong winds there. Again, here's the latest that we're watching. This warning is supposed to expire in 5 minutes. Chesley, my chat just disappeared. I don't know if you still have yours up or not. I don't know if they're giving us any indication of, I'm sure they'll hold on to this at least until 5:15, whether or not they're going to extend that over into Greene County.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything where they're going to drop it, so I suspect that they're going to hold on to it.
Okay, all right. So that's that area that we're watching there over on the east side, and then it'll be pushing out. Here in Atlanta, things are improving. Do you have the video of that? We have some tree down on the interstate. This is right there at, what county? I can't see that at the top of the screen there. A tree down on the interstate. This is from
I-75.
two people were talking, 75.
Yeah, I-75. Toll Point.
Toll Point 2. I'm assuming that's on the south side of 75, most likely toward, must be closer to Henry County, maybe down toward Butts County, where this is a tree on the road. Y'all find out exactly where Toll Point Road is, because that helps our viewers know exactly this area that we're talking about, but that is impacting traffic now. I'm assuming this is on the south side of where this tree is down on the interstate there at 75. Tornado warning continuing here on the east side over into Morgan County, Jasper County, northern parts of Putnam County. We are seeing that rotation with this is not as impressive now as it was just a little bit earlier. It has really broadened out a little bit more, so it may be that in 4 minutes they will allow this warning to expire as it moves over into Greene County, but still some strong winds up into Watkinsville, Oconee County, over near Athens. This main line now exiting, moving over to the east of us, pushing over to the Augusta viewing area. So we're going to be able to shift our focus here from, instead of tracking the storm since they're pushing out of our viewing area now, to looking at all the damage that has been left behind here. I know we have Storm Tracker Thunder Truck. I see it over in the monitor there. They are sitting in traffic with the very heavy rain that has been moving through too. They are now pretty much into the city of Atlanta. They've been tracking the storm as it's been moving from northwest Georgia now through the city of Atlanta with those strong storms that continue. And again, you can see, add water to our roads and you know what this does at traffic, and this is probably the worst time for some of these storms to roll through. Just just when we get to rush hour with very heavy rain that's been moving through. And again, we showed you that traffic camera. Did y'all ever get us a specific location of where that is on the south side? That was in McDonough. Okay, so can we go back to that traffic camera? That was on 75 South in McDonough. We were assuming that was on the south side, but that is where we have a tree on the road, 75 south of Atlanta in Henry County near McDonough, where we have that strongest storm that gave us that damage, blew a tree across the interstate. That is causing some issues on the road right now on 75 there on the south side. So here is a look again. Before I go to Tracy, I just want to get another look at this storm here along I-20. I really feel like that hook echo is kind of ramping back up again. What we watch for this, again, the cycling of the rotation with the storms, maybe weakening a little bit and then ramping back up. Again, velocity shows it kind of broad. But I want you in Madison, Georgia, over to the east of us along 278 and Interstate 20, right before you get to Lake Oconee. This is Lake Oconee right here, where I-20 crosses over there. So this is in the city of Buckhead over there near Lake Oconee. I want you to be prepared as this rotation moves to the north and to the east, where we have that potential rotation still staying with us, and we're waiting to see if the National Weather Service is going to extend that warning over into parts of Greene County. So that's what we'll be watching. This is supposed to expire at 5:15, which is really in 30 seconds. We'll see this red polygon disappear, and then we will see if they issue a new warning. Let's go ahead and go to Tracy Amick Pier right now while we're waiting to see if that warning is extended over on the east side. Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing a lot of damage around. Tracy, you're up near Ackworth. You just showed us a few moments ago that brick and cinder block wall that collapsed on that warehouse. You've also got trees down there too.
That's right. We didn't have to go very far. Of course, we just joined you a few minutes ago from 7105 Oak Ridge Parkway. That building is right there. We just had to walk to the side of the street to another building at 7100. Now this is Underwood HVAC. This huge tree, you can see how it's kind of twisted and taken down. Of course, the wind was blowing and the people at the building next door were dealing with that. And as they're doing that, possibly a tornado came right next door and took this tree down. Of course, we're getting reports of trees down in other areas around Austell, like Ivy Point, Devon Mills, and Cameron Crossing. Those neighborhoods apparently saw a tornado in their neighborhood, and then trees started coming down onto their homes. Thankfully, it looks like this tree only came down in the parking lot. It doesn't seem to have caused any structural damage to this building. Of course, huge tree came down. There's a sidewalk right behind it. And earlier, when I was talking to the woman who was inside of that building when the wall came down, she said that there are actually a lot of pedestrians normally walking up and down this road. It's a very pedestrian heavy road. So when that wall came down, had the timing not been any different, it really could have caused a lot of injury. Thankfully, so far as we know, no one here has been hurt. But I mean, take a look at this tree. It's huge. And this is one of very many trees that we'll be covering. We're going to try to head over to those neighborhoods in a bit if we can get through. Of course, Cobb County said they were having difficulty getting back there because trees were down, roads were blocked, lots of traffic, but we will keep covering the damage and bringing it to you. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you for that. You know, this is just the beginning of the damage that we're going to be seeing here. We mentioned earlier we have reports of major structural damage in Griffin and Spalding County. I'm sure we have crews that are either in that area or getting close to that area right now. Hobby Lobby store, allegedly, from what we're hearing here, has been heavily damaged, structural damage. Now, as Tracy was talking, the National Weather Service canceled that warning, the tornado warning, over into those areas of Madison, Morgan County, Putnam County, and also Jasper County. They have replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, over on the east side, I don't want you, okay, they may have to issue another tornado warning, they're saying, for Morgan County, as we have another comma head feature that's kind of showing up there. So I'm going to stick with this for a while. Let me know in the control room if we have other areas of damage that we can show and other reporters that we can go to here. But I don't want to totally let go of our weather tracking this yet. Even though we have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect, no tornado warnings now in effect. National Weather Service is saying they may reissue a tornado warning because of this. Right now, that comma formation that we're seeing here, indicating maybe that rotation is ramping back up a little bit. So I want to hang with this to see if they do that, whether or not they would issue a warning for potentially Morgan County or into parts of Greene County as well. Let's look at the velocity mode. Yeah, still showing that rotation there. With that, that is right over Madison right now. If you're familiar with Madison, out I-20, very beautiful old homes there, right north of the interstate. We're seeing that rotation right now over Madison. Again, not a confirmed tornado or anything, but our Doppler radar indicating that potential rotation with that over Madison. This may be cycling back up again. That would move over, closer to Greene County, toward Greshamville. Excuse me, maybe if they do issue a new warning. They're saying if they issued one, it would be a small one and hopefully not include a lot of counties there. So we're keeping an eye on that in Madison. So let me give you, again, that perspective of what we are watching here as the main line of storms has moved through the Atlanta area. It's now over to the east of us. I want to put this into motion here. It was a really fast mover. This is a 2-hour loop. So you saw those storms 2 hours ago that went through Atlanta. They were very strong, and we saw that structural damage in Ackworth with that. That's continuing to push over to the east of us. Now exiting, it's a fast mover. We still are holding on to the severe thunderstorm warning in Morgan County, also into parts of Greene County, and they're just to the east of Athens, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning. Also, Putnam County continuing in a severe thunderstorm warning there as well, with this on the south side. So that's really including these counties north of Macon and up toward I-20, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning, new one that was just issued. It's going to be in effect until 6 o'clock. And then also that other severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock for Greene, Morgan, Oconee County, excuse me, Oglethorpe County, and also into Tolliver County. With those warnings there. And again, they're saying with these warnings, at any time we could see some rotation developing with that. But so far, no new tornado warnings out of this system moving over toward the east of us at this hour. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings with that potential for some rotation. Chesley McNeil, you've been here for 14 hours, 15 hours probably. Chesley never went home.
Stop counting.
We did the noon show together, and we've just continued to move on. After he did the morning show today, we did the noon. We're going to overlap a little bit, but Chesley just can't leave when there's severe weather going on. He didn't want to leave. He wants to keep tracking this, keeping people safe here. We're seeing a little bit of a shift maybe in that level 3 threat.
Yeah, you can see it starting to shift a little bit further down to the south, where we had it up here to the north, which is a good sign for us with those storms starting to push a little bit further over toward the east. So that level 3 threat now mainly, let's say, east of Athens down toward the Macon area really is what we're looking at. And we'll start to see the National Weather Service trim back, and we've already seen that as far as the tornado watch. Now, the tornado watch continues for Atlanta right now into Athens, down toward the Macon area. But you can see our northernmost counties have been taken out of that, and I suspect they'll continue to trim this back as well. This will last until 7 o'clock tonight. But I think even before we get to that, it'll start to take effect, especially on some of our western counties where the rain has begun to subside. Now, as you mentioned earlier, we still have that front back off to the west, and we've been seeing these small cells start to pop up there. We even had a severe thunderstorm warning on one of those up into Dade, Walker County, but I think the atmosphere has been worked over a bit with all the thunderstorms that have moved through, that as those cells continue to push toward us, and they're very discrete, very small, isolated, they will continue to fall apart as well, and so we'll continue to watch that. But some good signs here so far. We've been also looking at the wind advisory. Now, keep in mind, the winds will not let up. Even after that front pushes through, we're expecting those winds to remain strong. Right now, we've been seeing those winds anywhere between 15 and 20 miles per hour, gusts as high as 40 miles per hour. In the thunderstorms, we've been seeing those winds up to 54, 55 miles per hour. And so, again, we have the wind advisory that will last until 11 o'clock. Now, this may be extended into tomorrow because even behind that front, we're expecting those northwest winds to stay on the strong side as well. Here's the latest on our forecast track model. You can see where a lot of the storms now have begun to push over toward the east. We're still tracking 1 or 2 severe severe thunderstorm warnings that are now in effect over toward the Madison area, down toward Eatonton. We still have those severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. No tornado warnings as of right now. They all have been allowed to expire, so that's some good news. Here's that line where the front is moving through, where we could still see maybe an isolated shower or two pop up. Could that become severe? Certainly we're watching it. It showed some signs of it up to the far northwest so far, but I think a lot of this will begin to die out as it pushes in because we're losing the daytime heating. The atmosphere has already been worked over, so even some drying may take place briefly, seeing a little bit of clearing before more of those clouds begin to push back in, and our winds will shift to more northwest, and they will be gusty as well, even windy as we head through the day tomorrow. It is going to be a cold day. We have experienced temperatures, as Chris said, in the 70s, low 70s so far today, but tomorrow, a total difference. We're going to see those temperatures fall into the 40s. As a matter of fact, 45 degrees will be your afternoon high temperature on Friday. Saturday, after a 31-degree start, we'll only make it up to 47. We'll have mostly sunny skies out there. We got a parade going on, and so it's going to be another cold day for us. We'll start to modify those temperatures a bit as we head into the latter half of the weekend. Going into Monday, you're looking at 57 degrees for your afternoon high temperature on MLK Day. Another look at the radar, Chris.
Yeah, I want to take you now, and behind me you can see this. We're go ahead and take this full if y'all don't mind. I want to give you a tour of some of our tower cams here. This is at the airport. This is from from Max 1. We had a ground stop at the airport earlier. The heaviest of the rain has already moved past the airport and is now we're seeing some sunshine actually breaking through as we're looking now a little bit toward the west. We still have 26-minute delays now at the airport. I also want to show you what we are watching here with our tower cams indicating this is a view in Newnan. So we had really heavy rain and storms that rolled through the Newnan area just a little bit earlier. Now we are seeing some sun trying to break through there as well. I'm just going to give you a tour of some of these. This is up in northwest Georgia, actually northeast Georgia. This is up in Blue Ridge. The roads are still wet. Clouds are still hanging in the Blue Ridge area. In Rome, it was very active in Rome just a little bit earlier, but look at that. All right, so the clouds have broken up a lot more as the sun is setting now. But we still have a couple of showers in northwest Georgia that we're watching in northwest Georgia. Again, just a couple of lingering showers there. I really think those will be diminishing here. And then Gwinnett County, this is right there at the Chamber of Commerce and the arena. Again, watching those clouds break. So we're seeing that main area of rain that is out of here now. And this is our tower cam there at Northside Hospital at Georgia 400. It's tilted up a little bit. So we're seeing the clouds, but also that sun that is setting there to the west. So we're beginning to see things get a lot quieter here in our area. We're going to stay with you here just for a couple more minutes. Then we're going to take a quick break and reset and begin our 5:30 newscast. We have reporters all over the place. We showed you Tracy Amick Pier. We also have reporters arriving on other locations where we have damage. We have 2 crews that are now into that major structural damage in that area of Spalding County near Griffin. So hang with us here. Even though in about 1 minute we're going to go to a break here just so we can reset, start our 5:30 show. But what I want to leave you with is these storms over on the east side right now into Putnam County, Baldwin County, Greene County, Morgan County, severe thunderstorm warnings. We have been watching some of that rotation with some of those storms. It is not ramping back up yet. They were thinking about potentially having to issue a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service has not done that yet. It is possible, though, we could still have another tornado warning there in parts of Putnam County or into Morgan County or into Greene County. So Chesley and I are here. Andrew Wilson is here as well. We're watching this very closely with these storms that are now about to exit our viewing area. And then we're going to shift our attention to, number one, the damage that is left behind, the winds that are still going to be whipping up behind this system, as well as the damage that we have here. So keep it right here on 11 Alive. Short break right now to reset. We'll have more coming up at the bottom of the hour at 5:30 on 11 Alive News.
is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded.
11 Alive News at 5 p.m. starts now.
Right now, we are tracking severe weather across Metro Atlanta.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb is tracking the storm tonight. Hey, Chris.
Well, we've been tracking this all afternoon with you. We started on the air at noon. We went back on the air afternoon, tracking these storms moving through, multiple tornado warnings, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Now we are seeing the evidence of some of these storms that have been moving through with multiple reports of damage and even some major structural damage from these storms that have moved through. We have had confirmation of tornadoes, especially on the south side. Radar indicated confirmation with debris signatures from those storms a little bit earlier. And now that we're laying eyes on some of these storms, we do see some of that major structural damage as well. The latest we have on the storms right now is that main line is just to the east of us now. In Atlanta, things are a little quieter now. We have the back edge of the rain that has already moved through, but it was very active earlier with these storms that rolled through our area. Now, as you can see here on the east side, we have these storms. This is that main line of storms that continues to push over to the east. Still strong from Athens down to the south toward Eatonton, into Morgan County and Greene County, Oglethorpe County, also into Putnam County. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. These are going to be in effect for about another 30 minutes. We are watching still within this line the potential for some rotation to develop. So we're not totally finished with this area of rain and storms and severe weather from our viewing area. Once this gets past another tier of counties, it will be out of our viewing area, moving into the Augusta area, and we'll be able to kind of focus then on not just these storms, but also now the aftermath of the storms that are moving through. This is the main line: thunder, lightning, strong winds along with that. And again, at any moment, we could see some rotation developing from this because these storms have had a history of these tornadoes. This goes from Enterprise down toward Elder there in Oconee County, Greene County, along I-20. This is now to the east of Lake Oconee. right there at Greensboro, moving down close to just to the east of the Eatonton area too. That's about to cross over into Hancock County, passing from Greene County over toward Crawfordville. And then on the south side, still some storms there along with that. We did have reports of major structural damage in Griffin and Spalding County. We're going to be getting to that in just a little while too. But for us, the main area of rain has moved out. Our severe weather threat is pretty much diminished. We still have to the north and west of us, though, still a couple of spotty showers, but we don't expect anything severe out of these. Now we're going to go from what we were concentrating on severe weather now to the really cold air that's going to start moving our way tonight. We have already seen our temperatures fall from the lower 70s that we had earlier today now into the 50s, and these temperatures fall into the 30s here by tomorrow morning. Good bit of news right now is the tornado watch that was going to be in effect until 7 o'clock has been canceled now for much of the Atlanta area and North Georgia area as that severe weather threat has shifted over to the east. The tornado watch still in effect though for those parts of Putnam County, Morgan County, Greene County, Oglethorpe County, also into Jasper County as well. And then into parts of Lamar County, we still have that tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock. So now the severe weather threat is ending. We now are going to be watching the really cold air moving in, and we're going to be seeing a lot of people cleaning up the damage. Take a look at what we have out there right now with some pictures of some of the damage coming in. This is from Cobb County. Tracy A. McPeer, excuse me, was showing this earlier with damage to a warehouse in Austell, where this isn't just a fiberglass building. This is actually a brick wall and cinder block walls that were damaged by those strong winds that moved through earlier in severe weather. Again, this is in Cobb County. Tracy also showed us a little bit earlier where it's not only this wall on this warehouse, but just nearby, trees are down from this system as well. So this is a look at the evidence that is left behind. I want to take you now to LaGrange, where we also had a tornado warning that was in effect with some strong storms that rolled through there a little bit earlier. You see the damage left behind, power lines down, structures are damaged there as well. This is from Urin from the LaGrange area, showing us this damage now as he's driving through. Trees down on top of buildings, on top of structures. That tree looked like it was uprooted there in the LaGrange area too. We have reporters and photographers out in the field right now. The biggest damage that we are hearing so far from what we're getting from our contacts at the National Weather Service, as well as what we're getting here from ham operators in the area and emergency managers in the area, is major structural damage right now in the Griffin area. We have a Hobby Lobby that has been heavily damaged, a shopping center heavily damaged there, and we've got reporters on the way and photographers that are on scene that we'll be going to very soon. We also have been watching with Storm Tracker Thunder Truck, that area of rain. Bo Beth Yates has been in Thunder Truck along with Tyson Paul, our photographer. They've been following this down. Do we have Bo Beth right now that we can go to? They have been traveling from Northwest Georgia back into the city of Atlanta. Bo Beth, you guys have experienced a little bit of it all following those storms coming in. I see now a little sunshine breaking through. That's good news to you, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We have been driving from Northwest Georgia, started all the way in Calhoun, made our way through the storm. We've seen every aspect of this storm as we were coming down. We saw the rain start around 2 o'clock in Calhoun. Then we saw it become heavy at times in Rome. And as we continued to go south into town after the perimeter, it was just a steady drizzle of rain for several hours pretty much, and now that we've gotten south of town, we're seeing the rain just kind of slightly to our west. So things are slowly clearing up, but we're heading south, and we'll continue to bring you updates, and we're sending it right back to you, Chris.
All right, Bo Beth, thank you. You guys saw that heavy rain, that wind earlier, and now getting closer to the city, things are looking better, even though the traffic is not good out there right now. I mentioned earlier the damage that we had in Spalding County and Griffin. Here's some of the video, and and we'll be going there live in just a little while, but here's some of the video that we have. This is at the Walmart there in Griffin, in Spalding County, where look at the cars that were overturned. Of course, you've got the shopping carts overturned, but that is a car. It looks like an SUV that is overturned there with major damage there at the Walmart parking lot. We're also getting reports of damage that is at the Walmart really near, actually the Hobby Lobby nearby. Here's the Dollar General. This is from Philip Inglis. This is the Dollar General there in Griffin as well, in Spalding County. So this is just the first bits of damage that we're seeing coming in right now. And let me tell you, it is scattered all over the area. It's not just in those spots where we had tornado warnings. It is in the areas where we had severe thunderstorm warnings too, with these straight line winds that have been moving in with some of those severe thunderstorm warnings that we had. Let me take you live right now into Ackworth. Tracy A. McPeer is standing by. Tracy, you gave us some of those first looks at that warehouse damage of that brick and cinder block wall that came tumbling down. You're now seeing additional damage in that area too.
That's right, but now we moved into the neighborhoods. Of course, where we were before, those were businesses. Now these are people's homes being affected. Right here, this is Cameron Crossing neighborhood. Take a look at the tree that has snapped down, crushed the top of this house. Now the owners of this house are right in front. We just kind of yelled across the yard to them. Of course, my photographer and I, Chris Cole, we have been climbing around very safely, climbing around the trees that are down, just trying to meander through this neighborhood to get to a spot where we could safely set up to show you some of this damage. Take a look. I mean, that tree crushed down. Now, of course, the owners of the home, they say that no one was injured. So yet again, thankfully, awful damage. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Of course, we're going to continue to go through this neighborhood, talk to more people who were affected, talk to the owners of that house about what they experienced when that snapped through and crushed through their home. Of course, this happened at around 3:30 in the afternoon. Cobb County started getting calls from all of these neighborhoods, people spotting a tornado, hearing the trees come down, seeing the trees enter their homes. How frightening must that have been? Of course, we're talking to them right now. We're going to safely get to another spot and bring you more as we can find it. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you. Be careful out there. Of course, watch for any power lines on the ground. If anybody is out surveying damage right now from these storms, if you see a power line on the ground, you have to assume that it is live. I don't want to see anyone getting hurt from stepping on or moving any power lines. Stay away from any downed power lines that are on the ground or could be hanging from some of those power poles. We are seeing evidence. We have multiple reports of trees down in spots. Even down in Griffin, we showed you that damage, but there's even in Griffin and Spalding County, a report that we have of a road that has been washed away and collapsed from some of the damage there too. That is also impassable. So this is that line of storms continuing to pass through and out of our area now over on the east side, where we continue with these severe thunderstorm warnings over on the east side. We're still watching in northwest Georgia, and I know things are letting up. We're seeing some sunshine come through, but we're not yet giving the all clear from rain because we still have some spotty showers that have developed up in North Georgia. Also back into parts of Alabama as well. That's with the actual front that is moving through. But for the most part, the worst of the storms are now over and now pushing over to the east, but still on the back side of this system, as the wind kicks up behind it and the cold air moves in, there still may be a few lingering showers around. Live video right now. This is down to the south of us in, what area did you say this was? This is in Meriwether County, where we did have the tornado warnings a little bit earlier. You can see how the trees are snapped and falling over. That tree is uprooted. This is in a neighborhood in Meriwether County where we're seeing some of that damage now. And this is going to be a familiar look over many spots here in North Georgia as these storms rolled through today. And we're seeing a widespread damage scattered all around. Trees down on power lines. We've got power outages out as well, reported around the area, as well as uprooted trees, structural damage, home damage with the system. So now we're going to be sharing with you the damage that we are finding. We have multiple reporters and photographers out on scene right now giving us those reports of that damage left behind from this strong system that moved through. Stay with us. We're going to keep watching radar, keeping an eye on those storms over on the east side that are about to move out of our area. Then our focus is going to become, number one, the colder air moving moving in, as well as the damage that is left behind. We're going to have much more on that for you coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And as things begin to clear up, we know some of you are still without power out there. We want to make sure that you stay up to date with the latest information on this weather in your community. So make sure you go ahead and download the 11 Alive News app. That'll get you that information. Even if you don't have power out there, you can scan that QR code on your phone or pass it along to someone you know to get that information free from the App Store. We'll be right back after this.
Overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
continuing to track severe storms and the aftermath of these storms that have been moving through Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Let me show you the latest where we have those strongest storms right now that are to the east of the city. This is where you can see this line of storms now is exiting Morgan County and Oglethorpe County, Clark County, exiting Putnam County, moving over into Hancock County. So this is now leaving our viewing area, and we hand it off to Augusta, Georgia, to handle these storms there for their market. So things are looking better for us now here in the Atlanta viewing area as those storms are going to be exiting and moving away. We were keeping an eye on these over on the east side because we were still dealing with a little bit of some rotation with some of those storms earlier. Now that's exiting Greensboro and Greene County. Also these storms moving out of Putnam County, pushing over into Hancock County. They've issued new warnings there over to the east. And then these storms, though, very strong earlier with that heavy rain and wind and even multiple tornadoes that have been confirmed here. Doppler confirmed tornadoes. We had tornado debris signatures on many of these storms as they rolled through. The strongest, I think the heaviest damage that we're seeing so far is most likely going to be down in the Spalding County area near Griffin with major structural damage. Now, we still have some rain coming into northwest Georgia, so we're not really giving the all clear. I think the severe weather threat is over, but we still may have some pockets of some rain that'll be moving through our area tonight, kind of on the backside of that system as the cold air is going to be rushing into our area. Here's a live look at the airport. I want to show you this. We had a ground stop earlier at the airport as the strong storms moved over Clayton County, Hapeville, Jonesboro a little bit earlier. We're still dealing with about 26-minute delays at Hartsfield-Jackson right now as things are starting to clear up a little bit. We're actually seeing some sunshine as those clouds are breaking up a little bit more. Here's another view. This is our tower cam at Northside Hospital, 285 and 400. As we're looking over toward the west as the sun is going down out there right now. So let me show you what we're watching with the good news about, excuse me, this tornado watch that has now been canceled for the metro Atlanta area. It is still in effect for those spots over to the east of us, including Morgan County, also into Jasper County, Putnam County, Oglethorpe County, you're still in it, as well as Lamar County and Upson County. But the bulk of that strongest storm activity has moved on off to the east. So now we're watching the aftermath of these storms and the damage that is left behind. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson joins us right now. Andrew, you've been with us all afternoon tracking these storms, giving information to folks online as well about this, and you're seeing some of the damage reports coming in too.
Yeah, Chris, we've had a lot of damage reports coming in all throughout the day, not just from here in Georgia, but all the way back into Alabama, where this system has just caused a lot of problems. Now, this has been a very active year so far. Remember, 2022 really didn't bring much in the way of severe weather for us, but 2023 has started off with a lot. Earlier on this year, we already had one severe weather event, and now this is just our second one, and we're only a few days into the year. Looking off to our neighbors in Alabama, you see closer on up towards Huntsville, just southwest of them, they had a tornado report down towards Selma, Alabama, getting southwest of the Birmingham region. They had a pretty serious tornado that tracked its way off towards the northeast, eventually impacting Randolph County, Alabama, and then moving into portions of Troup and then into portions of Heard County. And then we even had some of the tornado reports for ourselves. Right now, the National Weather Service in Peachtree City is trying to play catch up with all the reports that have been coming in with how much activity we have had all throughout this afternoon. So as of now, you don't see many reports here into North Georgia. They've been so busy at the National Weather Service office trying to keep up with all the warnings, keeping everybody safe for all the information that has been coming in. And they'll soon be updating this map and showing what is likely a lot of storm reports from what we've had throughout today, because Chris, we've been seeing it come into the newsroom all day. The damage that was up towards Cobb County, coming in from Tracy and McPeer earlier on, and we've had a lot of reports down towards Spalding County, stretching all the way over towards Troup County and LaGrange, where there's been a lot of homes damaged. There's going to be a lot of information coming into our newsroom that we'll be sharing with you all throughout this evening. Yeah,
I'm sure that map is going to be covered up with those symbols there indicating the severe weather that we've had that has been moving through. Now, we still are dealing with some wind. This wind advisory is going to be in effect until 11 o'clock. We were talking about winds ahead of the front, gusting today along the front with the rain and wind, and also now behind the front, we're going to see the wind kicking up. It should die down a little bit later on tonight. As that wind kicks up, we'll have the cold air that's going to move in as well. So here's what we're watching with the 7-day outlook. Tomorrow, today we made it into the lower 70s for highs as the storms move in. Tomorrow's highs only in the mid 40s. We're down to below freezing on Saturday morning with highs only near 47. Again, the parade in Athens, mostly sunny, but it's going to be chilly. We're down to 29 Sunday morning with a high of 55. The King holiday, partly cloudy skies and dry weather with a high of 57. Warming into the 60s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but more rain pushing in for the beginning and middle of next week. We're going to have much more on this weather as we continue tracking it coming up in just a little bit.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Right now, we want to get you to DeAndre Smith. He's Citizens Outreach with Spalding County, and we have been showing you some of the damage that is out there for the past hour and so. So, DeAndre, are you there? Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing out there in Spalding County?
Yes, I'm here. So out here in Spalding County, as you can see, some of the pictures you probably have seen shown are that we have rooftops that are gone, trees are down. We just have a lot of extensive damage to our county, and we have a lot of turnover vehicles.
What are you wanting folks to know at home right now as people are maybe seeing some sunshine peeking through maybe a little bit and wanting to get out there and survey the damage? What do you want people to know as they begin to start that process and try to see what's going on in the community?
We would like all people to know that just stay at home. If you're safe, if you're secure, please stay at home. That way that all our first responders can get out there and clear the roadway so that we can get to you. And also, to let them know that the kids that are at the school are safe. And as we work to clear the roads, we'll be able to get them home safely.
So there were some students who had to remain in shelter in the schools down there?
Yes, we have 4 middle schools that had to remain in shelter. Yes.
Okay, and also we're talking about the road conditions. Another reason why you want folks to stay at home, because are some of them impassable at this time?
Yes, they're impassable. We have power lines down. We have trees that are blocking the roadway. Cars are turned over. It's very bad damage.
And right now, what folks are seeing on their screen is a car that's on its side. We understand that was from the Walmart there. And DeAndre, I know you were talking about the power lines. We always tell people to stay away from them. And you never know what you're going to come across once you get out there in the community. So we don't want folks running into some of these hazards and also potentially creating worse situations for those first responders. Would you say that's correct?
Right, correct.
Anything else that you can tell us about what y'all are seeing? We know there was the Hobby Lobby who had that structural damage. I believe there was a Dollar General. That's what folks are seeing on their screen right now, the side of the building of that Dollar General. And what we're hearing is that these are brick structures that people would think would be able to withstand some of these conditions, but that seems to not be the case down there in Spalding County.
Right. I mean, we have other bad damages. Rooftops are gone from different houses. Trees, like I said, are down. Trees are, kind of forced into vehicles. We have entrapments, people stuck in their homes. But we're working very diligently to get them out and get them to safe.
And you're talking about entrapments. Can you talk a little bit about what the first responders down there are dealing with?
But right now they're dealing with the fact that they have to get to that location. When the trees are in the area, they're down. It's hard to get to them. So they're working very hard to get to those locations so that they can get to the people that are in need.
All right. Thank you so much. And we do want to reiterate from DeAndre Smith, Citizens Outreach for Spalding County, that the children at the middle schools who did have to remain at those schools are safe, and you all will be working to get them where they belong before the evening, correct?
Yes, correct. And also, too, another thing that we're working on trying to see if we can establish a shelter for anyone that's in need. So we ask that if they can reach out to us at all communication, where they're going to call 911, if they're going to reach out to us on any social media platform that's for Spalding County or the city of Griffin, so that we can, get to them and put them to safety.
All right. Thank you so much for that information, for that update. And we wish you and all of the people in Spalding County and those first responders good luck as they work to get those repairs done and actually get to everyone who's entrapped and in need of that help right now. This, again, DeAndre Smith, Citizens Outreach with Spalding County. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to take you now to a live look in LaGrange right now. This is Baldwin Park. One of our photographers, John Samuels, is there right now. You can see these homes in the distance, Faith. This is just an example of some of the damage that we're seeing widespread across the metro Atlanta area.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a lot of damage. Those photos that you just saw when we were speaking with Mr. Smith in Spalding County, and now this. And lots of people, a big thing that he said that I really want to reiterate is like, hey, if you don't need to go out, stay home to avoid being, a victim of some of this damage. But the men and women, first responders, working very hard to get out there and try to clean up this damage, of course, when it's safe for them to go out into the roads.
Exactly. And these homes that you're seeing right now, this is a live look again in LaGrange County. This is a perfect example of why they are asking people who are safe to stay in place where they are across the metro Atlanta area right now, because first responders are needing to respond to scenes like this one that we are hearing about all across Metro Atlanta. You can see the roofs going right there, and we are continuing to monitor these situations. Our crews are fanned out across Metro Atlanta working to get you the latest information. We'll be right back with much more. Oh.
11 Alive News at 11, where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power.
11 Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
Now, this is hour 7 of tracking watches and warnings, just to keep you weather aware, of course, and we are tracking possible tornadoes and reports of damage across the area.
Our team has been on air and online for hours now, working to keep you and your family safe as the storm has moved from the northwest to right here in the city. This is a live look at the conditions right now. Our 11 Alive Thunder Truck is out on the road. We are working to get that for you. We'll bring that to you a little bit later on in the newscast, but we have live team coverage, and we want to get you now to our Tracy Ann McPeer, who has been reporting from Cobb County. Tracy?
So we're here in Austell on Panda Court, and from where I'm standing, you can actually see at least 4 trees that are down, 2 of which are into homes. Of course, earlier we reported from behind the backyard of this house behind me, where you can see a giant tree that snapped through the roof. Now we have actually found the people who live in the home. Jaleesa Woodruff was was in her bed taking a nap when the storm hit. You said that moments after you got out of bed. What happened?
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep, and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in, and it woke me up, and I jumped out of my bed immediately, and I was heading towards the door, and the whole roof caved in, and a piece of the roof actually hit my head, and I made it out of the door like seconds after this happened, and I ran straight down the stairs.
Now, you were saying that when the tree came in, when you looked back, that it actually had snapped into the bed where you had just been lying.
Well, I actually didn't look back immediately. Like, my first thought was I didn't know if it was over or not, so I was just trying to get down the stairs because I thought it was a tornado and I needed to take shelter. So I got down the stairs, and my brother was heading towards coming up the stairs to check on me because he heard me screaming, and I didn't realize the damage that was done until after I had calmed down a bit and looked in the backyard and saw that the tree had fell.
Okay, I mean, what a frightening experience. Thankfully, you're okay, your brother's okay, no one else was in the house. And of course, it's going to take a lot of recovery. We spoke to her cousin who actually owns the house, who says that, you know, she's now having to deal with insurance. The fire department came out earlier. They put police tape around. They just wanted to make sure that house to house, all the houses that were affected by the tree snapping into them, that people inside were okay. And of course, they're going to come back later. They are on the road right now trying to cut up trees that are blocking the roadway. This is going to be a long process for this neighborhood and for many other neighborhoods right now that are just trying to take a look around and pick up the pieces. Of course, we will bring you more damage as we come across it. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, you gave us some of those first reports of the damage there in the Ackworth area when we were in our extended severe weather coverage earlier, and we're going to be getting more pictures and videos of this damage now as the system, the severe weather part of this, has already pushed well to the east of us. This is the leading edge of those storms right now, well to the east of Athens, east of Lake Oconee. This is now moving into the Augusta viewing area. So we're letting the Augusta stations deal with these severe storms now over from Washington down towards Sparta and Hancock County. We still have some rain, though, left behind in Morgan County, also over into areas of Newton County, Jasper County, Butts County. But the back edge of this rain has already moved through Atlanta. We're seeing some breaks right now, still not calling the all clear. We're not concerned about any more severe weather, but tonight, as we have the colder air moving in, we're still going to have a few showers possible. Some of that in northwest Georgia, a little bit more of that also back into Alabama, but we don't expect any severe storms here for tonight. Maybe a little bit of that up in Tennessee and in the mountains of North Carolina. So things are calming down for us. We're shifting from tracking these storms now to tracking the damage that has been left behind, and also tracking the cold weather that's going to be moving our way tonight. The tornado watch for our area that was supposed to be in effect until 7 was canceled earlier. They started taking away some of those counties from northwest to southeast as the storms moved away. Right now, we no longer have the threat for tornadoes here as that area of strong storms has moved away. We still have the tornado watch in effect for areas of Oglethorpe County, east of Athens, also Greene County, Morgan County, Putnam, Jasper, also Lamar County and Upson County. You are still in that tornado watch, but really that's most likely going to be canceled either when it expires at 7 or be canceled a little bit earlier. We still have some winds to deal with. We were telling you earlier about this wind advisory in effect until 11 o'clock tonight, talking about winds ahead of the storms, the strong winds within the storms that have caused the damage, and now some wind after the storms as the wind is shifting coming out of the north and west, bringing in that much colder air. This wind advisory is going to be in effect until about 11 o'clock tonight. So here is the latest of what we are watching out there right now. We got up into the lower 70s today as that storm system moved in, and that warm air up ahead of that helped to fuel these storms as they move through. Now we're at 58, and that's all thanks to the rain-cooled air as well as that cooler air coming in behind this system here. So the air mass is stabilizing as it cools, and it's going to be much colder out there for tonight as well. Stay with us. We're going to be tracking those additional weather changes. Andrew Wilson and I are monitoring some of these storm reports as well. We'll talk more about those areas that got the tornadoes and the wind damage coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, we'll see you in a couple minutes. By the way, we're going to head to LaGrange right now. We're seeing a lot of damage out there. One of our photojournalists is shooting much of that. As you can see, there's a lot of damage to the homes there. And here's part of the problem, folks, is that part of the trees and the branches and even parts of that home can turn into projectiles. So as firefighters and the first responders are going through, they're looking for folks who may be possibly injured. But just looking at the damage, how the trees were snapped in half, and in some areas the power poles snapped in half like twigs as well. So if you are in that area, and Chris has talked about this many times before, look out for any possible power lines that are down. Stay away from them. them stay in your homes until the firefighters or the first responders can get to you. This is Baldwin Park neighborhood as you're looking at the damage.
All right, we want to get you to a phoner that we have. We have Sergeant Stuart Smith on the phone from Troup County and the sheriff office there. Sergeant Smith, what can you tell us about the damage and what y'all are seeing from the impacts of these storms?
Well, the first thing I want to start out with is it appears we're very fortunate we don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get in these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down. Our major thing that is impacting traffic now, Interstate 185 at mile marker 47 is going to be closed for the foreseeable future. We've got lots and lots of trees that are down. So that particular interstate is shut down. 185 southbound at mile marker 47. Crews are out there, but it's going to take a lot of time. We've got a lot of power that's out. We're serviced by Diverse Power, City of LaGrange, and Georgia Power. They're working on that. But it's just a lot of trees that are down all over the county at this point.
Are y'all seeing any structural damage to businesses, and what are y'all seeing in the neighborhoods?
Yes, there is structural damage in a lot of the areas in the city of LaGrange. There's some industrial areas that are seeing a lot of damage. Again, we're just assessing it right now. The big thing we're just trying to tell people, if you don't have to travel, don't get out and sightsee and get in the way of these first responders and electrical crews.
And what are the first responders dealing with right now, and how are y'all responding to each and every one of these calls that are coming in now from citizens as they're seeing what happened?
Yeah. We're just doing these as priority. If there's no injuries, if it's just a case of a tree down, we're trying to get to those safely to make sure there's no power lines involved, because obviously when these trees come down, they're taking the power lines with them. And so we're just taking our time getting in there. We're trying to open the roads as quick as we can with our crews, just the priority calls as we get them in.
I know this kind of started to evolve in the early afternoon hours. Did y'all have any situations with students that were forced to remain where they were on school campuses? Do you have any information about that?
You know, I'm not sure. Okay. I do know there were some delays in the school system dismissal. I know there were some that were already on the roads, and so I'm not exactly sure what the situations were with the school system.
All right, but again, no major injuries out there in Troup County. Y'all are dealing with a lot of structural and neighborhood damage. Those first responding crews out on the streets. And talk to me again, just to remind folks who are listening at home in that community about the road closure. You were talking about the one on 185 that you want to make sure that people know about and stay away from.
Correct. It's Interstate 185. That's the major connector between LaGrange and Columbus. It is Interstate 185 at mile marker 47. So it's basically the link or the loop you would take from 85 to get on 185. There's lots and lots of trees. It looks like pine trees that are down in that area.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that folks got that information, as well as the message from the Troup County Sheriff's Office to stay home if you are safe, so that those first responding crews, those power crews, can get out and do that necessary work. Sergeant Smith with the Troup County Sheriff's Office, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
And again, this has been a live look from that area that we are taking a look at. We do want to get you out to one of our reporters, Cody Alcorn, joining us now live in Griffin. That is Spalding County. Cody, I know some of the daylight is fleeting out there that y'all were starting to see. What are you experiencing and seeing out there in that community?
Well, I'm going to give you a firsthand account, because this man was just walking down here.
And we are
I'm told a lot of the debris here is from the Hobby Lobby. What can you tell us? What have you been seeing down here?
Well, I got off from work early today, about 4:30. My boss sent me over for the city of Griffin, and I went to see my friend. When I went to see my friend, the tornado came straight in and flipped my, and I had to leave my truck over from here.
Were you in your truck when the tornado came, and it flipped you inside your truck?
Yeah, about 2 minutes from here.
All right, we are having some issues with Cody's live shot there.
I was praying to God nothing happened.
You can understand why, Ron,
Yeah.
because people are probably talking to one another. We've got
Right.
the first responding crews, people out there really trying to make sure their friends and loved ones in the community are safe, and that's affecting some of that signal there.
Yeah.
But Cody was speaking with that man about his experience, and we're hearing from so many people out there who are now seeing this damage to their homes, to businesses, and it's really something that people are unexpecting.
Yeah, unexpected. And you know what's really interesting here is you have stone buildings, you have brick buildings who are actually collapsing. We saw some of that damage already. And of course, obviously, this is from the high winds. You got the trees and branches that are flying around as well, those projectiles. So that makes it very difficult. But as you pointed out, now it's all about the first responders going door to door to make sure that everyone is safe. And obviously, folks, we're going to keep you updated with all the weather alerts in your community and your neighborhood. Just make sure you download the 11 Alive News app. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen to download it for free in your app store. Then you can turn on those alerts for weather updates in your neighborhood.
They're on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on...
We continue to follow this breaking news, this severe weather taking its toll across metro Atlanta. Take a look at some of this damage. This is a car flipped over outside of a Walmart in Griffin. We are hearing a lot of reports of different things that have happened in that community. We want to stay there and show you this picture of the Dollar General. You see that brick side of that building totally collapsed there, falling down. We're hearing reports of other structural damage like this and other vehicles like the image you just saw across that community.
Yeah, we're going to head to Griffin as well. In Griffin, this is from the Griffin News Daily. They shared this video with 11 Alive. You can see some of the damages, and look at the power lines. They're just snapped like toothpicks, and the lines, some of the lines are possibly down as well, so you got to be careful there. Traffic lights are down too. That's what we're being told. It's really bad damage. An awning has been ripped off of a building, and as you can see right there, it makes it very difficult. Fortunately, we haven't heard a lot about injuries. Of course, we're going to stay on top of that, and I'm sure that those first responders are looking for folks there as well. We're going to head to Austell, where the side of this warehouse has collapsed. And we talked about this, Jennifer, about how you have brick buildings, you have stone buildings. You can see right there residents trying to clear all that out. It shows you the impact of the storm, possible tornadoes, the wind damage as well, and projectiles moving through the area. Let's move now to LaGrange, and you can see what the wind did there with a line of trees, and some of those trees are down. This is along Interstate 85, and we're being told that Bo Beth Yates is in a Thunder truck. She's headed towards Griffin right now. What can you tell us, Bo Beth?
Well, Ron, we've made it to Griffin, and if you can see what we're standing in, we got off on 75 and now on Terra Boulevard, and we started heading south. As soon as you got close to the 19th or State Road 19, we just got to a standstill. The next intersection is where that Hobby Lobby and that Walmart is, and this entire area is dark around us. No power for any of the businesses to our left or right. As we go down the street, it's just looking really dark. The only lights are literally coming from those who are on this road, Terra Boulevard. But again, it is at a standstill. We have on our drive down noticed some of that destruction, though. Coming down, we saw some trees that you could see that the limbs were popped. Some of them just tilted over, and some of them were large trees. Some of that debris laying alongside of the road. So it has been one of those situations where you can see the destruction caused by this. Not much impact still going on based on rain. Most of that has passed us or is behind us, but as we continue to try to get around this, around the traffic, we're going to try to go a back way we just saw some officers come from. So what we're thinking is, if you can look directly in front where all those lights are, that is the intersection where much of that damage is. But going all the way up for almost 2 miles, there is no lights on both sides of this area or this road on Terra Boulevard. As you know, as you mentioned, you saw pictures of some of those light poles just being snapped. This is the impact of that. So right now, just a standstill over here in Griffin as people continue to try to make their way home, you know, after rush hour. But we're going to continue to try to get as close to as possible to that Walmart and that Hobby Lobby. And, you know, for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio for more updates.
The severe weather threat now ending for our area. We still have some lingering showers over on the east side with some, moderate to heavy rain. A little bit of thunder and lightning with that still over in parts of Newton County, into Morgan County, Putnam County, down toward Butts County. That's exiting Henry County, moving away from Rockdale County as well. But the main storms, the strongest storms, have now pushed out of our viewing area, where we have these stronger storms moving into Thompson, stretching down toward Milledgeville. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in fact. We're seeing the clearing out process beginning right now, some sunshine breaking through. There still may be a couple of spotty showers around northwest Georgia sweeping through tonight, but nothing severe for the rest of the nighttime hours. This is just on the back edge of the system, that area of low pressure, still bringing in a few of those showers. The bigger story tonight is going to be the colder air that moves in as we're tracking the damage left behind. The tornado watch that was supposed to be in effect until 7 o'clock has now been canceled for the Atlanta area. area. It's still in effect well to the east over toward parts of Morgan County, Oglethorpe County, Greene County, Putnam County, also into parts of, Butts County and Upson County, where we have those stronger storms. Wind advisory, though, is still in effect until 11. We were talking earlier about these winds ahead of the storm that were strong, really strong during the storm, and then behind the storm, still going to be breezy out there for tonight. Andrew Wilson has been compiling some of those storm reports, and we're getting some confirmed tornado reports coming in.
Yeah, these are just now coming in, Chris. You see that the rain's starting to move out, and now the National Weather Service in Peachtree City is getting a little bit more of a chance to start putting out some of these reports, like the tornado that we had possibly down towards Spalding County, right there into Griffin. We've had a lot of reports of damage, significant structural damage in the town of Griffin, and numerous structures reported damage or destroyed. So that's been a pretty serious issue. Down towards portions of Troup County, we also had a tornado confirmed by radar and damage reported southeast side of LaGrange. We've heard from that area earlier on. Major structural damage, and then also multiple trees blocking portions of I-185 there. Looking over into Alabama, they've had a few reports themselves, and when you take a wider look at things, it first of all will look like we've had a lot more reports over into Alabama, but that's just because the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, they're trying to catch up with all the reports that we had come in all throughout this afternoon. So it wasn't just a serious day for us, but our neighbors in Alabama, a lot of severe weather impacting the southeast, Chris.
All right, and I'm sure our map's going to be filling up here as well because we have a lot of damage all around. The good news is all of that rain, the storms pushing out. Again, some lingering moisture on the backside with cold air may shake out a few flurries over parts of North Georgia tomorrow. Our highs today were in the lower 70s. Tomorrow highs only in the mid 40s. We'll be below freezing on Saturday at 31 with a high of 47. Dry, mostly sunny for the weekend. Really cold Sunday morning, getting up to 55 though in the afternoon. King Holiday looking good, partly cloudy and 57. Rain arriving again for Tuesday, Wednesday, and also into Thursday. Stay with us. More to come after the break.
By Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives.
We have brand new photographs out of Griffin, about 1 mile from the Hobby Lobby that was damaged. And these are all photographs from Old Atlanta Road in Griffin. Debris scattered everywhere, trees down, power lines down, and the roads around them are blocked. We're going to continue our weather coverage right after this.
Ahead by knowing what's overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now,
11 Alive is live on the scene.
where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather,
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive.
We continue to watch those storms move through. More and more reports of damage are coming into our area now. 18 homes in Cobb County near Austell damage. We also have reports of that major damage down into parts of Spalding County. The storm threat is pretty much moving out now and pushing away. Our focus is going to be now as this tornado watch ends tonight. It is canceled for much of our area. Will be ending for the rest of the counties at 7. We're going to have the wind and cold air that'll be moving into our area. We had highs today that moved up into the lower 70s. And tomorrow highs only in the 40s. It's going to be really cold as folks are getting out to assess the damage and clean up this damage throughout the next few days and weeks ahead, I'm sure.
Yeah, they got to be
And there's a
careful
lot.
out there checking as well.
Thanks so much for being with us. Our coverage continues over on the ATL starting at 7 o'clock and always on 11alive.com.
Upgraded to a
And the only place you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive
We're going to continue our team coverage of today's severe weather. Our crews are now monitoring the impact of
safe.
News Primetime starts now.
I saw like something coming this way, that way, and they start like doing woo, woo, woo.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep, and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in. The whole roof caved in, and a piece of the roof actually hit my head. I didn't realize the damage that was done until after I had calmed down a bit and looked in the backyard and saw that the tree had fell.
Right now, we are continuing our breaking news coverage of this powerful storm system which walloped most of North Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely, causing multiple tornado touchdowns all across our area. And we've just learned that Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency, ordering agencies to respond with all hands on deck. Well, Beth Yates is live right now in Griffin right now in the Thunder Truck. Well, Beth?
Yeah, I made it to Griffin. I'm at Old Atlanta Road and Upton, and behind me is one of the areas that you can see some of this damage. This is a huge tree. This one fell, and right next to it, you can see that it popped an actual power line, but it's blocking the entire road. So once you start to pan over, you can see it literally is blocking the road. At one point, someone apparently came out here with a circular saw and started cutting things already, because you can see that straight edges have been cut just to open up one lane of the road. But this is just about a block away from that Walmart and the Hobby Lobby. The entire area has been shut down. There is no lights. And if you follow me around this way, you can see some of the cars that have been rerouted as they're trying to figure out a way to get out of this area, because many of the streets
All right, that was Bobeth Yates reporting for us tonight. As you can see, it's very difficult with the storm damage as well. We're going to be heading now to LaGrange, where we are seeing a lot more damage. Here's a live look right now from one of our photojournalists. And as you can see, that's one house there that's been destroyed. Earlier during our broadcast, during the 5 and the 6, we saw multiple homes destroyed, and as he continues to pan, you can see that. Part of the problem here, folks, and this is Baldwin Park neighborhood, part of the problem here is that you have unstable homes. And so as you can understand that some of these buildings have already collapsed, it can deal with the integrity of the structure if it gets too close. Also, lines are down as well. So we're going to continue to monitor what's taking place there.
We want to get you now to our Tracy Amick here. She is live for us from Austell in Cobb County. She's at a business that sustained a lot of damage out there. Tracy, what can you tell us about what you're seeing? We know you've been across the county, but what are you seeing where you are right now?
Well, this is an 18-wheeler truck part and chrome warehouse where at around 3:30 this afternoon, the workers who were inside of this warehouse tell me that the front doors blew open. And just a moment later, they said that the cinder block and brick wall, this huge wall you see right here, it blew out as well. And you can see that all of those cinder blocks and bricks, they extend all the way to the road. Now I'm going to take you to some other video that we shot as well, about a mile and a half away. Just a few minutes before this house, like I said, it was about a mile and a half from here on Panda Court in the Cameron Crossing neighborhood was hit by a huge tree. It's one of many houses hit by trees in that neighborhood. Of course, we spoke with a woman who was inside at the time taking a nap. Now, she says she just got out of bed right before the tree snapped her bed in half. Now, this new video is what they shot on their phones of the room right after. Now, the room is completely destroyed. The top part of the house completely crushed with the roof gone and the tree crushing the bed underneath.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in, and it woke me up and I jumped out of my bed immediately and I was heading towards the door, and the whole roof caved in and a piece of the roof actually hit my head.
Now, these are the latest numbers that we're getting from Cobb County. We got these just before we went on air. They're telling us that 18 different homes have reported damage. Now, 14 different families have been displaced because that damage was so severe. Of course, the family that we spoke to, they tell me that they're going to try to stay in a hotel tonight. But right now, they just feel lucky to be alive. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. And our Tracy McPeer has been covering a large section of Cobb County, visiting both businesses like that warehouse you saw with the brick and cinder blocks that were gone. That's something that you would not expect for that type of building structure to be susceptible to these weather conditions.
And it just shows you the power of the storm that moved through so quickly. And not only did it slam in some of these buildings, we saw also some of the projectiles and went inside homes as well. Now, we also are learning, our producer's talking to us right now in our ear, that Cody Alcorn is live right now in Griffin and Spalding County with the very latest there.
Good evening. I've covered a lot of tornado damage, and I can tell you this is a bad one. The pro tem telling some news outlets it's like a war zone, and I can contest to that. The Hobby Lobby is right behind me, and you can see the roof is ripped off of this thing. The side little area, a garage type thing, has collapsed. A pipe has burst. It's flooding now the parking lot since we've been here, and all you can hear is sirens throughout the town of Griffin. We're on West McIntosh Road. I'm on the other side of where you saw Bo Beth on Old Atlanta Road. And Old Atlanta Road is a war zone. It is blocked off, and I can tell you there is debris everywhere. This is just one small location. The Hobby Lobby, you heard a lot about that. You've been monitoring what's happened in Griffin. The roof of this Hobby Lobby is all the way over on Old Atlanta Road where you saw Bo Beth, and I was earlier on 11 Alive at 6. Now take a look. This is all debris. Over here you have a destroyed car. The front porch of this home knocked off. It's in the front of it. Hopefully no one was inside there. The windows are blown out. We believe the tornado went that direction over towards where Bo Beth is. And it is nothing but a debris field. I can tell you it's an all hands on deck here in Griffin. Spalding County has every deputy on shift working right now. People that were home, they were off today. They are working. There are no traffic lights over here. It's gridlock. And I'll tell you, if you're going to get out and drive, you're likely going to get a flat tire. The roof of this Hobby Lobby spread all across downtown Griffin. There are nails everywhere. Power lines are down. There's a transformer down to my left that is off the power line. But again, this is just one example of what came through here. We don't know the intensity of this. Of course, the National Weather Service will be coming out in the next couple of days to survey this. But there is no doubt that a tornado came through here. You heard a soundbite. You heard a soundbite from a guy just at the opening of the 7 o'clock. I interviewed him. He was inside his truck. His boss let him leave early. He said it wasn't enough time. He saw all of a sudden this tornado. It flipped him upside down in his truck. He was able to get out of it and was walking down Old Airport Road towards my live shot when we ran into him. Fortunately, he's not hurt, but you could tell he's covered in mud. He's dirty there. He was heading to his house, but he said he walked over an hour just to get from where his truck was flipped over to where he was going. So again, right now, no reports of injuries, but there is a ton of damage in this town here. This is part of that storm that we warned on the way down here. We saw Chris and them warning on this. They said there was likely a tornado on the ground. There was a debris signature spotted, and obviously that debris was from part of this Hobby Lobby and the homes and the trees it took out here through this path. But the rain has stopped. It's picking up a little bit it being windy right now. They have crews. We're talking electrical crews out here, fire departments, because again, you can hear the sirens. They have not stopped since we got to Griffin here in Spalding County within the last hour. It seems like more and more are coming. We talked to a couple of people who said the sheriff's department on the other side of Old Airport Road that told me they're having anyone and everyone that can help them out here in Spalding County to get out here. And why I keep looking, because people are driving over some of these lines and it's making a noise, so I'm just making sure what's happening here behind me. But do not do what these people are doing. A lot of these people are coming out here to sightsee. It's dangerous. Again, we're parked. We have a lot of light around us. We're here where the sheriff's office is at. We're not trying to drive around. Took us a little bit to find where we needed to get to, but I can tell you, West McIntosh Road, Old Airport Road, they're disaster zones. You do not want to be on those. Police are out here in the dark trying to patrol traffic. They're having to yell at people to stop, so they're in a dangerous situation as well. But again, right now, it's just trying to get some of these roads cleared, make sure these power lines that are down are not hot, and really checking to see if anybody's trapped or hurt, because again, as you can, I don't know if you can hear that, but the sirens just keep on coming, Jennifer and Ron. But the only way to describe this right now is really a disaster zone. This place got hit hard.
Yeah, obviously it really is, Cody. And you know, I just want to take our viewers behind the scenes a little bit. This is a very fluid situation for us. Producers giving us new information as it's coming in, and our reporters are out everywhere just making sure that you get the latest and the greatest information to keep you and your family safe. So we may be talking to you, then all of a sudden we may have to shift and go in another direction, and that is because we are on top of this story, making sure that you know what you need to know.
And when you talk about making sure that families are safe, that has been the main point of our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, on the air for hours. Chris, trying to get this information. What are we seeing now?
Well, the worst of the storms are out of here now, and now we're focusing on where we see these damage. We're getting a lot of pictures in from our viewers and even from our own meteorologist, Nicole Hartford in East Point. She captured this picture in the passenger seat here around East Point on the south side of the city along 75. This was the tornado warned storm, and this is that potential funnel that was coming from that storm here a little bit earlier today. This was just before 4 o'clock when we were on the air with you live. We're going through many additional pictures of damage and other pictures of ominous clouds, mammatus clouds that were forming from those storms too. But for the most part, our severe weather threat is over now. That is all well to the east of us. Those strongest storms pretty much over to the South Carolina line right now, moving through Augusta and into South Carolina. We still have some lingering showers here over on the east side, just to the east of Athens, also just to the east of Eatonton and the Lake Oconee area. So all this is moving out. We are in the drying out process now. Still a couple of lingering showers north and west of the city. We might see a couple of those moving through tonight, but nothing additional will be severe. Here's the airport. I know it's dark right here, but you can see the runways and taxiways and the light reflecting off of the ground there from the water that's still left behind. Even though the rain is over, we still have some delays of about 45 minutes. We had a ground stop at the airport earlier when those strongest of the storms moved through our area. So we'll keep watching this system as it moves out and then focus on the damage reports now and the colder air moving in. The tornado watch that was in effect until 7 was canceled early for us here in Atlanta. Now we have an additional tornado watch until 9, well down to the south and east of us. So we're not expecting any more severe weather here in our area for tonight. The wind advisory, though, is still in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. Even ahead of the storms, the winds were strong. During the storms, that's when the winds were the strongest. And now behind the storms, we've got that northwest flow blowing in here that is giving us those windy conditions tonight, and that's what is bringing in the colder air. We'll have more on the cold air moving our way, as well as meteorologist Andrew Wilson is keeping a close eye on those storms that continue to move through our area. We'll have more on that in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that.
We certainly do. And we do want to remind you, as we continue this coverage, we are tracking the latest developments also for you on 11alive.com as well. We're going to take a quick break and continue our coverage after this.
Hear me on the 11 Alive News. Verify if something's true or false. Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on the ground.
We are continuing our team coverage of these storms, severe storms and weather that we have seen all across Metro Atlanta.
Absolutely. So let's look at some of this new video just coming into our newsroom tonight. Cobb County fire officials now confirming 18 homes have been damaged in Austell. This is a photograph from Ivy Log Drive after the storms pushed its way through. The damage has now left 14 families displaced tonight, and I'm sure the American Red Cross is going to be very busy all across our area. Right now, Cobb County officials are asking anyone impacted by the damages to use the county's online reporting tool. And of course, we have a link to that on 11alive.com. And check this out. This is also out of Austell. The storm caused the side of this warehouse to collapse. No word yet on if anyone was inside or if there are any injuries. You can see one resident is trying to get the bricks out of the way.
And reports of damage in Griffin continue to pour in at this hour. Griffin officials now warning people that if you do not need to leave your home, that you should stay exactly where you are. You can see in this photo here, this is an image of a car flipped over. This is just outside of a Walmart in Griffin, and we were told earlier by a county official that there are many cars that have been flipped over by this storm system, including an 18-wheeler that was turned over on the highway tonight. You're seeing this image right here. You see it there on the side, as well as some of these power lines that are bent over. We are seeing crosswalk signals that have been downed as well. A lot of information that we are getting from some of you who have been out and about in some of these conditions. Of course, we are asking that everybody try to remain safe. You see what looks like the piece of a building or a sign out there on the ground. We have more video out of Griffin where a lot of the damage seems to be concentrated right now. This is video of the front of a Dollar General in that community. You can see that roof caved down. The brick siding has fallen there as well. So we want to get you now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, who has been tracking this for you all afternoon. And Chris, you're saying that this is kind of moved out and now we're just left to deal with what's kind of going to be out there as people look at the damage.
Yeah, you know, at least the rain is moving out right now. We've got a couple lingering showers, though, still left over up in North Georgia, even a little bit of lightning with that. This is not severe, though. Our severe weather threat is over. All of that has pushed over to the east of us. Here's a look at some of those showers that we're talking about here. A little bit of lightning just to the south of Ellijay. That's just moving around that area of low pressure that's up to the north. Our main severe weather threat has moved well off to the east right now. You can see some of those storms still producing severe weather north of Augusta over towards South Carolina and pushing up just to the west of the Columbia area where we have that strongest storm activity now. But things have cleared out of Athens, out of Madison, out of the Eatonton area, moving out right now. So it will be getting much better there. Here's a look, though. We mentioned there's those few showers up in North Georgia. The parent low is well up to the north, and it's still rotating a little bit of moisture through parts of Tennessee. That's going to stay away from us. So while we could still have an isolated shower out there tonight, we're not expecting anything severe. Where the tornado watch that was supposed to expire at 7 was canceled early for us in Atlanta. Then it did expire for the other areas, but the Storm Prediction Center did expand it until 9 o'clock for those areas over to the east and also down into central Georgia and southeast Georgia as well. So no severe weather threats tonight. We are going to be watching those winds, though. We had winds ahead of the storms, the really strong winds during the storms, and now behind the storms, some of those winds that'll be kicking up with that wind advisory that's going to be in effect until 11 o'clock. Sustained winds 15 to 20 miles an hour. I really think those wind gusts now are going to start letting up just a little bit too. Now, the National Weather Service has been busy. We have all been busy tracking these storms moving through. When we had some of these warnings a little bit earlier, the National Weather Service was mentioning radar confirmed tornado with debris signatures. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson has been watching how those storm reports have been coming in, and Andrew, we're getting more coming in now.
Yeah, a lot of reports coming in, Chris. You know, 2022 was actually pretty quiet when it came to severe weather here in North Georgia, but 2023 has started off very active. This is our second round of severe weather for this year so far. Remember, last week we had a few severe storms pass through, and now we have these reports that are coming in from all of our thunderstorm activity earlier on today. First, I take you down to Spalding County. This is in Griffin. We've already heard about some of the damage reports down there from Bobeth as well as from Cody. You see that we've had significant structural damage in the town of Griffin. Numerous structures reported and damaged or destroyed, and we have some of that damage that even stretches well off towards the north and east, even heading towards the Locust Grove area there. Looking down into portions of Troup County, this is where they had the tornado confirmed by radar and damage reports as southeast side of LaGrange, major structural damage and numerous trees down, blocking I-185, not I-85, I-185. A lot of trees down all across the region. And when we look further off to the west, you can see that there are even more reports that were down towards areas of Alabama, just south of Randolph County. This is when we first came on air way earlier this afternoon, around 2:30. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil and Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb were on all afternoon, keeping everyone updated as these storms moved closer to us. And we were watching these storms all throughout the day. Way earlier today, we had a tornado reported down towards Selma, Alabama, caused a lot of damage down there for them. And you see, it's not just us. Look at our neighbors in Alabama. They have a lot of storm reports there now, and you'll notice that over for us, there's really not a lot of reports on there just yet. That's because the National Weather Service in Peachtree City is still very busy trying to keep track of everything that's happening out there, especially for areas well down to our south and east. And they're trying to gather up all these reports that came in over the last few hours. They're going to give them to us, and we're going to share them right here with you on air and on 11alive.com. Now, Chris, cold air is on its way.
Yeah, and we're already seeing those temperatures falling. We got up to 70 degrees for a high temperature today ahead of those storms. And now we are watching the skies clearing tonight. But look at these temperatures falling. We move down into the 40s here by tomorrow morning. Still with some of those clouds that'll linger around early tomorrow morning with that cold air in place. And then high temperatures tomorrow holding in the 40s. We won't even make it up to 50 degrees for a high tomorrow. So there's that main band of rain, the stronger storms that are pushing off to the east. But, you know, I showed you, some of those showers up in North Georgia, those will continue to wrap around that area of low pressure, and then those will exit during the nighttime hours tonight as well. But then tomorrow, as that colder air comes in and there's still a little bit of lingering moisture up on the north side, it is possible that there could be a few flurries up in far north Georgia tomorrow during the late morning hours and into the afternoon. Surface temperatures look to stay above freezing, so we're not really expecting any accumulation or any issues there, but just know up in North Georgia you might see some blowing flurries around. We don't expect any of those here. We're just going to watch those clouds sticking with us, the cold air in place, the clouds mixing in with the sun at times tomorrow. Then on Saturday, clouds breaking up even more, but we're going to be below freezing on Saturday morning, and then afternoon highs Saturday still only in the 40s. So for the parade in Athens, nice sunshine there, but it is going to be chilly for the parade. Then on Sunday, we start off below freezing, most likely in the 20s Sunday morning, and then afternoon highs rebounding back up into the 50s. Then we'll be looking ahead into next week as we have a dry start to the first part of the week, and then an additional area of rain comes in during the day on Tuesday, and then a few of those showers will linger with us, those rain chances into the middle of next week too. So 45 degrees for a high tomorrow. That's after getting up to 70 today. Clouds will decrease, and then on Saturday, mostly sunny, a low of 31, high of 47, down to 29 Sunday morning with a high of 55, so a little warmer Sunday afternoon. For the King holiday, it will be mostly to partly cloudy skies, pretty good day, highs near 57, back to the 60s though Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as we see those rain chances coming back. 50% on Tuesday, and then about a 30% chance for showers here on Wednesday and Thursday.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. To keep you up to date with your weather alerts in your community, just make sure you download that 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free in your app store. Then you can turn on those alerts and weather updates in your community. Stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
That claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, Sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever.
Our team coverage continues on the storm damage tonight in Metro Atlanta and surrounding areas.
Our Bobeth Yates has been checking out the damage in Griffin, and she has an update on what the conditions look like there now.
Well, I'm in Griffin off Upton Road in Old Atlanta, and this is one of the areas being heavily impacted by the storms. You can see this tree right here literally snapped in half, and the power lines that are hanging off of it. This area completely dark because these power lines are now out. But you can just follow me as this tree all the way here. It's blocking the road. At one point you can see someone came out with a circular saw and actually cut some of these branches to clear a way for one of the actual lanes to make their way down. But this entire area is still really backed up with cars slowly trying to make their way through the area. This is just one block from where that Hobby Lobby and that Walmart was, that were impacted by this storm. And right now you can see that many in the area are trying to make their way through just so that they can get out of this entire area, again, completely dark, and we're starting to see cars make their way through. But much of it, as you go all the way down there, you can see the streets are blocked off, completely blocked off for many of the people in this area. And I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Bobeth Yates in Griffin this evening. This is a time lapse that you're looking at right now. The storm's this is taken from our tower cam here in the Midtown area, and you can see the sun kind of come back a little bit later, but as you're watching, you kind of see those storm clouds come right through right there. You see that going on right now. That's when the thick of the storm was going on. And again, Chris has been talking about seeing the worst of this moving on. You kind of see that visually with this time lapse. Right now, we have also told you during this newscast about Governor Brian Kemp. He has now declared a state of emergency. He has also ordered all relevant agencies to respond with an all-hands-on-deck approach to the impacted area. His order says tornadoes were observed in Butts, Henry, Meriwether, Pike, Spalding, and Troup counties, with a possibility of a touchdown near Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Tomorrow, the National Weather Service will begin the process of assessing that damage out there and confirming which damage was caused by tornadoes and how strong it actually was out there.
And hopefully a lot of folks in those areas are staying safe as we continue to cover this story. Now, people in Troup County are now dealing with some of the really bad damages. You can see that on your screen. So we know that Interstate 85 has really been impacted with the downed trees, the power lines as well. So we had a chance earlier to speak with the Troup County Sergeant Stuart Smith, about what all took place there.
It appears we're very fortunate. We don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get into these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down.
So just to be clear, that was Interstate 185. And right now, everyone in that area, they're asked to stay home, try to avoid the area, and stay safe.
And we have just learned Henry County schools are closed for tomorrow. The school district says the community responds to the damage tonight. As that happens, there will not be classes taking place tomorrow on January 13th on Friday. Right now, weekend activities are under assessment. So if you are in another school district, you're going to want to keep updated with official reports as we are learning more, and these districts and communities are assessing the damage to make those decisions. We'll, of course, continue to bring you that information here on air and online at 11alive.com as well. More damage we want to show you out of Jackson tonight. Our viewers telling us they felt that storm pass over them, and when they went outside, they found this damage waiting. Their dock detached, floating in the water, and power lines and trees down as well. We're continuing to follow all of the damage and what we are seeing across Metro Atlanta for you in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
Knowing what's coming overhead.
Rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch.
We continue our live team coverage now as these storms rolled through the metro Atlanta area today, all across North Georgia, the metro area to the east of us, down into central Georgia as well. The good news is that the worst of these storms are now off to the east of us. That's where we continue to have that severe weather threat. Now, we still have a couple of showers on the north side that are still lingering, a couple little lightning strikes that we've had there too, but these are not classified as severe. This is just on the back side, or actually on this area of low pressure that's rotating around that, causing a couple of showers there. But the severe weather threat is with these storms that are well to the east of us and also to the south of us right now. These are moving in closer to Augusta. It's exiting our area now, well to the east of Athens, east of Eatonton. The last bits of rain going out of Putnam County, also into areas of Hancock County, pushing out of Oglethorpe County as well. So the rain is ending there. It's just those few showers far up to the north that are still lingering, and that's rotating around that area of low pressure that is up to the north. Now, even though we've seen a couple of lightning strikes on the north side, we don't think that we won't have any more severe weather here. That's all going to exit, and that area of stronger storms in Tennessee will move to the east and stay well to the north of us. We were watching delays earlier out of Hartsfield-Jackson. We actually had a ground stop earlier thanks to the rain and wind and the tornado warning that was near the airport a little bit earlier. Runways, taxiways are still wet, but you can see the delays now are now zero. After that ground stop, it took a while. We had a lot of delays for a while. Now things are catching up a little bit. In Rome right now, we've got the wind that is blowing where we have the rain again that has moved out. Again, just a couple of those lingering showers that we've been watching in parts of northwest Georgia. Look at these temperatures today. We warmed up to 70 degrees for a high today. That was as that line of storms was moving our way. It was really warm, unstable air, and that warm air helps to feed those storms to make them stronger. Then when the line of storms moved in, look what happened to those temperatures. They dropped down into the 50s. We're pretty much holding in the 50s now into the evening hours, but those temperatures will be getting colder overnight through the 40s by tomorrow morning and even into the 30s in some spots. The tornado watch has now really just down to the south and east of us. We don't have a tornado watch for us anymore, but we still have those winds around in our area with that wind advisory that's going to be in effect through 11 with some of those gusty winds. Stay with us. We'll keep watching these storms that are moving out of the area, focusing on that colder air that's going to be pushing in for tonight. We want to let you know that we just got word that Spalding and in Spalding County and Griffin schools are going to be closed tomorrow due to all the damage that we're seeing there on the south side. We've been talking about other school systems that are going to be closed tomorrow as well. We'll have more on that for you coming up in just a little bit.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. And we're going to keep you up to date with your weather alerts in your neighborhood. Just make sure you download the 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free. It's right there in your app store, whether you have an iPhone or an Android. And then you can turn on those alerts for weather updates in your community.
Well, we continue to follow all of this damage left behind by the storms. We want to get you out live to our Tracy A. McPherson. She's in Austell in Cobb County at a business there that really sustained some pretty bad damage, Tracy.
That's right, and this is actually the first damage we came across in Austell. It's on Oak Ridge Parkway, and like you said, it's a business that sustained a lot. The entire side wall of the business, it was cinder blocks and bricks. It's all been blown out. Now, this is an 18-wheeler and truck part and chrome warehouse. Now, the people inside tell me that at around 3:30, the front doors just flew open, and then just a few minutes later, this huge wall blew out. Next thing they knew, it blew out. It was all the way to the road. Now, just a few minutes earlier, this house about a mile and a half away on Panda Court in the Cameron Crossing neighborhood was hit by a huge tree. It was one of several houses in that same neighborhood that sustained damage. We spoke with a woman who was inside at the time taking a nap, who says she got out of bed just before the tree snapped her bed in half. And take a look at this. This new video is what they shot on their phones of the room right after. It's completely destroyed with the roof gone and the tree crushing the bed underneath.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in, and it woke me up and I jumped out of my bed immediately and I was heading towards the door, and the whole roof caved in and a piece of the roof actually hit my head.
Now, in all, Cobb County says that 18 different homes sustained damage, and out of those homes, 14 of those families were displaced. Now, of course, the family we spoke with, they were trying to get somewhere to go stay in a hotel tonight because they have no electricity, the gas was turned off, and of course, they don't even have a roof at this point, but they say right now, they're just lucky to be alive. Back to you.
They certainly are, Tracy. Thank you so much. We do want to show you some new damage footage. This is from Caheta, Georgia. Brand new video just into our newsroom. This is up on the Georgia-Tennessee line. The police department there able to send a drone up over this barn and farmland after the storm moved through. You can see much of that roof appears to be damaged, collapsed there. A lot of widespread damage that we're seeing across our region, Ron.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot more videos going to be coming across from Georgia and our neighboring states as well. So this is video from McDonough Square just moments after the storm passed through. And you can see an awning was torn off the building in the square right there. And that could be very dangerous if someone is walking down the street or if there's a vehicle in the area as well. And lawn furniture toppled over too. Moving now to LaGrange, you can see what the wind did to this line of trees. This is along Interstate 85. The good news here so far, we haven't heard about a lot of injuries, but first responders are still going door to door to see if everyone is okay. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
By knowing what's coming, and we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck.
And this breaking news, this severe weather with team coverage after that storm. We have had crews all across various communities in Metro Atlanta all evening.
Yeah, let's get straight to 11 Alive. John Sherrick, he's live right now in LaGrange with the very latest. John, what can you tell us?
This storm roared out of Alabama, and this neighborhood took a direct hit. You can see this cul-de-sac here in LaGrange in the Baldwin Park neighborhood is destroyed. The homes along this street are destroyed. One woman told us she was at a Walmart and they kept everybody back while the storm came through. She drove home to find her neighborhood looking like this. Her next door neighbor tells us he and his wife were in their home, heard a roar, they took cover, and in seconds they said the storm passed. They came outside, looked outside, and saw nothing but damage. So neighbors right now are just trying to decide what they can do in the meantime as night falls and as they want to protect their properties. These neighborhoods are blocked off. Just getting here was an ordeal. I-85 was blocked for a time. I-185 was completely shut down, and many streets in this area are shut down because of trees down, because of wires down. A lot of people trying to find their way through the dark because power is out throughout this area, and trying to find detours to get where they need to go. Many people trying to get to their own neighborhoods to see how their homes are. So this area of LaGrange sustained serious damage, and there's going to be a lot of cleanup to do in the next few weeks.
Absolutely, John. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate that update. By the way, this is video into our newsroom tonight. Cobb County fire officials telling 11 Alive they're confirming 18 homes have been damaged in Austell. This photograph is from Ivy Log Drive after the storm pushed its way through. And the damage has now left 14 families displaced tonight. And fire officials will also tell you not to go into these homes because they're very unstable. You have to be careful with broken glass and nails on the ground as well. Right now, Cobb County officials are asking anyone impacted by the damages to use the county's online reporting tool, and we have a link to that at 11alive.com. This also out of Austell tonight, folks. The storm causing the side of this warehouse to collapse. No word yet on if there are any injuries or if anyone was inside.
Reports also coming out from Griffin of the damage there that continues to pour in. Griffin officials are actually warning people not to leave your home if you are home and you are safe, to stay where you are. This is a look at a car that was flipped over outside of a Walmart in Griffin. We were hearing from county officials earlier today that this was the case with many vehicles across that community. They're also telling us that they're responding to other flipped cars. And take a look at this 18-wheeler turned over, you see right there on the highway tonight. There's no word yet if anyone was hurt in that particular instant. Now, more video out of Griffin tonight. This used to be the front of a Dollar General there. You can see that brick facade coming down and the roof collapsing there, caving in as well. Chris, we are seeing so much of this damage, and you and Chesley and Andrew have been tracking this all evening. This is just what y'all were warning people to prepare for.
Yeah, you know, and we knew this was going to be a strong storm coming through with the wind and rain. It was going to be impacting a lot of people, and we just hope that people were heeding the warnings and watching. You know, we're waiting to hear about any injuries. We unfortunately have heard about, back in Alabama, 6 fatalities that occurred there. We're hoping that we do not have anything like that from when we do the storm surveys here, as well as finding out what kind of injuries or hopefully no fatalities here, but we do our best to, warn people what's coming, and hopefully people will listen and take cover from those storms. But there are times, though, when even taking cover, you might still have some injuries. So things are a lot calmer out there right now, where the strongest of the storms have pushed well to the east of us. That's now over into East Georgia, moving over toward the South Carolina line. We had some stronger storms that just moved through Augusta. Some of those showers still lingering. Some thunder and lightning still holding on near Thompson down toward Sparta, but that back edge of the storms well to the east of Athens now and east of Lake Oconee. Down into central Georgia, though, there's that line still producing severe weather and tornado warnings. We have one near Albany, another one near McRae. That's all going to push over to the south and the east. That might be moving closer to Statesboro in just a little while if that holds together. But again, that's well away from us. We are drying out now. We do still have a few showers on the north side, rotating around that area of low pressure to the north. These are not severe, but we had a little bit of lightning with that earlier up near Ellijay just within the past couple of hours. But again, these are just some lingering showers left behind the main system. Most of the stronger storms with that will be into Tennessee and into North Carolina. We're already seeing signs that that is weakening somewhat. Here's our time lapse from earlier today. I know we showed you this earlier within our newscast, but you can see those clouds moving in. Here comes the storms during the late afternoon hours as they move through our area with that rain and wind, and then it got out of here pretty quickly, and then we actually saw the sun start to come through as those clouds were breaking up before it set a little while ago. We still have the wind advisory that is in effect for us until 11 o'clock tonight. We had the winds that were strong ahead of the line of storms, and then the strongest winds as the storms were moving through, and now back behind the storms, still that northwest flow giving us breezy conditions. That is bringing in that much colder air that we're going to be experiencing out there this evening and definitely during the day tomorrow. Let's check in with Andrew Wilson right now. Andrew's been with us all afternoon as well, tracking these storms, and you're really analyzing some of those storm reports that are coming in from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, Chris, 2022 was pretty quiet. 2023 has started off very active as far as severe weather is concerned. We had all the strong storms move through last week. Today, even more active. We've had a lot of reports of tornadoes as well as some damaging wind in different spots. The most recent report to come in from the National Weather Service, this was the possible tornado that was spotted on the ground from Caldwell Road to Reading Road. This was over into DeKalb County a little bit earlier on today. Now, the emergency manager for DeKalb County did mention that they went out and checked out the area. They didn't notice any damage, but there could still have been maybe a funnel cloud within there, because just off to the south and west of there, we have had some damage. Not sure yet if this was done by a tornado or not. The National Weather Service still has to go survey this, but down towards Austell, to the south and west of there, they did end up with some damage. We heard from Tracy Ann McPeer earlier on today, where she was talking about how a warehouse that had a brick and cinder block siding had been heavily damaged. That report not in from the National Weather Service yet. They have a lot of work to do to catch up. They do have the report down towards Spalding County, though. This is going to be just north of Griffin. Significant and structural damage all throughout the town of Griffin. Numerous structures reported damaged or destroyed. Way off to the west there, getting now into Troup County, we had reports of a tornado confirmed by radar, and damage reports have been coming in there. We heard from John Schierick earlier today talking to us about some of the damage that they had down there, and we just continue to have these damage reports come in. The tornado was also reported in the area of Upper Springs, Big Springs, and Davis Road there, all throughout the Grange. That storm actually came from off towards the west and southwest, and all those storms just kind of made their way also through Alabama, where you see they had even more reports of damages or damage so far. And you look off toward the damage map, it looks like Alabama actually saw it a lot worse. Well, that's just because we have not had all of our damage reports come in yet here in Georgia. A lot of work from the National Weather Service over the next few days here. They're going to be sharing that with us. We're going to be sharing it right here with y'all. Chris.
And we're watching that cold air that's coming in now too. Folks are going to be cleaning up with the colder air. We're going to be falling through those 50s during the evening hours tonight, and then into the 40s here by tomorrow morning. Clouds breaking up at times, and then at times overnight we'll have a few more of those clouds that'll be building in. So here's the forecast track with that line of storms that is well to the east of us right now, continuing to push away. But remember, I showed you a few of those showers up in North Georgia rotating around that area of low pressure. Again, those will sweep on through. No severe weather with that. But as that cold air comes in, we're going to see the potential in far north Georgia during the day tomorrow, that colder air squeezing out any leftover moisture that's in those clouds, and we may have some blowing flurries over parts of north Georgia during the day tomorrow. Surface temperatures should be just above freezing there, so we don't really expect much in the form of accumulations. There could be some grassy areas, though, that get some light accumulations in far north Georgia tomorrow. Those flurries sticking around for a while in the northern part of the state. We don't expect much of that here in Atlanta, maybe a rogue flurry or two around, but really the bigger story is going to be that colder air. Tomorrow's highs only in the 40s after getting up to 70 degrees today. We're going to be much cooler during the day tomorrow, and then down to freezing or below freezing Saturday morning. Mostly sunny skies during the day on Saturday, but it will remain chilly with temperatures in the 40s. Should be nice and sunny for the parade in Athens, but it is going to be on the cold side with more of those 40s around. And then as we go into Sunday morning, we're talking about temperatures in the 20s, and then we will see highs rebounding in the afternoon back up into the 50s. And you can see here on Sunday, mostly sunny skies around, maybe a few clouds here and there. Monday, a couple more clouds building in. Then on Tuesday, another system rolls our way that's going to give us some rain, and then we'll hold on to some rain chances that'll be a little bit lower on Wednesday and also on Thursday. So there's that chilly air tomorrow at 45 degrees, then down to 31 Saturday morning with a high of only 47 with mostly sunny skies, 29 Sunday morning with a high of 55, so a little warmer in the afternoon. The King holiday, partly cloudy skies with highs near 57, and then 60s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as that rain chance comes back.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. And you know what, Jennifer, we can't say this enough, especially for a lot of folks who may not have power right now. You need to stay updated. Just to update you with your weather alerts in your neighborhood, just make sure you download that 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free in the App Store. You can then turn on those weather alerts for your community.
All right, so we have been sending our crews all across Metro Atlanta surveying the damage left behind from this storm. We want to get you out now live to our Cody Alcorn. He's in front of the Hobby Lobby in Griffin and Spalding County. And Cody, a lot of folks have been talking about the damage that this particular store suffered.
Yeah, I'm actually on the back side of the Hobby Lobby. You can hear the water that is still running out of this place. So if the tornado damage wasn't enough, it's now flooding throughout this building. The entire roof is off of this Hobby Lobby. This is the back area of it. You can see I'm actually standing on the wall. This thing was upright. It actually has fallen down, and this debris is all across Griffin. Part of the roof is up on West McIntosh Road up on this hill. You can see this is part of the roof right here as well. It's this metal that is thrown all over Griffin. There is all kind of insulation in about every tree from here to where you saw Bo Beth over on Old Atlanta Road. That's where we actually came into town. That is now all blocked off. This area did have traffic in it, but right now I can tell you that Spalding County and Griffin police have this entire area on lockdown. They are giving escorts to the power companies who are coming into town to try to get some of these lines taken care of. And right now, it's not an issue of turning the power back on, because that is not going to happen. They're trying to get these poles taken down and get new poles set. If you've been through a tornado, you know afterwards a lot of those poles are all leaning one way or the other if they've not been snapped. And that is what Old Atlanta Road looks like, was just to my right here. The entire street, all of the power poles are all leaning towards the roadway, which if we get any wind or anything, those could come down. That's the concern tonight. Is while, again, the tornado did come through here, obviously the National Weather Service will confirm if it was a tornado, but we talked to a man who saw it, and he was flipped upside down in his truck, who said it was a tornado, and from this damage, it definitely looked like one came through here. But again, you can see here behind me, this is the back area of the Hobby Lobby. The entire roof is off of this. You can actually see inside it if we had a drone or from the air, which we will likely have our chopper overhead tomorrow, where we'll get our really first daylight look at the actual damage here in Griffin. But we can still hear the sirens. We can still hear all of that noise happening behind me. It's kind of hard from this area because, again, water is flowing from the roof here where a pipe has burst. But the main thing is going house to house. The individuals like this, they're walking as well. down streets because they cannot get to their homes even if they wanted to, because Spalding County and Griffin Police have the areas blocked off. But tonight, again, it's not about bringing power back on. It's just about making sure the lines that are down are not live, and then the process of fixing those power poles so they can get power restored in the next couple of days. But for one thing is sure, obviously people are driving through here even though they see me in the parking lot. So this is what we're dealing with too. People trying to drive through this area to get one place or the other. But what we can tell you is while they might drive through here, they're not going to get anywhere. You'll likely see them come right back here because Griffin Police are yelling at these people to stay off the road and don't come back here. There's really no reason to be in the parking lot of Hobby Lobby unless you are a journalist. As you see, most of the people here are showing people the damage here. But Jennifer and Ron, I can tell you this, the only way really to describe Griffin at this point, it is a war zone around West McIntosh, Old Atlanta Road, and that's just what we can see here at night. I think when daybreak happens on the on 11 Alive Morning News, it is going to be a lot clearer picture of just how much damage and how long this twister was on the ground here this afternoon.
Yeah, that video really does paint a very clear picture, and you pointed something out there, Cody, that if you don't need to be in the area, if you're not a firefighter, if you're not a first responder, stay away, let them do their job, don't get in their way, and don't get your family hurt as well. Cody, thanks a lot. We'll check back in with you a little later on. By the way, folks, we have another school district just announcing that it will be closed tomorrow, just coming into the newsroom. Jasper County Schools will not have class tomorrow, so on Facebook it says it's going to have a makeup date, and they're going to make that announcement next week. Also in the newsroom, Griffin Spalding County Schools will be shut down tomorrow. It's not really a surprise as you look at the damage at that nearby Hobby Lobby. I mean, Cody just showed us the damage there. So school officials say essential employees have been notified to report at 8:30 a.m. All other students and staff should stay home. All after-school activities, of course, they are canceled.
And we are also learning that Henry County schools will be closed for tomorrow. The school says the community is going to be responding to damage tonight, and there will not be classes tomorrow. Again, that is January 13th on Friday. Right now, weekend activities are under assessment. They're still working those details out. But if you are in another school district and you're concerned about whether or not classes will be taking place, make sure you check in with those official updated reports, and we'll of course be passing along any new information that we get to you on air and on our website 11alive.com and inside our 11 Alive news app as well. Our storm coverage continues for you right here on the ATL tonight. We're going to take a quick break and then bring you more updates from around our community. We'll be right back.
Intensifying. Knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
All right, well, welcome back to our coverage. Right now, we have Faith Jesse joining us for this next hour. Our team coverage is going to continue throughout the evening to make sure that your family is safe. And we've seen a lot of damage across metro Atlanta and the surrounding areas.
Yeah, our Bobeth Yates has been checking out all of that damage in Griffin. Hey, Bobeth.
Well, Faith, and we're right here. Ron, look at this. This is the Walmart off West McIntosh Road, and some of the cars that were just in this Walmart when the storm came through. This car literally picked up, turned to its side. You can see also all of the damage. The top completely sunk in, the hood and the trunk completely destroyed. And if you come over here with me, that's not the only car that we're seeing damage from. Over here, another car just looks like it was also picked up and thrown. Half of the back of this pickup truck gone. Then if you keep going over, this car placed on top of another car. People sitting on the hood right now. That's how this damage in this Walmart parking lot is looking. And there's even more. There's also damage to the top of the Walmart. We saw earlier people up there assessing the AC unit, which is probably the size of a car, also picked up and tossed out here. So there's a lot of damage out here. Again, this is the Walmart in Griffin off West McIntosh, where you're seeing some of the destruction caused when that storm just started making its way through this area. And you can literally see the path it took. As if you follow these cars, you can see that it was going straight across the street on a diagonal, literally causing destruction and leaving a lot of people in awe of all of the damage left over here. And of course, we're going to continue to walk around and see what else we can find. A lot of people are also in the parking lot trying to figure out what's happened. And, you know, some of them have their cars and damage here, and they're waiting for someone to come and assess. So this is definitely going to be a long night for many of those out here. And we'll be out here continuing to give you updates, sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Bobeth, thank you so much for that reporting. Wow, I'm just really hoping that everybody was safe there tonight. Tracy Ann McPeer joins us live from Austell in Cobb County at a business that sustained a lot of damage. Tracy, what's it looking like out there?
Well, this is an 18-wheeler truck part and chrome warehouse, and right now what you can see is the side wall on the west side is rubble right now. It is all of these cinder blocks and bricks. They spread all the way from where they were standing all the way out to the road. Now, at around 3:30, the workers inside tell me the front doors flew open, and next thing they knew, the cinder block wall blew out. The blocks, as I said, they reached all the way to the road. But take a look at this video. Just a few minutes before, this house about a mile and a half away on Panda Court in the Cameron Crossing neighborhood was hit by a huge tree. We spoke with a woman who was inside at the time taking a nap, who says she got out of bed just before the tree snapped her bed in half. Now, this new video is what they shot on their phone and they shared with me of the room right after. It's completely destroyed with the roof gone and the tree crushing the bed underneath.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in, and it woke me up and I jumped out of my bed immediately and I was heading towards the door, and the whole roof caved in and a piece of the roof actually hit my head.
Now, in all, Cobb County says that 18 different homes reported damage and 14 different families are displaced tonight. Now, one of those families that I spoke to earlier, they say that they're going to a hotel. They'll be staying there through tonight and who knows how long. But overall, they say they're just lucky to be alive. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much for that report. Okay, right now we've told you Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency. He has also ordered all relevant agencies to respond with an all-hands-on-deck approach to the affected areas. His order says tornadoes were observed in Butts, Henry, Meriwether, Pike, Spalding, and Troup counties, with this possibility of a touchdown near Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Tomorrow, the National Weather will start the process of assessing the damages and confirming which damages were caused by tornadoes and how strong it was.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of work tomorrow and for the coming days as well. And as we have already talked about this evening during our coverage, people in Troup County are now dealing with some really bad damage. You can see it right there on your screen. So we know Interstate I-85 Interstate 185 rather, has been really impacted with downed trees and power lines as well. So we had a chance to speak with the Troup County Sergeant Stuart Smith about what all took place there.
It appears we're very fortunate we don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get in these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down.
By the way, right now everyone is asked in that area to stay away from there and stay home if you can. So let's get back to Chris to talk about what we can expect now. More winds or no?
Well, the severe part of this storm is over, but now that line has moved to the east of us, we now have some winds on the backside. That's bringing in the colder air, but we don't expect anything else severe here in our area tonight. In fact, we're in a break from the rain right now. All of those stronger storms have pushed well off to the east, so that severe weather threat is now to the east of us and also to the south of us. You can see some of those storms getting in closer to Augusta right now. Showers around Thompson, Georgia, out I-20, and that back edge is about to move through there. This is where we have some of those severe storms now. Well to the south of Macon, down toward Albany, we've got a tornado warning there between Albany and Moultrie. These storms moving through McRae. Severe thunderstorm warnings, and now that's going to move in towards Statesboro near Georgia Southern with some severe weather. Hopefully that will not turn into a tornado warning there. Back here at home, we are much drier now as we've got the rain that has moved out. We've got a couple of lingering showers over North Georgia. This had a little bit of lightning with it earlier in Ellijay, but this is not severe. This is just some moisture left over with the parent low that's up to the north. It's kind of rotating some of that moisture here through parts of North Georgia. Stronger storms up in Tennessee that are weakening. Those are going to move to the east. They're not pushing toward us as that low is going to move up toward the north and to the east. So the severe weather threat that we were telling you about all day today was at that level 3 risk for severe storms. I do think that verified for today with those storms that rolled through the area. And you can see here now the severe weather threat well to the east. We've got that level 1 and level 2 risk that is down to the south and east of us as well. So here's what we're going to be watching. That wind advisory is in effect for us tonight until 11 o'clock. Now it's for winds that are behind the main storm system that continues to move through our area. And now we just have the really cold air that's going to start pushing in. Stay with us. We're going to talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes. Plus, Andrew Wilson is compiling some of the storm reports that we have as they're coming in from the National Weather Service. We'll have more on that in just a few minutes.
Okay, Chris, we look forward to seeing that, and to keep you updated with all the weather alerts in your neighborhood, make sure you download that 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free in your app store. Then you can also turn on those alerts for weather updates in your neighborhood.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day.
The severe storms causing some students and teachers to shelter in place. I actually spoke with one teacher at Drew Charter School who says their calm early dismissal quickly turned into a rush back into the school to stay out of the storm's path.
The scariest part was how, even though they had been talking about all day, like storms are coming, that happens almost every week in Atlanta. Like, I'm just used to that. I'm numb to that. The quickness of it, when those alarms started going off on the phones and stuff like that, that's what scared me. And me being terrified of storms, I was on the phone with my wife, because usually I walk home. I live so close to the school, we walk home. She's like, I'll come get you. I was like, don't. I ran because my son was in my classroom. So I just took off to my classroom. My first thought was, where's my kid? Is anybody with my kid? I got my kid. Then I went and got my other kid who's in first grade. And then I started like getting my radio, helping other families. And it was scary, but safe at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, so that was Miss Jerry Chang you were just hearing from. And I was actually scrolling through TikTok today, and I saw a video of a woman and her child sheltering in place in school. Yeah. Lo and behold, it was Miss Chang.
It was her. And you know, we were talking about this during the break. She has like more than 1 million followers on TikTok. So you hit her up with a DM.
I hit her up. I was like, I don't know if she's going to get back to me, but she's Miss Chang Gifted on TikTok. She has a lot of really cool videos. One of our producers actually follows her. And Mama Bear mode kicked in. She said she went and helped to get all of the parents and teachers to safety. They were stuck inside, and it just happened so quickly.
It was so quickly, especially when we look at all the damage taking place across Metro Atlanta. Cars flipped over, buildings down, rooftops ripped off. You know, you can see how it just came through so quickly. Yeah. But I'm glad that she was able to get her family and also the other kids to safety.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So shout out to Miss Chang. Thank you so much for that. And it looks like we might have another portion of the interview. I spoke with her. Some students and teachers and parents, like I was just talking about, caught in the storm's path this afternoon during the school dismissal. And Miss Chang, who you just heard from, she said that Mama Bear mode kicked in as she helped to get students and parents out of that car line, because a lot of people were picking their kids up from school and inside to safety. Take a listen.
We started dismissing around 3 o'clock. Parents started pulling up. It was just totally chill. Parents were pulling up in carpool. It was a little cloudy outside. It barely started to rain. Carpool lane is full. Parents and kids are everywhere. And when I tell you, like, everybody's tornado alert on their phones started going off simultaneously, it was like ominous. And our administration, they were awesome. They just like, get inside. But that meant parents, the high school kids, our kids, us. We do tornado drills frequently, but not with parents, you know, and some parents were reluctant because they just wanted to go home. Anyway, we got all these folks inside, and I was on the first grade hall, and they shut all the doors. And the first thing I did, the Mama Bear came out to me, was I found my kids. And then I also helped some other parents, calling teachers to connect other families with their children. Because we had parents on the hall, but their kids would be somewhere else. So I was kind of helping with that.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is a charter school, so you're dealing with all different students of different ages. Yeah. And she told me that they were actually, basically, they had to go into a hallway, no windows, no doors or anything, right? Because of the tornado running. They were there for 45 minutes to an hour, and it got to a point of, when are we going to get out of here?
And they probably don't know what's going on outside. And if you're a parent and you know you're running around the hallway, you're trying to find little Johnny, little Moesha, whoever, just trying to make sure that they're safe as well. So that's got to be frightening, not only for the parents, but the children to watch this all unfold.
And she also said what I really liked, to keep the younger kids calm, because she said that they did tornado drills all the time. And some kids were like, is this a tornado drill? She's like, yes, it is a tornado drill.
So they were ready.
Just do your training. We'll be good. We'll be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay, so we're actually getting back into some breaking news. We're going to head out to John Sherrick as we continue our team coverage. Hey, John, how's it looking like that out there right now? You are in LaGrange right now.
This is just one of the many areas in LaGrange and Troup County that sustained severe damage as this storm marched east from Alabama into Georgia, and when it reached Georgia, LaGrange took the first hit. You can see the damage here in this Baldwin Park neighborhood just south and east of downtown LaGrange. One house after another, the damage looks just like this. Parts of the roof, parts of the inside strewn across the yard, strewn across the driveways and the streets. Power lines down, trees down, one house after another. There are some two-story houses just around the corner that were flattened. We are trying to reach Troup County to find out what sort of assessment they've been able to make so far as to the numbers of neighborhoods that have been hit, the numbers of people who have been impacted, whether they've had any injuries or have had any reports of anyone dying in this storm in the Troup County area. They're still making those assessments. But as we were driving here, it was difficult just to get here because so many streets are closed, so many power lines and trees are down. They don't want people out on the streets. This neighborhood is shut down. They've secured it to guard against looting and other possible problems so that when daybreak hits, the homeowners will be able to get back here and start to call in their insurance companies and agents and assessors to begin that long process of what it's going to take to get back on their feet. It's going to take a long time.
Absolutely, John. Thanks a lot for the update. We'll try to check in with you later on during our continuous coverage. By the way, we're going to continue right here on the ATL tonight. We're going to take a quick break and then bring you more updates from around the Metro Atlanta area.
Send it. Download the Live News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day.
Much calmer weather out there right now. Again, our focus is now shifting from the severe storms that moved through earlier today now to the damage that has been left behind. We still have a couple lingering showers up in North Georgia that are not severe, but here's that main area of rain well to the east of us. That is what moved through earlier, and this was a very strong line of fast-moving storms that moved through with wind damage and also the tornado damage that we've been showing you out there during the evening hours tonight. Now now. We have those showers still moving through East Georgia, pushing toward Augusta. The stronger storms really well to the east of that, and then additional strong storms down into parts of central Georgia, also South Georgia. If you go out I-16 from Dublin down toward McRae, also over toward Statesboro, they've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there. We have a tornado warning there south and east of Albany, just north of Moultrie right now. That moves over to the east. It's getting over closer to Willacoochee. That storm system, though, stays away from us. It has already passed through. We are drying out now, but there are a couple of showers still left behind up in North Georgia. Some of these south of Ellijay, near Juneau, the northern parts of Pickens County. They came through Gordon County over near Calhoun, where we have those lingering showers. Again, they're not severe. They're rotating around that parent low pressure system that is well up to the north. In fact, we had stronger storms near Nashville. Those are weakening as they push to the east, and we're not expecting those to move into our area tonight. Things will be much quieter. The tornado watch that we had for our area was canceled early, and now we have an extension of that tornado watch until 9 o'clock. But again, that's mainly in those areas down to the south and east where we showed you those storms that are still lingering. Also, the level 3 risk for severe weather that was over us all day today is now out of here. As this system is shifting down toward the south and east, the Storm Prediction Center is also shifting those risk areas. We have a level 1 and level 2 risk for severe storms for parts of East Georgia, down into central Georgia, and also into South Georgia as well. It's the wind that we're still going to be dealing with tonight. Not severe thunderstorm winds, just general winds coming in on behind that front and on the back edge of that low pressure system. That'll be gusting at times tonight, but nothing as strong as what we had earlier with the storms that rolled through. This will be in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. It's that wind that's bringing in that colder air. We're seeing our storm reports kind of showing up a little bit more on the maps right now. Andrew Wilson has been analyzing those as they've been coming in from the National Weather Service. And some of these are, you know, as we gave these warnings, Andrew, they were saying confirmed tornadoes.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. You know, severe weather season can happen any time of the year here all throughout southeast portions of the United States. And these past 2 weeks have shown that. We've had a lot of activity. Last week we had the severe weather. This week we have had a little bit of activity as well, especially throughout today. Looking over towards DeKalb County, we've had a report of a tornado that was spotted over towards Caldwell Road and Redding Road. Now, the emergency manager for DeKalb County actually did say that they went out and they surveyed that area. They did not see any damage. We have had some damage up towards the Austell area, though. Not sure what may have caused that just yet. National Weather Service still has to get out there and survey it. Down into portions of Spalding County. This is where a lot of our damage has been, right there around the Griffin area. We've had significant damage to the Hobby Lobby roof there in Griffin, Georgia, near the near Pine Drive. That's going to be where Cody Alcorn was earlier on today, and the Walmart there, right in the same vicinity. That's where Bo Beth Yates was talking about some of those cars that were flipped over just earlier. A tornado also was reported where numerous trees were down in the road there in Griffin, just in the Jackson Road Elementary area. They have had a lot of damage down there, and then heading east on Highway 16, you see that a tornado touched down just east of Griffin on Highway 16 near Borough Road. Numerous trees down, and a semi was even flipped there along Highway 16. Moving over towards Troup County, a lot of homes were damaged. We heard from John Sherrick a little bit earlier on, and then a wider look at everything kind of shows where we had all the damage reports over into Alabama. That was early in the afternoon, latter part of the morning, early afternoon. And you notice Georgia doesn't have a lot of reports out there yet. The National Weather Service in Peachtree City is trying to play catch up now, getting these reports out to us. And as we head throughout the next 24 hours, we're going to hear a lot more about the damage that has occurred all throughout North Georgia from today's storms. Now the colder air moves in, Chris.
Yeah, and we're feeling that now. We got up to 70 degrees for a high today ahead of those storms, and now behind the storms, we're back into the 50s. We'll fall through the 50s this evening, and then overnight, moving down into the 40s. We'll move down to the lower 40s here by tomorrow morning, still with some of those clouds that are going to be lingering here. There's that area of rain, the storms that have pushed off to the south and east of us, and then during the nighttime hours tonight, again, a few clouds still moving back in, most of the moisture moving away, and then as the colder air moves in, with temperatures in the morning really chilly and then only holding in the 40s throughout the day, it is possible that some of this moisture will be wringing out of those clouds in the form of flurries, mainly in North Georgia. We expect surface temperatures to stay above freezing there, so we don't expect expect much in the form of accumulation, but maybe some grassy surfaces getting some light accumulations in far north Georgia tomorrow. Maybe even a rogue flurry or two here, but we don't expect any issues with that, as our high temperatures tomorrow will be into the 40s. But that's going to be much colder than we had today. Then Saturday morning, we're talking about low temperatures just below freezing at about 31 degrees here in town, and then becoming mostly sunny during the day. Not warming up much though. Afternoon highs on Saturday will only be in the 40s, and then Sunday morning we move down to the 20s, around 29 degrees for a low, and then afternoon highs start to rebound a little bit more once we get into the afternoon hours on Sunday, with high temperatures back into the 50s. So here's what we're watching with the 7-day outlook, where we are going to see those conditions that will be really chilly for the end of the week and into the weekend. Mostly sunny skies though for Saturday and Sunday. King holiday, a mix of sun and clouds. Temperatures up to about 57 after a morning low of 35. Then back to the 60s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but we will see the rain chances coming back. We think they'll be higher on Tuesday at 50%, then a 30% chance for showers on Wednesday and Thursday.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes.
Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert,
we've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been...
I saw like something coming this way, that way, and they start like doing woo, woo, woo.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep, and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in. The whole roof caved in, and a piece of the roof actually hit my head. I didn't realize the damage that was done until after I had calmed down a bit and looked in the backyard and saw that the tree had fell.
You're seeing all of that damage in our area, and this same storm actually was in Selma, Alabama, and we have an update at this hour. We're told at least 4 people are now dead tonight. This is an aerial look at the damage the storms left behind today. County officials now saying nearly 50 homes were also damaged or destroyed. Alabama officials now saying they are still looking for people who may be injured. We will continue to follow the updates out of Alabama as they become available.
And Faith, check out this time-lapse video. This was the storm taken from our tower in Midtown. Wow. You can see the clouds rushing through, and then bam! Automatically, you'll see a lot of rain is hitting the camera, just drenching the entire area. So it just shows you the impact of this storm and how it developed. And Chris had talked about this yesterday, leading up to today, that we would see that it would have this type of impact, and obviously it did.
And you know, it just really happened so quickly too. We're seeing more damage out of Jackson, Georgia tonight. Our viewers tell us that they felt the storm pass over them. And then when they went outside, they found the damage waiting. Their docks detached, floating in the water, and power lines and trees down. You can actually take a look at this brand new footage we just got from Cohutta, Georgia. This is up on the Georgia-Tennessee line. The police department was able to send the drone up over the barn and farmland after that storm moved through. You can see that right there.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more drone footage here in the next couple of days. This is video out of McDonough Square, just moments after the storm passed through there. And you can see an awning was torn off the roof. This is the building in the square. Lawn furniture thrown about as well. We're going to move on to LaGrange. John Sherrick is there right now, but this is some of the video that we saw from there. The wind just ripping through this line of trees. This is along Interstate 85.
Wow. All right, our storm coverage continues on the ATL tonight. We're going to take a quick break and then bring you more updates from around the area.
Ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions.
Of course, our team coverage is going to continue tonight of the storm damage in Metro Atlanta and the surrounding areas.
Yeah, our Bobeth Yates has been checking out the damage in Griffin, and she has an update on conditions out there now.
Well, I'm in Griffin off Upton Road in Old Atlanta, and this is one of the areas being heavily impacted by the storms. You can see this tree right here literally snapped in half, and the power lines that are hanging off of it. This area completely dark because these power lines are now out. But you can just follow me as this tree all the way here, it's blocking the road. At one point you can see someone came out with a circular saw and actually cut some of these branches to clear a way for one of the actual lanes to make their way down. But this entire area is still really backed up with cars slowly trying to make their way through the area. This is just one block from where that Hobby Lobby and that Walmart was, that were impacted by this storm. And right now you can see that many in the area are trying to make their way through just so that they can get out of this entire area, again, completely dark, and we're starting to see cars make their way through. But much of it, as you go all the way down there, you can see the streets are blocked off, completely blocked off for many of the people in this area. And I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Bo Beth, great job. She and Tyson Paul have been in our Storm Tracker Thunder truck from before noon today, tracking these storms from northwest Georgia through Atlanta, now seeing that damage there on the south side. Things are much quieter out there right now. We no longer have a severe weather threat here. The rain is over for us. Just a couple of lingering showers up in North Georgia, but those are not classified as severe. That main area of rain has pushed well off to the east of us right now. In Augusta, things are starting to let up just a little bit. We still have some of those moderate showers there, some thunder and lightning, but it's not severe. The severe weather threat is mainly south and east of the city. Earlier, we had a tornado warning just south of Albany. Now, mainly severe thunderstorm warnings lining up here along that line of storms that, again, is well to the south of Macon, also to the east of Macon, moving over towards Statesboro. Some heavier showers and storms moving through there. Here in Atlanta, much better now. Drier weather. Roads are still wet. We still have wet conditions, but no new rain is coming down right now. But we do have some of these showers on the north side. Not severe. They did produce a little bit of lightning earlier in Ellijay this evening, but now that little bit is moving on over to the east. There's more up into Tennessee, but that pushes to the east too. That cluster of lightning right there will move closer to the Knoxville area and then into North Carolina. Now, what we're going to see tomorrow is some of this leftover moisture that will move our way, mixing in with that colder air that might even give us a few snow flurries up in far north Georgia. But the severe weather threat for us is over. The tornado watch for North Georgia is over. The severe weather threat, that level 1 and level 2 risk, is now mainly well down to the south and to the east of us. We'll just be dealing still with a few more of those winds out there through the evening hours. This wind advisory will expire at 11. We had the winds ahead of the storm, the really strong winds during the storms, and now behind the storms, that northwest flow kicking up just a little bit. That's bringing in the much colder air. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Andrew Wilson as we're compiling some of those storm reports for you and let you know more about that cold air lingering into the weekend.
Okay, Chris, we'll see you in a couple of minutes. You know, a lot of damage down there in Troup County as well in LaGrange.
Yeah, John Sherrick joining us live now with an update. Hi, John.
Hi, you know, your heart just sinks when you come into these neighborhoods and you see what this storm did to so many homes, what it did to so many families. We're in the Baldwin Park area of LaGrange, just south and east of downtown LaGrange, where one house after another sustained serious damage, probably going to be destroyed, declared destroyed. This house, you can see inside, you see a ceiling fan and what's left of the room inside. The roof is torn apart. It's all over the yard. These streets here in the Baldwin Park area are carpeted with tree branches and with roof shingles and with wires, live wires. This neighborhood is shut down. They are closing off the neighborhood, obviously, to protect what is left here, so that when people come back to their homes tomorrow to try to assess what they're going to need to do to get back on their feet, that they will be able to recover what they can, what valuables they may be able to take back with them to wherever they're going to stay, while they figure out how to rebuild and move on on with their lives. We are attempting to reach Troup County now to get the latest updates from the sheriff and from the fire department to find out exactly what their damage assessments are. But they're telling people to stay off the roads. If you have an emergency, call 911, but don't expect emergency responders to get to you right away, because they're having to deal with roads that are shut down and blocked with trees and live power lines. And so this is going to be I don't want to say a dangerous evening, but it's going to be a troublesome evening for people around across Troup County who don't have power, who might not have access to emergency services because of all the damage here. So they're going to try to get through the night and then pick up tomorrow and see where they can go to recover.
John, thank you so much for bringing us that report. Our hearts really just go out to all of those families impacted tonight.
Absolutely. So to keep up with the update with the weather alerts in your neighborhood, just make sure you download the 11 Alive News app. You can scan that QR code on your screen to download it for free. It's right there in your app store. Then you can also turn on those weather alerts for weather updates in your community. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening.
Welcome back. Continuing our team coverage tonight over in Spalding County in Griffin.
Yeah, that's right. So we have 11 Alive Cody Alcorn. He's there live right now with the very latest. Cody.
Yeah, I'm sitting right across from the Hobby Lobby where I was actually at just a little while ago. We learned there's now a gas leak happening there, so we had to leave that for our own safety. But look across the street. It appears this Buick was actually flipped and landed right here. The glass is shattered, the door is open, some of the actual plastic rimming around it torn off. Hopefully this person is okay, but you can see just how damaged this car is. And then right behind that is the front porch of this home that is actually detached now, has fallen off of the actual framework, and you can now see inside this home. And if we walk over here, you can actually see inside the window of what appears to be their living room that is now shattered out. Hopefully these people heeded the warnings while Chris and them were on the air, warning that this tornado was on the ground, and you can see the damage here. Again, the roof seems to be intact, but the entire front porch has fallen off, and it appears, again, this Buick SUV might have been on the road here, West McIntosh, and now flipped over and landed right here because, again, the windshields are shattered out of it and has quite a bit of damage to the exterior and interior of this. And I will tell you too, this is just one small piece of what we have seen. I wish we could show you a lot more, but it is dark and it also is dangerous out here. There are a lot of power poles that are leaning that could come down at any point. There's a lot of power lines that are on the ground, and right now I believe Griffin Police, all the sheriff's office here, fire and rescue, they're just trying to make sure everyone is safe and accounted for, because again, they are still trying to get to some areas and make sure everyone is all right. But it does, and we keep using this word, look like a war zone here, because we know this tornado touched the ground at some point. The Hobby Lobby across the street, all of that roofing we've been talking about, it is spread across the town of Griffin. And now police are just going from door to door, street to street, to figure out exactly what they have on their hands as they get ready for the sun to come up and really be able to assess what happened in this town. It's also going to be very interesting to see just how strong of a tornado this was. I've covered several tornadoes across the Carolinas, and I'll tell you, this one appears to be a pretty strong tornado. I know straight line winds can cause just as much damage, but to come through here and to see what it's done, and it's got a pretty specific path. You saw Bo Beth over on Old Atlanta Road. We were there earlier, and it really seems like it started there and came across this area to the Hobby Lobby and then to the Walmart where we saw those vehicles flipped over. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the National Weather Service has to say about what transpired here. But one thing is for sure, the town of Griffin will have many weeks and months to come of cleanup and, of course, making sure that people are safe and be able to rebuild some of these homes that have pretty intense structure damage. We actually talked to the roofing company that was called out here to the Hobby Lobby, and they said the message they got was, hey, just go out there and see what we need to do to fix this. Not realizing when they got here, they're like, this is not going to be just a tarp and fix.
Right.
It's going to be many weeks to get all of this repaired, but you've got to think for those utility companies too as well, Ron. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Those men and women are out here in pretty dangerous situations just trying to get this cleaned up so they can start the process of getting that power back on here to many homes in the town of Griffin.
And you know what? You had it right. Two words you said there, Cody: dark and dangerous. Dark, you can't see what's going on around you. So folks, stay away from that area. Stay in your homes because it is dangerous. You got nails, you have broken glass, you also have live wires, possible live wires. Thanks a lot, Cody. We'll check in with you later on this evening. So tonight our team coverage is going to continue, this time in Cobb County. 11 Alive's Tracy A. McPeer is in Austell, where business sustained a lot of damage.
Well, this is an 18-wheeler truck part in Chrome warehouse, and right now what you can see is the sidewall on the west side is rubble right now. It is all of these cinder blocks and bricks. They spread all the way from where they were standing all the way out to the road. Now, at around 3:30, the workers inside tell me the front doors flew open, and next thing they knew, the cinder block wall blew out. The blocks, as I said, they reached all the way to the road. But take a look at this video. Just a few minutes before, this house about a mile and a half away on Panda Court in the Cameron Crossing neighborhood was hit by a huge tree. We spoke with a woman who was inside at the time taking a nap, who says she got out of bed just before the tree snapped her bed in half. Now, this new video is what they shot on their phone and they shared with me of the room right after. It's completely destroyed with the roof gone and the tree crushing the bed underneath.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep, and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in, and it woke me up, and I jumped out of my bed immediately, and I was heading towards the door, and the whole roof caved in, and a piece of the roof actually hit my head.
Now in all, Cobb County says that 18 different homes reported damage and 14 different families are displaced tonight. Now, one of those families that I spoke to earlier, they say that they're going to a hotel. They'll be staying there through tonight and who knows how long. But overall, they say they're just lucky to be alive. Back to you.
Man,
All right,
it's
Trace.
a blessing that that she survived something like that.
It's amazing to see, just how the camaraderie, people coming together with the community to help people get through it. Of course, our heart goes out to all of these families impacted tonight, and our reporters, our team of meteorologists, staying on this to bring you all updates all night. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thunder Truck, a mobile center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on the ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather,
Severe storm threat is over for us right now as those stronger storms have pushed well off to the east. We still have just a few lingering showers on the backside of this system over North Georgia, but they are not classified as severe. They'll just see some of those rotating through our area tonight. Here you can see how those storms cleared Atlanta and then pushed on over to the east. Now they are well to the east of Athens and Lake Oconee here, pushing to the east of Thompson, moving in over toward Augusta. Still some rain with some thunder and lightning still in association with those storms there, but they're not severe. The severe part with this now is south of Augusta towards Statesboro along I-16 here. We had stronger storms near Dublin. Excuse me, those are starting to clear out now. Also near McRae, and then additional severe thunderstorm warnings with this line that has already moved through Albany. We had a tornado warning there earlier just south of Albany. Now we're dealing with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings as the system continues to push down toward the south and to the east. Now here in Atlanta, we are drying out now. We've got the wind kicking up. We have the cooler air that is moving in, and again, just dealing with a few of those showers here on the north side. Those are moving to the east. They're also weakening as they move to the east. They're not strong at all. Additional showers up in Tennessee where we have that thunder and lightning near Knoxville. That continues to move to the east. That's not going to move our way, but with that stronger area of low pressure to the north, we've got some of this wraparound moisture here on the backside. Tomorrow, we may actually see a few snow flurries over parts of North Georgia, mixing in with that colder air. We don't expect anything like that here in Atlanta. Tornado watch now expired and is no longer in effect for our area, even the part that they extended over to the west of us. We do have that wind advisory that's in effect until 11 o'clock. This is mainly for the winds on the backside of this system. That could be between 15 and 20 miles an hour. Some gusts maybe up to 40. I think those stronger gusts have already pushed out of our area, but just know that wind is still going to continue tonight as that cold air moves our way. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson joins us right now. Andrew, we've had those strong storms that rolled through here today, and we wait for the National Weather Service to do a survey of the damage. That's when they can give us the rating of the storm, but already some of these storms are confirmed as tornadoes.
Yeah, Chris, it was a really active day all day, and there was a lot of reports that were coming in. We've had reports of damage over towards Austell, where we saw the damage on the side of the building where the brick and the cinder block wall had fallen. Tracy M. Pierre was there earlier on today. We've seen photos right here that we shared on air down towards McDonough of some damage down on the square. But you'll notice some of these spots are missing. They're not showing up as damage reports just yet. That's because the National Weather Service has to go through all of these reports in order to get them up on the screen, and they have just been way too busy today actually issuing warnings and watches as we've continued to deal with all of these strong storms pass through the region. As we head throughout the day tomorrow, they're likely going to be able to play catch up, and we're going to see our map fill up a lot more with some of the reports. We had this one report of a tornado spotted on the ground over from Caldwell Road to Reading Road. This is in DeKalb County. Now, the emergency manager for DeKalb County, emergency manager Cox, went out there and he checked it out. He said they didn't see any damage. Of course, they did have some damage there just southwest of there, over into Austell, over into southern Cobb County. Looking down into portions of Spalding County, this is going to be in the Griffin area. We heard from Cody Alcorn earlier on, as well as Bo Betty Yates, talking about some of the damage they had seen. The Hobby Lobby roof being thrown off there. Over towards the east side, looking at numerous trees down in the road near Jackson Road Elementary, and then even further east on Highway 16, they had a tornado touchdown right there along Highway 16, where they had a semi that had flipped over. We heard from John Sherrick earlier on in the newscast talking about the damage to all the homes over there toward LaGrange. LaGrange had a ton of damage, and they're going to see things over the next few weeks as far as cleanup is concerned really pick up likely due to all that damage that they had down into portions of Troup County. Chris?
All right, so here's what we're watching with the 7-day forecast. As the colder air is going to be moving into our area. It's already on the way now. We're down to 39 in the morning, a high of 45 in the afternoon with decreasing clouds. Mostly sunny Saturday and Sunday, but chilly. Lows in the mornings around freezing. Afternoon highs Saturday at 47, 55 Sunday. We warm up into next week, but the rain chances coming back. 50% chance for rain Tuesday, and then 30% chances for rain on Wednesday and Thursday with highs in the 60s.
At 11 p.m. is where you find what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality.
11 Alive News Primetime starts now.
I saw like something coming this way, that way, and they start like doing woo, woo, woo.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep, and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in. The whole roof caved in, and a piece of the roof actually hit my head. I didn't realize the damage that was done until after I had calmed down a bit and looked in the backyard and saw that the tree had fell.
A massive storm making its impact on our area. We're seeing down trees in Tucker, tornado through Griffin, turned cars. And our hearts are really with those families impacted tonight. Shout out to all of the men and women out there with the cleanup and assisting folks, and people still trying to see, assessing the damage and making sure if people are stuck in all of those homes that we just saw. So,
that's right. And our crews are spread out across the metro Atlanta area, covering the debris, the damage, the ramifications of the severe weather that we have seen. We know that there is so much information to let you know about tonight, and we want to begin with several communities that have canceled their classes tomorrow because of tonight's storms. Those include Griffin, Spalding County, Henry County, and Jasper County. And as we make our way through the rest of the evening and into the morning hours, we will be keeping an eye on those official school postings and letting you know both on air and online about any other changes that we can expect to see. We want to send you now to our meteorologist, Andrew Wilson. Andrew, you were tracking the storm right along with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb and Chesley McNeil. What can you tell us about now and what folks can expect going forward?
Well, Jennifer, it's going to be a lot of cleanup here as we head throughout the next few days. It's going to be a lot of cleanup, especially throughout tomorrow, and seeing what actually happened once that sun comes up in the morning, because these storms move through right before sunset, and some people are not going to get to that damage until they wake up tomorrow morning to start to clean up. Thankfully, the storms are out of here. It's now much quieter conditions as we look towards downtown. You see just a little bit of cloud cover overhead. We may still get a brief shower or two throughout tonight, but the severe weather threat is over. Looking at the radar, you see the storms are well out of the region. A few lingering showers up here, just up that 575 corridor, going to be going down towards the south and east towards Gainesville here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. But don't worry, again, nothing severe with that. We still have some severe thunderstorms down here towards southern portions of Georgia, and even a tornado watch down there for the very southern portion, getting closer on towards Thomasville. Not going to have these storms coming our way. They're going to continue to move away, but of course all this associated with a giant cold front that is sweeping across the United States, and that's going to bring us a lot cooler weather as we head into this weekend. You'll notice that as we look at across North Georgia, we really don't have that many storm reports, but that's because the National Weather Service actually still has to catch up to put them all on the map for us. You notice that in the central portion right here around Atlanta, there's a possibility that somebody may have seen a brief tornado. The National Weather Service is going to have to go out and survey that. Down into portions of Spalding County, we have multiple reporters down there gathering information that is going to be shared over the next few days, including for tonight and later on in this newscast. Down into Troup County, we also had another tornado that had touched down. A lot of damage for there in communities south of the I-20 corridor. And I want you to look at our neighbors in Alabama. You see all those damage reports. I think that our side of the state line is going to look a lot more like that as we head throughout tomorrow morning once the National Weather Service is able to get out there and do some surveying. That colder air is on the way. Again, it's 44 in Nashville already, still 56 in Atlanta. You see 65 in Jacksonville. We were in the 60s earlier on today. We head throughout this weekend, those temperatures are going to be in the 30s. And if you open up that 11 Alive app and hit that daily tab, you'll see that those temperatures are going to be really much on the chilly side. It's days like today that we really want to bring it home that you should download this 11 Alive app. It gives you live looks at the radar and can also give you alerts whenever you're under a severe watch or warning. Watch those newscasts live too if you ever lose power. We'll keep you updated on all these storms as they move out of the area, and then the impact on the cleanup coming up.
It's a great app. Thank you so much, Andrew, for that report. Okay, John Sherritt continues our team coverage tonight from the Baldwin Park neighborhood.
LaGrange and Troup County took a direct hit from this storm as it marched east out of Alabama into Georgia, and the first place this storm stopped was right here in LaGrange. We're in the Baldwin Park area of LaGrange, just south and east of downtown LaGrange. One house after another destroyed and severely damaged. This house, you can see inside there's a ceiling fan and the roof is torn apart, gaping holes in the roof. Much of the house has been torn apart and is spread across the yard and across the streets. And that is one example of what we see here, of many examples of people who sustained heavy damage, their houses destroyed and seriously damaged. One woman told us she was at a Walmart down the street when the storm hit. They kept everybody back inside until the storm passed. Then she drove home and saw all this. A couple who lives a couple of houses down said they were inside, heard the warnings, took cover, heard it roar outside, and then when they thought they could peek out safely, they saw all of this damage. Troup County is looking now at what kind of damage they have across the county. They're assessing whether there are any fatalities, if they have any injuries, and how much damage was spread across this county. But roads are closed throughout Troup County. Wires are down, trees are down. Emergency vehicles are having trouble getting to emergencies that people call that they need help with. And so they're telling people to try to stay home all night long if you can here in Troup County. And if you do call 911, it may take emergency vehicles some time to get to you. So it's going to be a tough night in Troup County as people try to get through this night and then wake up tomorrow to start a long road to cleaning up.
And thanks to John for that report. And now, as we've covered, people in Troup County are dealing with some really bad damages. We know Interstate 185 has really been impacted with downed trees and power lines. We actually had a chance earlier to speak with Troup County Sergeant Stuart Smith about what happened.
It appears we're very fortunate. We don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get in these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down.
Yeah, those first responders working overtime. Now, right now, everyone is asked to avoid the area and stay home if you can. And to keep up with weather updates in your neighborhood, make sure to download that 11 Alive News app. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen and download it for free in your app store. And then you can turn on alerts for weather updates in your area. We'll be right back.
11 Alive
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use.
We're following breaking news at this hour. Lisa Marie Presley has died. Elvis Presley's only child died today after being rushed to the hospital. We're told Los Angeles County paramedics responded to her Calabasas home early this morning to report of a woman in full cardiac arrest. Lisa Marie attended the Golden Globes earlier this week to support the movie about her father that was up for an award. She was 54 years old. And new tonight, Governor Brian Kemp detailing his agenda for the next 4 years as he was sworn into office for his second term today.
11 Alive's Karis Belger breaks down what his plans mean for you.
During his speech, the governor said he intended to continue the work he's been doing since he first entered office. And one big promise was a pay increase for state employees and public school teachers.
My administration intends to deliver.
As Governor Kemp officially begins his second term, he laid out an agenda he described as more of the same.
We're going to be focused on growing Georgia, not growing government.
A key proposal, $1,000 raises for state employees, including public school teachers.
If you want to keep good people and jobs critical to the safety and well-being of our children, our communities, and our state as a whole, we must be willing to be competitive with state salaries.
Former Governor Sonny Perdue, now Chancellor of the University System of Georgia, supports raising teacher pay, which would impact higher education.
No, I think it is popular, really, and our employees' retention has been a challenge in the USG, and we look forward to, again, supporting that.
Kemp also addressed needs in the state's education system. He proposed $150 million in one-time funding to address school security, learning loss, and other education support programs.
We need to help our kids recover from learning loss and keep our classrooms safe.
And Kemp repeating his promise of tax relief for Georgians.
We will allocate $1.1 billion for a one-time homeowner property tax relief grant to help you with rising local property bills.
We have more details about Kemp's legislative agenda, including those tax rebates he mentioned earlier, right now on 11alive.com. In Atlanta, I'm Karis Belger, 11 Alive News.
The city of Marietta taking historic steps to make sure city and school district workers can live in the same city where they work.
Yeah, the city presented Habitat for Humanity $500,000 last night to launch the Marietta Public Service Housing Program. 11 Alive's Brittany Kleinpeter learned who can apply for the program and where the homes will be built.
City officials tell me this lot is just one of 6 that will soon become home to a city or school district employee.
It's getting harder for our employees to live where they work, and there's a quality of life issue with that.
Marietta city officials say it's trying to help its own workers find housing in an extremely competitive market with a first-of-its-kind program.
So the average house price in Cobb is about $500,000 right now, and we know that, it's hard for anybody to afford that, much less our teachers, our firefighters, police officers.
To try and fix that, the city is partnering with Habitat for Humanity to build homes on 6 vacant properties.
We are using money from the American Rescue Plan Act to provide 6 affordable houses for city employees and Marietta City Schools employees.
The city will build the first 3 homes this year, with construction expected to begin in June. They say the first home will be on Grigg Street and the next 2 along Fraser Street. The final 3 will be built next year, with another on Grigg Street and 2 on Hedges Street. According to the city, applicants must be first-time home buyers, current city employees with an income below 80% of the area median income. The max sale price of each home will be $250,000, and the city will help the new homeowners with a down payment assistance program.
There'll be 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom units. So we hope, I think Habitat hopes that this is something that other local governments will see and see if they have the same opportunities to help their staff.
Officials tell me they will begin accepting applications next month. In Marietta, Brittany Kleinpeter, 11 Alive News.
And new tonight, the Newton County Sheriff's Office has launched an internal investigation into social media comments made by one of its deputies. So here's what we know. The deputy is accused of making racist comments on a Facebook post. The deputy in question is on administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. And in a statement, the Sheriff's Office says it does not condone the behavior and says it is their practice to treat everyone, regardless of their ethnicity, with dignity and respect, and to continue to build race relationships throughout our community and abroad. And the Gwinnett County Transit System is launching a new look. We were actually there today as officials unveiled the transit system's new name and brand, Ride Gwinnett. The rebrand includes buses, bus stop shelters, signs, and the transit website. Gwinnett Transit has been in service for more than 20 years, and transit officials say riders can expect new changes to service soon to go along with this new look. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
we could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms.
Okay, welcome back. We continue our severe weather coverage right now.
Our Cody Alcorn has been in Griffin surveying the damage there. He has more from Spalding County tonight.
Yeah, I'm sitting right across from the Hobby Lobby where I was actually at just a little while ago. We learned there's now a gas leak happening there, so we had to leave that for our own safety. But look across the street. It appears this Buick was actually flipped and landed right here. The glass is shattered, the door is open, some of the actual plastic rimming around it torn off. Hopefully this person is okay, but you can see just how damaged this car is. And then right behind that is the front porch of this home that is actually detached now, has fallen off of the actual framework, and you can now see inside this home. And if we walk over here, you can actually see inside the window of what appears to be their living room that is now shattered out. Hopefully these people heeded the warnings while Chris and them were on the air, warning that this tornado was on the ground, and you can see the damage here. Again, the roof seems to be intact, but the entire front porch has fallen off, and it appears, again, this Buick SUV might have been on the road here, West McIntosh, and now flipped over and landed right here because, again, the windshields are shattered out of it and has quite a bit of damage to the exterior and interior of this. And I will tell you too, this is just one small piece of what we have seen. I wish we could show you a lot more, but it is dark and it also is dangerous out here. There are a lot of power poles that are leaning that could come down at any point. There's a lot of power lines that are on the ground, and right now I believe Griffin Police, all the sheriff's office here, fire and rescue, they're just trying to make sure everyone is safe and accounted for, because again, they are still trying to get to some areas and make sure everyone is all right. But it does, and we keep using this word, look like a war zone here, because we know this tornado touched the ground at some point. The Hobby Lobby across the street, all of that roofing, we've been talking about it, is spread across the town of Griffin. And now police are just going from door to door, street to street, to figure out exactly what they have on their hands as they get ready for the sun to come up and really be able to assess what happened in this town. It's also going to be very interesting to see just how strong of a tornado this was. I've covered several tornadoes across the Carolinas, and I'll tell you, this one appears to be a pretty strong tornado. I know straight line winds can cause just as much damage, but to come through here and to see what it's done, and it's got a pretty specific path. You saw Bo Beth over on Old Atlanta Road. We were there earlier, and it really seems like it started there and came across this area to the Hobby Lobby and then to the Walmart where we saw those vehicles flipped over. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the National Weather Service has to say about what transpired here. But one thing is for sure, the town of Griffin will have many weeks and months to come of cleanup and, of course, making sure that people are safe and be able to rebuild some of these homes that have pretty intense structure damage. We actually talked to the roofing company that was called out here to the Hobby Lobby, and they said the message they got was, hey, just go out there and see what we need to do to fix this, not realizing when they got here, they're like, this is not going to be just a tarp and fix. It's going to be many weeks to get all of this repaired, but you got to think for those utility companies too as well. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Those men and women are out here in pretty dangerous situations just trying to get this cleaned up so they can start the process of getting that power back on here to many homes in the town of Griffin.
Thank you so much, Cody. You know, a lot of cleanup that they have to do down there in Spalding County as well as down towards Troup County and across much of North Georgia with all the damage that we had from those storms. You notice that car. That's why we always say don't be out driving on severe weather days unless you've taken a look at the radar or have an idea what the weather's like when you're going to be out there on the roadway. We want to make sure everyone stays safe. We had those storms move through right around the evening commute hours as we headed throughout the day in Atlanta. You saw the storm sweep through. We actually had a nice sunset, and now it's going to be quieter for this evening. We do have a wind advisory in place, but thankfully nothing in the way of severe weather. It's 56 right now in Atlanta. That temperature is just going to drop. We're going to be in the 30s for lows as we head throughout this weekend. All across North Georgia, just a little bit of light shower activity up there into portions of the I-85 corridor. This is all going to continue to shift off to the east. Thankfully, getting a lot quieter out there as far as the rain is concerned as this big system continues to sweep across the United States. Still some severe weather for our neighbors in South Georgia. You see that down there, down the I-75 corridor. They have some severe weather closer on towards Valdosta, and then even a tornado watch still for them. But our watches and warnings are all done. They also have a marginal to slight risk for severe weather down to our southeast. We had an enhanced risk, a level 3 for today, and it really kind of panned out that way with all the severe weather that we ended up having and all the cleanup that we'll end up having to deal with as we head throughout the day tomorrow. Here's what today shapes up like, or tomorrow, excuse me. We start off the day with temperatures in the 30s and 40s. A few flurries in the far north Georgia, but thankfully we're not talking about any heavy rainfall. If you have cleanup that you have to get done for tomorrow, or any of your neighbors, if you want to head out there and help them, it's looking like it will be drier, but unfortunately it is going to be cold. Temperatures are only going to be rising into the 40s there for the afternoon around 4 p.m. It's going to be very chilly even all the way throughout this weekend. A few flurries in the far north Georgia. Again, we're not talking about accumulations. 30s and 20s by the time you wake up on Saturday, only rising into the 40s as we head into the afternoon. You see those lows staying in the 20s and 30s the next few days, highs in the 40s, but rising back into the 50s as we head into early next week. So Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day actually looking like it'll shape up to be fairly nice. Yes, a little bit of cloud cover, but hitting the mid to upper 50s there for highs. Of course, we also have the Georgia Parade on Saturday, the celebration of the championship. It is looking like it'll be cold for that. And then moving into next week beyond MLK Day, showing there that we'll have Tuesday through Thursday, chances for rain, but temperatures staying well above average. They're in the mid to upper 60s.
The 11 Alive Storm Tracker. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
we
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic
Georgia quarterback Stetson Bennett enjoying life in Athens today. A special appearance at Raising Cane's off of Baxter Street. He worked the drive-thru and the counter, taking orders and, of course, signing autographs. As for the label of legend, he says a lot of Bulldogs qualify for that. Fans lined up outside the restaurant for several hours before Bennett even arrived. What a life, what a time to be Stetson Bennett. Today, the NFL announcing Mercedes-Benz Stadium could host the AFC Championship game. The league says if both the Buffalo Bills Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs reach the AFC Championship game, they will face off inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium on January 29th. Now, the stadium was selected as a neutral postseason site at the start of the season. The potential move comes after the cancellation of the Bills and Bengals game earlier this month after DeMar Hamlin's injury. We'll be back in just a moment.
News at 11, where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News.
You're taking a live look at Rome, Georgia at this hour. And wow, what a difference 8 hours makes after the first round of storms began to make their way into Georgia. And we continue our breaking news coverage tonight as many officials begin to survey that damage left behind from today's storms.
But before we get to our team coverage, let's get you out to meteorologist Andrew Wilson with what we can expect for our forecast in the coming hours and days.
Faith and Jennifer, thankfully it is going to be a lot quieter as we make our way throughout the rest of this evening, but still fairly breezy. You saw the flags up there at Rome, the flagpole. You see the flags all the way out there at full sail as we continue to have very windy conditions. A wind advisory is in place for tonight, so be ready for those breezy conditions, but thankfully the severe storms are out of here. Looking out towards the airport, they had a lot of issues earlier on with the severe storms. They actually had a ground stop, but now no delays, everything moving smoothly out there. And then towards downtown, you see the cloud cover starting to thin up a little bit. It is going to be a nicer day tomorrow. Still going to have some clouds, but not going to be having any rainfall. A few brief showers still on the radar. Speaking of the rain, up towards the I-85 corridor, getting closer on up towards Gainesville. They have some brief showers that are trying to pass through. They're kind of falling apart as they move across just northeast of the metro there, and they're going to continue to fall apart for the rest of this evening. Looking down to our south, they still have some severe storms getting closer just east of Valdosta, Georgia. You can see the heavy rain there, a lot of lightning, some very windy conditions down their way. They even have a tornado watch in the very southern tier of the state, but no more watches or warnings here in North Georgia. We do have a lot of reports that are coming in, though, now that the National Weather Service in Peachtree City is a chance to take a breath and catch up and start to put some of these on the board for us. You'll notice as we take a wider look at and look over to our neighbors in Alabama, you see all those reports for wind, hail, and even the tornadoes that they dealt with. They're starting to add some of these reports here for North Georgia, and when we look at this time tomorrow, you're going to see a lot more on the Georgia side because we had a lot of activity today from up towards Austell down towards McDonough. Of course, what happened down in Spalding County, down towards the Griffin area, and then down into Troup County where they had the heavy damage there in portions of LaGrange. Now, colder air is coming in behind this cold front. It's going to be really chilly as we head throughout tonight. Temperatures will be dropping down into the 40s. Some spots may even drop down into the 30s, and temperatures tomorrow only rising into the 40s. If you download that 11 Alive app and hit the daily tab and look into the weekend, you're going to see temperatures into the 30s for lows. A very chilly weekend ahead of us. Days like today it's important to remember to download the 11 Alive app. This is why. You can see the radar and you can get alerts right there at your fingertips whenever you're on the go. If you're out traveling around the town, you can know if there's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. And then while we're doing these live updates throughout the day, like what Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb and Chesley McNeil did earlier on, you can watch them live right there from your phone. We'll talk more about that big cool down that we can expect this weekend coming up.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much. Take a look at this video out of Griffin. Officials telling us they have responded to several flipped vehicles out there, including that 18-wheeler that you just saw in that video turned over on the highway tonight. No word yet on if anyone was hurt. Our Cody Alcourt has been checking out the damage in Griffin. He has more from Spalding County for you this evening.
Yeah, I'm sitting right across from the Hobby Lobby where I was actually at just a little while ago. We learned there's now a gas leak happening there, so we had to leave that for our own safety. But look across the street. It appears this Buick was actually flipped and landed right here. The glass is shattered, the door is open, some of the actual plastic rimming around it torn off. Hopefully this person is okay, but you can see just how damaged this car is. And then right behind that is the front porch of this home that is actually detached now, has fallen off of the actual framework, and you can now see inside this home. And if we walk over here, you can actually see inside the window of what appears to be their living room that is now shattered out. Hopefully these people heeded the warnings while Chris and them were on the air, warning that this tornado was on the ground, and you can see the damage here. Again, the roof seems to be intact, but the entire front porch has fallen off, and it appears, again, this Buick SUV might have been on the road here, West McIntosh, and now flipped over and landed right here because, again, the windshields are shattered out of it and has quite a bit of damage to the exterior and interior of this. And I will tell you too, this is just one small piece of what we have seen. I wish we could show you a lot more, but it is dark and it also is dangerous out here. There are a lot of power poles that are leaning that could come down at any point. There's a lot of power lines that are on the ground, and right now I believe Griffin Police, all the sheriff's office here, fire and rescue, they're just trying to make sure everyone is safe and accounted for, because again, they are still trying to get to some areas and make sure everyone is all right. But it does, and we keep using this word, look like a war zone here, because we know this tornado touched the ground at some point. The Hobby Lobby across the street, all of that roofing we've been talking about, it is spread across the town of Griffin. And now police are just going from door to door, street to street to figure out exactly what they have on their hands as they get ready for the sun to come up and really be able to assess what happened in this town. It's also going to be very interesting to see just how strong of a tornado this was. I've covered several tornadoes across the Carolinas, and I'll tell you, this one appears to be a pretty strong tornado. I know straight line winds can cause just as much damage, but to come through here and to see what it's done, and it's got a pretty specific path. You saw Bo Beth over on Old Atlanta Road. We were there earlier, and it really seems like it started there and came across this area to the Hobby Lobby and then to the Walmart where we saw those vehicles flipped over. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the National Weather Service has to say about what transpired here. But one thing is for sure, the town of Griffin will have many weeks and months to come of cleanup and, of course, making sure that people are safe and be able to rebuild some of these homes that have pretty intense structure damage. We actually talked to the roofing company that was called out here to the Hobby Lobby, and they said the message they got was, hey, just go out there and see what we need to do to fix this. Not realizing when they got here, they're like, this is not going to be just a tarp and fix. It's going to be many weeks to get all of this repaired, but you've got to think for those utility companies too as well. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Those men and women are out here in pretty dangerous situations just trying to get this cleaned up so they can start the process of getting that power back on here to many homes in the town of Griffin.
All right, our thanks to Cody for that report. And we're moving now to LaGrange. Take a look here. You can see what the wind did to this line of trees. This is actually along I-85. And John Shearer continues our team coverage tonight from the Baldwin Park neighborhood.
LaGrange and Troup County took a direct hit from this storm as it marched east out of Alabama into Georgia, and the first place this storm stopped was right here in LaGrange. We're in the Baldwin Park area of LaGrange, just south and east of downtown LaGrange. One house after another destroyed and severely damaged. This house, you can see inside there's a ceiling fan and the roof is torn apart, gaping holes in the roof. Much of the house has been torn apart and is spread across the yard and across the streets. And that is one example of what we see here, of many examples of people who sustained heavy damage, their houses destroyed and seriously damaged. One woman told us she was at a Walmart down the street when the storm hit. They kept everybody back inside until the storm passed. Then she drove home and saw all this. A couple who lives a couple of houses down said they were inside, heard the warnings, took cover, heard it roar outside, and then when they thought they could peek out safely, they saw all of this damage. Troup County is looking now at what kind of damage they have across the county. They're assessing whether there are any fatalities, if they have any injuries, and how much damage was spread across this county. But roads are closed throughout Troup County. Wires are down, trees are down. Emergency vehicles are having trouble getting to emergencies that people call that they need help with. And so they're telling people to try to stay home all night long if you can here in Troup County. And if you do call 911, it may take emergency vehicles some time to get to you. So it's going to be a tough night in Troup County as people try to get through this night and then wake up tomorrow to start a long road to cleaning up.
Thanks to John for that report. And as we've covered, people in Troup County are dealing with some really bad damages. We know Interstate 185 has really been impacted with downed trees and power lines. We had a chance earlier to speak with Troup County Sergeant Stuart Smith about what happened.
It appears we're very fortunate. We don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get in these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down.
Yeah, right now, some really important information. Everyone asked to avoid that area and stay home if you can. And to keep up with weather updates in your neighborhood, all you have to do is download the 11 Alive News app. You can do that by scanning that QR code on your screen. You can download it for free in your app store, and then you can turn on alerts for your weather updates in your area. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Perspectives, exposing injustice and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps
driving.
you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
we
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the
Welcome back as we continue to get you the very latest on this severe weather. Schools across the metro area are acting with an abundance of caution, many of them announcing they'll be closed tomorrow.
Yeah, this includes Jasper County schools, and on Facebook, the school district says a makeup date will be announced next week. And Griffin, Spalding County schools will also be closed tomorrow. It doesn't come as a surprise as you look at this damage. Look at that near the Hobby Lobby. School officials say essential employees have been notified to report at 8:30 in the morning. All other students and staff should remain home, and all after-school activities are canceled.
And we have just learned Henry County schools will be closed tomorrow. The school district says as a community response to the damage tonight, there will be no classes tomorrow. That is for Friday, January 13th. Right now, weekend activities are under assessment. They're still working on a decision with that. So if you are in another school district and you're concerned about whether or not those districts will be in operation, make sure you stay updated with their official channels and as well on 11alive.com.
And these severe storms causing students and teachers to shelter in place. And I actually spoke with one teacher over at Drew Charter School who says their calm early dismissal quickly turned into a rush back into the school to stay out of the storm's path.
The scariest part was how, even though they had been talking about all day, like storms are coming, that happens almost every week in Atlanta. Like, I'm just used to that. I'm numb to that. The quickness of it, when those alarms started going off on the phones and stuff like that, that's what scared me. And me being terrified of storms, I was on the phone with my wife, because usually I walk home. I live so close to the school, we walk home. She's like, I'll come get you. I was like, don't. I ran because my son was in my classroom. So I just took off to my classroom. My first thought was, where's my kid? Is anybody with my kid? I got my kid. Then I went and got my other kid who's in first grade. And then I started like getting my radio, helping other families. And it was scary, but safe at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, that was Jerry Chang. I actually found her on TikTok today, posting a video about how they had to shelter in place for 45 minutes to an hour. Mama Bear kicked in.
Certainly did, but certainly also a very scary situation for young students, especially. We're going to continue to follow this developing story, all angles, the damage and the reaction, the developing updates that we are getting. Stay tuned. Our meteorologist, Andrew Wilson, is going to have a look at your forecast when we return.
5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it.
It was a busy day, not just for us here in North Georgia, but all across the southeast as we all dealt with severe weather as this cold front continued to sweep across the region. As we headed throughout the day, all here at the Atlanta metro, you can see that the cloud cover passed through. We had the storm sweep through the region, causing a lot of damage even in some spots. And then we had actually a quieter start to the evening. And that's what we have right now outside. Temperatures currently sitting in the 50s at 56 degrees. These temperatures are going to really drop as we head throughout the next few hours. Then we're going to wake up with the 40s as we head into tomorrow morning. Now, looking at the radar, you can see that the rain is out of here. We do have a few brief showers that were moving closer to that I-85 corridor that just on the northeast side and the metro. Those have fallen apart. They're going to continue to just wither away, and our rain chances will go down as we head into the overnight time frame and into tomorrow. Now, the central portion of the system is off to our north, and you can see it really spinning as it's headed off towards the northeast, but again, trailing with it a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity and even severe weather that occurred all the way down through portions of Alabama, right here through Georgia, and they continue to track even a few thunderstorms down into portions of southern Georgia where you have that tornado watch still. But thankfully, everything here in North Georgia, no more watches, no more warnings. It's going to be a much quieter evening. That slight to marginal risk for severe weather still continues for those in middle and southern Georgia. If you have any friends or family off that way, maybe you just give them an update. Just say, hey, you still have that chance for severe weather. But again, all of us here in North Georgia, we're done with it. Here's what we can expect as we head throughout the evening and throughout the next couple of days here. We head to 11:30 p.m. You see just the cloud cover outside. Temperatures sitting in the 50s. We have a wind advisory in place for tonight. It is going to be very breezy at times, but nothing in the way of severe weather. Notice that we have a little bit of flurries even off here just onto the north end of the state, all the way up towards Fannin County and Blairsville, or into Blairsville and Fannin County there, and then stretching down into Gilmer County. They may have some flurries as we head throughout the day on Friday there around 4 p.m. And the high mountains of North Carolina and Tennessee, they may end up with even a little bit of accumulation, but not expecting anything like that for us here in North Georgia. Just going to be a few snowflakes flying through the air here and there. Temperatures are going to be falling down into the 20s and 30s by the time we start off the day there on Saturday at 6 a.m. 29 possibly even for Carrollton, so very chilly conditions behind this cold front, and then temperatures are only going to be rising into the 40s as we head throughout this weekend. These are going to be our first days with below average temperatures so far this year. It has been a very warm start to the year and a lot of severe weather. 2022 actually shaped up to be a pretty quiet year as far as severe weather is concerned, but we have started off this year with now 2 days of pretty active weather. From just last week, we had the severe storms pass through, and then again for today. The average low for this time of year, 35. You can see we're going to be below that as we head throughout Saturday and Sunday morning, but we're going to rise with these temperatures pretty quickly. Notice for Martin Luther King Jr. Day there on Monday, hitting 57 for the high. We're going to be left with a little bit of cloud cover there, but it's still going to shape up to be a nice day. Temperatures again in the mid 50s there after we are only into the 40s for highs there on Friday and Saturday. Tuesday all the way through Thursday, we are going to get some better chances for rain back in here. A 50% chance for rain on Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday, only a 30% chance for rain. And look at those high temperatures. After a very chilly weekend, we're back into the mid to upper 60s for highs. Our average high this time of year in the mid 50s. So it's going to be nice to be back in the warm end of things after a cold weekend.
Storms are rolling.
Pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
Today's storm damage may take months for neighborhoods to fully recover, and we will be there to help share your stories.
But tonight there was a silver lining, more like a calming after the storms. Take a look on your screen. And I saw these images all over social media. These are photos from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport taken by one of our storm trackers, and you can see the sun setting moments after that storm passed.
Beautiful colors there, and another amazing sunset, this time out of Newnan. Our storm tracker Gail Brook caught these colorful clouds out there, and folks love to see this, especially after so much damage and so much destruction is left after those storms, Andrew.
Yeah, you know, those are actually called Mammatus clouds, and whenever you have that sun setting, they can actually look really beautiful there. They can look really ominous at times though too, and those occur whenever there's a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere. So yeah, it was a very turbulent day out there as we had the severe storms move through, but thankfully so much quieter for tonight. It's going to be quieter over the next few days. The radar not showing anything in the way of rain out there. The rain continues to move out. The 7-day forecast showing us that we are going to have much drier conditions as we head into the next couple of days, and those temperatures, they're going to be down into the 30s and 20s even for lows as we head throughout this weekend. So those headed out to the big Georgia Championship parade this weekend, they're going to need the heavy jackets. It's going to be very cold. And then for Martin Luther King Jr. Day there on Monday, it's looking like we are going to warm up. So temperatures are going to be back into the mid-50s. Still going to need a jacket. It's going to be a little cool out there, but thankfully not too cold, and not expecting any rain there on Monday. But we move into the middle to end of the week. That's going to be when we get some better rain chances in here, and we're going to have to be dealing with that again. But for all those who need to do cleanup for tomorrow, they're going to have a chance to do that now that we are going to have some drier conditions. Just going to be cold. A lot of neighbors out there are going to need all of our help. A lot of damage, not just for the Griffin area and down towards LaGrange. They need it the most right now, but we have a lot of neighbors even down towards McDonough, right in the Austell area as well, closer by. All throughout the region where we had a lot of trees go down. So just be thinking of them for tonight, and thinking of ways that we can all help them.
Yeah, certainly, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The community coming together. All right, for you all to keep up with weather updates in your neighborhood, download the 11 Alive News app. You can scan that QR code right on your screen, download it for free in the App Store, and then turn on your weather alerts. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
A neighborhood is
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? 11 Alive News Primetime starts now.
I saw like something coming this way, that way, and they start like doing woo, woo, woo.
The tree fell through the roof. Like, I was lying down asleep and I just heard stuff hitting the house before anything came in. The whole roof caved in and a piece of the roof actually hit my head. I didn't realize the damage that was done until after I had calmed down a bit and looked in the backyard and saw that the tree had fell.
We're going to continue our team coverage. We've had crews all across Metro Atlanta just making sure that you have the information that you need to keep your family safe.
You certainly have. Right now, we are learning several communities have canceled class for tomorrow because of tonight's storms and the damage. That includes Griffin, Spalding County, Henry County, and Jasper County. And as we make it through the rest of this evening into the morning hours, make sure you're keeping an eye on your school officials for any postings about any changes. We'll also be tracking them for you on 11alive.com as well. Let's get you now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, you and our entire Storm Trackers team have been tracking all of the storm, and now it's time to assess the damage here.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing. We're looking at the damage out there because the storms are over. We no longer have a threat in our area right now for severe weather. Everything has pushed well off to the east of us right now. We have dry weather here in our area. We've got those storms that have now pushed over into East Georgia, a few stronger storms down into central Georgia too, but we are fine here now. We have dry weather conditions. There are still some clouds around, a couple of lingering showers up in far north Georgia. And in Tennessee, you can see that area of low pressure more to the north here, bringing in some of that wraparound moisture. So maybe one or two little showers are possible out there for tonight, but the main thing is going to be the damage that we're seeing right now. The winds still blowing out there at this hour too. The severe weather threat, as you can see, well down to the south and east of us, but we'll hold on to that wind advisory through about 11 o'clock with the winds whipping up behind this system, 15 to 20 miles an hour, some higher gusts at times. Stay with us. Now our focus is going to be on the cold air that's moving in. I'll have more on that in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, we'll see you shortly. And we've been talking about the damage and the ramifications of the storm. Check a look at this video. This comes out of Griffin. Officials telling us they have had to respond to many flipped cars. At the top of this video, you saw an 18-wheeler turned over on the highway tonight. There's no word if anyone was hurt in that particular situation. Meanwhile, our 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn has been checking out the damage in Griffin. He has more from Spalding County.
Yeah, I'm sitting right across from the Hobby Lobby where I was actually at just a little while ago. We learned there's now a gas leak happening there, so we had to leave that for our own safety. But look across the street. It appears this Buick was actually flipped and landed right here. The glass is shattered, the door is open, some of the actual plastic rimming around it torn off. Hopefully this person is okay, but you can see just how damaged this car is. And then right behind that is the front porch of this home that is actually detached now, has fallen off of the actual framework, and you can now see inside this home. And if we walk over here, you can actually see inside the window of what appears to be their living room that is now shattered out. Hopefully these people heeded the warnings while Chris and them were on the air, warning that this tornado was on the ground, and you can see the damage here. Again, the roof seems to be intact, but the entire front porch has fallen off, and it appears, again, this Buick SUV might have been on the road here, West McIntosh, and now flipped over and landed right here because, again, the windshields are shattered out of it and has quite a bit of damage to the exterior and interior of this. And I will tell you too, this is just one small piece of what we have seen. I wish we could show you a lot more, but it is dark and it also is dangerous out here. There are a lot of power poles that are leaning that could come down at any point. There's a lot of power lines that are on the ground, and right now I believe Griffin Police, all the sheriff's office here, fire and rescue, they're just trying to make sure everyone is safe and accounted for, because again, they are still trying to get to some areas and make sure everyone is all right. But it does, and we keep using this word, look like a war zone here, because we know this tornado touched the ground at some point. The Hobby Lobby across the street, all of that roofing we've been talking about, it is spread across the town of Griffin, and now police are just going from door to door, street to street, to figure out exactly what they have on their hands as they get ready for the sun to come up and really be able to assess what happened in this town. It's also going to be very interesting to see just how strong of a tornado this was. I've covered several tornadoes across the Carolinas, and I'll tell you, this one appears to be a pretty strong tornado. I know straight line winds can cause just as much damage, but to come through here and to see what it's done, and it's got a pretty specific path. You saw Bo Beth over on Old Atlanta Road. We were there earlier, and it really seems like it started there and came across this area to the Hobby Lobby and then to the Walmart where we saw those vehicles flipped over. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the National Weather Service has to say about what transpired here. But one thing is for sure, the town of Griffin will have many weeks and months to come of cleanup and, of course, making sure that people are safe and be able to rebuild some of these homes that have pretty intense structure damage. We actually talked to the roofing company that was called out here to the Hobby Lobby, and they said the message they got was, hey, just go out there and see what we need to do to fix this. Not realizing when they got here, they're like, this is not going to be just a tarp and fix. It's going to be many weeks to get all of this repaired, but you've got to think for those utility companies too as well. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Those men and women are out here in pretty dangerous situations just trying to get this cleaned up so they can start the process of getting that power back on here to many homes in the town of Griffin.
You know, there's a lot of people in Troup County, they're dealing with some really bad damages. We know that Interstate 185 has been really impacted by the downed trees, the power lines as well. This is the aftermath of that storm as well. So we had a chance to speak with Troup County Sergeant Stuart Smith about what all took place.
It appears we're very fortunate. We don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get in these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down.
Right now, everyone is being asked to avoid the area and stay home if you can.
Take a look at this video. This is from a Walmart in Griffin. We were showing you this picture earlier. Now we have this image, this video of that vehicle. That was actually a car. Bo Beth Yates was able to finally make her way to this parking lot around some of the roads that are closed. You see other vehicles on top of others, and really just a wild scene out there in that Walmart parking lot as we continue to survey and assess the damage taking place in Griffin this evening. Some new video of damage at the Dollar General in Griffin as well. We were showing you an image of this. Now we have video of the damage from that Dollar General. We had 2 crews out there in that area taking a look at this damage. And again, you see parts of that building just came crashing down during the storm. Of course, to keep up with those weather updates in your community, you can always download the 11 Alive News app. If you know somebody without power, you can let them know to do it as well. You can scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you to where you need to go to download the app. You can also turn on weather alerts for updates in your area for whenever we have situations like this. We'll be right back.
You know, actually, before we take off right now, Jennifer, we got some breaking news at this hour. We just learned that Lisa Marie Presley has died. And you and I have been talking about this over the past couple of hours here. Elvis Presley's only child died today after being rushed to the hospital. We're told that Los Angeles County paramedics responded to her home early this morning to report a woman in full cardiac arrest. Once again, Lisa Marie attended the Golden Globes earlier this week to support the movie about her father that was up for an award. She was 54 years old. All right, back here in our area, new tonight, Governor Brian Kemp is now detailing his agenda for the next 4 years as he was sworn in for his second term today.
11 Alive's Karis Belger breaks down what his plans mean for you.
During his speech, the governor said he intended to continue the work he's been doing since he first entered office. And one big promise was a pay increase for state employees and public school teachers.
My administration intends to deliver.
As Governor Kemp officially begins his second term, he laid out an agenda he described as more of the same.
We're going to be focused on growing Georgia, not growing government.
A key proposal, $1,000 raises for state employees, including public school teachers.
If you want to keep good people and jobs critical to the safety and well-being of our children, our communities, and our state as a whole, we must be willing to be competitive with state salaries.
Former Governor Sonny Perdue, now Chancellor of the University System of Georgia, supports raising teacher pay, which would impact higher education.
No, I think it is popular, really, and our employees' retention has been a challenge in the USG, and we look forward to, again, supporting that.
Kemp also addressed needs in the state's education system. He proposed $150 million in one-time funding to address school security, learning loss, and other education support programs.
We need to help our kids recover from learning loss and keep our classrooms safe.
And Kemp repeating his promise of tax relief for Georgians.
We will allocate $1.1 billion for a one-time homeowner property tax relief grant to help you with rising local property bills.
We have more details about Kemp's legislative agenda, including those tax rebates he mentioned earlier, right now on 11alive.com. In Atlanta, I'm Karis Belger, 11 Alive News.
New tonight, the Newton County Sheriff's Office has launched an internal investigation into social media comments made by one of its deputies. So we know that the deputy has been accused of making racist comments on a Facebook post. The deputy in question is on administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. In a statement, the Sheriff's Office says it does not condone the behavior and says it is their practice to treat everyone, regardless of their ethnicity, with dignity and respect and continue to build race relationships throughout our community and abroad. Tonight, reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley remain behind bars in Florida. The couple was denied bond this week as they try to appeal convictions of bank fraud and tax evasion. They were also denied extending their surrender date by 21 days. Both Chrisleys were convicted last June and sentenced in November. Todd was sentenced to 12 years in prison. His wife Julie is set to serve 7. The Gwinnett County Transit System is launching a new look. We were there today as officials unveiled the transit system's new look and name, Ride Gwinnett. The rebrand includes buses, bus stops, shelters, signs, and a transit website. Gwinnett Transit has been in service now for more than 20 years. Transit officials say riders can expect new changes to service soon to go along with the new look that's a little more cohesive with the county's overall look as well.
It looks kind of cool there. All new and next, housing prices soar, so we're seeing teachers, firefighters, and police officers struggling to find places to live in the cities they serve. How one local community is working to change all of that.
Wherever you are,
Any moment, a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive.
The city of Marietta is taking historic steps to make sure city and school district employees can live in the same city where they work.
So the city presented Habitat for Humanity $500,000 last night to launch the Marietta Public Service Housing Program. 11 Alive's Brittany Kleinpeter learned who can actually apply for the program and where the homes will be built.
City officials tell me this lot is just one of 6 that will soon become home to a city or school district employee.
It's getting harder for our employees to live where they work, and there's a quality of life issue with that.
Marietta city officials say it's trying to help its own workers find housing in an extremely competitive market with a first-of-its-kind program.
So the average house price in Cobb is about $500,000 right now, and we know that, it's hard for anybody to afford that, much less our teachers, our firefighters, police officers.
To try and fix that, the city is partnering with Habitat for Humanity to build homes on 6 vacant properties.
We are using money from the American Rescue Plan Act to provide 6 affordable houses for city employees and Marietta City Schools employees.
The city will build the first 3 homes this year, with construction expected to begin in June. They say the first home will be on Grigg Street and the next 2 along Fraser Street. The final 3 will be built next year, with another on Grigg Street and 2 on Hedges Street. According to the city, applicants must be first-time home buyers, current city employees with an income below 80% of the area median income. The max sale price of each home will be $250,000, and the city will help the new homeowners with a down payment assistance program.
There'll be 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom units. So I think Habitat hopes that this is something that other local governments will see and see if they have the same opportunities to help their staff.
Officials tell me they will begin accepting applications next month. In Marietta, Brittany Kleinpeter, 11 Alive News.
We continue to watch these storms move out of our area now. Now that the storm threat is over, we're focusing on the colder air that's moving our way. Stay with us. We'll talk about when temperatures will get below freezing and parts of North Georgia can see some flurries.
Expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert,
we've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it.
The storm threat is over for us now as we've watched that line of storms push well off to the east of us. It's much drier over us now. Again, we're watching that area of rain move away. Now our focus is on the damage that has been left behind. These are the reports of damage so far. The National Weather Service is still compiling this damage. We have a lot of wind reports around. The tornadoes down in parts of Spalding County here near Griffin, also in LaGrange, those are already confirmed as confirmed tornadoes that caused the damage there. We had a report of a tornado around Brookhaven. However, the emergency manager there said there was no damage in association with that. So what's happening is tomorrow the National Weather Service is going to go out and survey the damage. It's going to take days to do this because there are so many areas to survey to determine, number one, those confirmed tornadoes that we already had, what rating they were on the EF scale, and then other areas where we have damage to determine whether or not that was straight line winds or tornado damage. There's the last bit of those storms in East Georgia, more of this down into South Georgia, getting closer to Waycross. It's already passed through Willacoochee, also near Valdosta. Stronger storms. We don't have any active severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour on the south side. And again, we are much quieter here right now. We've been tracking just a few showers over North Georgia, kind of on the back side of that system. And then as you see here, that parent low well up to the north, just still wrapping some moisture around through Tennessee, a little bit of that in North Georgia. Tomorrow, as that colder air moves in, that may actually shake out a few snow flurries over parts of North Georgia. Still, the wind is whipping up out there right now. This is in Rome, where we see those winds that are still very brisk, but no rain in Northwest Georgia. Things are drying out, and it's now the wind coming in behind the front that's bringing in that cooler air, the colder air that's pushing our way. Earlier today, we were talking about that level 3 of 5 risk for severe storms. That verified for us today with that widespread area of severe weather. Now the severe weather risk pushing well down to the south. We just are going to be dealing with those winds tonight. You saw the flags blowing there in Floyd Floyd County from that Rome tower cam. And again, this wind advisory is going to expire at 11 o'clock. It's still going to be breezy during the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning, but just not, to wind advisory criteria once we get through the overnight hours. 55 degrees right now. We hit 70 for a high temperature today. We're in the mid-50s now. That colder air is going to be rushing in during the overnight hours. We move down into the lower 40s here by tomorrow morning. Still a few of those clouds on the back side of that system. You see how that moves in here? Now, this is what we're going to be watching during the day tomorrow. Temperatures at the surface tomorrow we think will stay above freezing, but in the upper levels still cold, wringing out any of that moisture in the form of North Georgia and a few of those snow flurries up there. Again, maybe some light accumulations on some grassy areas, but we don't expect widespread issues. That main thing, though, for Saturday is going to be the sunshine returning, mostly sunny skies, but really cold air will be down below freezing Saturday morning with afternoon highs only in the 40s. Tomorrow, we're only in the 40s. After hitting 70 today, we'll top off at 45 tomorrow, 47 Saturday. Then after 29 Sunday, warming to 55 in the afternoon. The King holiday looking good at 57 with a few more clouds. Some showers Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week as high temperatures warm back into the 60s.
We could be talking about damage and winds, hail.
You can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
and how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now,
11 Alive is live on the scene.
where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead, and where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather,
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing.
Stetson Bennett enjoying a little bit of a different life in Athens. Today, a special appearance at Raising Cane's off Baxter Street. He worked the drive-thru and the counter, taking orders and, of course, signing autographs. As for the legend of the Legend label that so many folks are talking about, he says a lot of Bulldogs qualify for that. Fans, though, certainly lining up early outside that restaurant just to see Bennett, and they were even there hours ahead, so he is living quite the life right now. Today, the NFL announcing Mercedes-Benz Stadium could host the AFC Championship game. The league says if both the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs reach the AFC Championship game, they would face off inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium on Sunday, January 29th. Now, Mercedes-Benz Stadium was selected as a neutral postseason site at the start of the season. The potential move here comes after the cancellation of the Bills and Bengals game earlier this month after DeMar Hamlin's injury.
Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert,
we've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me.
Welcome back, everyone. This is a live look at Rome of course, this is in Georgia at this hour. And what a difference 8 hours makes after the first round of storms began to make their way through our state. We're going to continue to follow that breaking news coverage as many officials are beginning to survey the damage left behind from today's storms.
One of the worst hit areas has been Griffin. Take a look at this video. Officials telling us they have responded to a number of flipped cars, including that 18-wheeler you saw at the top of the video there, turned over on the highway. No word yet on if anyone was injured in that. 11 Alive's Cody Alcord has been in Griffin surveying the damage there. He has more from Spalding County.
Yeah, I'm sitting right across from the Hobby Lobby where I was actually at just a little while ago. We learned there's now a gas leak happening there, so we had to leave that for our own safety. But look across the street. It appears this Buick was actually flipped and landed right here. The glass is shattered, the door is open, some of the actual plastic rimming around it torn off. Hopefully this person is okay, but you can see just how damaged this car is. And then right behind that is the front porch of this home that is actually detached now, has fallen off of the actual framework, and you can now see inside this home. And if we walk over here, you can actually see inside the window of what appears to be their living room that is now shattered out. Hopefully these people heeded the warnings while Chris and them were on the air, warning that this tornado was on the ground, and you can see the damage here. Again, the roof seems to be intact, but the entire front porch has fallen off, and it appears again, this Buick SUV might have been on the road here, West McIntosh, and now flipped over and landed right here because, again, the windshields are shattered out of it and has quite a bit of damage to the exterior and interior of this. And I will tell you, too, this is just one small piece of what we have seen. I wish we could show you a lot more, but it is dark, and it also is dangerous out here. There are a lot of power poles that are leaning that could come down at any point. There's a lot of power lines that are on the ground, and right now I believe Griffin Police, all the sheriff's office here, fire and rescue, they're just trying to make sure everyone is safe and accounted for, because again, they are still trying to get to some areas and make sure everyone is all right. But it does, and we keep using this word, look like a war zone here, because we know this tornado touched the ground at some point. The Hobby Lobby across the street, all of that roofing we've been talking about, it is spread across the town of Griffin, and now police are just going from door to door, street to street to figure out exactly what they have on their hands as they get ready for the sun to come up and really be able to assess what happened in this town. It's also going to be very interesting to see just how strong of a tornado this was. I've covered several tornadoes across the Carolinas, and I'll tell you, this one appears to be a pretty strong tornado. I know straight line winds can cause just as much damage, but to come through here and to see what it's done, and it's got a pretty specific path. You saw Bo Beth over on Old Atlanta Road. We were there earlier, and it really seems like it started there and came across this area to the Hobby Lobby and then to the Walmart where we saw those vehicles flipped over. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the National Weather Service has to say about what transpired here. But one thing is for sure, the town of Griffin will have many weeks and months to come of cleanup and, of course, making sure that people are safe and be able to rebuild some of these homes that have pretty intense structure damage. We actually talked to the roofing company that was called out here to the Hobby Lobby, and they said the message they got was, hey, just go out there and see what we need to do to fix this. Not realizing when they got here, they're like, this is not going to be just a tarp and fix. It's going to be many weeks to get all of this repaired, but you got to think for those utility companies too as well. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Those men and women are out here in pretty dangerous situations just trying to get this cleaned up so they can start the process of getting that power back on here to many homes in the town of Griffin.
We're going to move now to LaGrange, and you can see what the wind did to this line of trees. This is right along Interstate 85. 11 Alive John Sherritt continues our team coverage tonight from the Baldwin Park neighborhood.
LaGrange and Troup County took a direct hit from this storm as it marched east out of Alabama into Georgia, and the first place this storm stopped was right here in LaGrange. We're in the Baldwin Park area of LaGrange, just south and east of downtown LaGrange. One house after another destroyed and severely damaged. This house, you can see inside there's a ceiling fan and the roof is torn apart, gaping holes in the roof. Much of the house has been torn apart and is spread across the yard and across the streets. And that is one example of what we see here, of many examples of people who sustained heavy damage, their houses destroyed and seriously damaged. One woman told us she was at a Walmart down the street when the storm hit. They kept everybody back inside until the storm passed. Then she drove home and saw all this. A couple who lives a couple of houses down said they were inside, heard the warnings, took cover, heard it roar outside, and then when they thought they could peek out safely, they saw all of this damage. Troup County is looking now at what kind of damage they have across the county. They're assessing whether there are any fatalities, if they have any injuries, and how much damage was spread across this county. But roads are closed throughout Troup County. Wires are down, trees are down. Emergency vehicles are having trouble getting to emergencies that people call that they need help with. And so they're telling people to try to stay home all night long if you can here in Troup County. And if you do call 911, it may take emergency vehicles some time to get to you. So it's going to be a tough night in Troup County as people try to get through this night and then wake up tomorrow to start a long road to cleaning up.
We're going to stay right there in Troup County. You can see a lot of the damages there. We know that Interstate 185 has been impacted with downed trees and power lines. We had a chance earlier to speak with the Troup County Sergeant Stuart Smith about what took place.
It appears we're very fortunate. We don't have any major injuries, no fatalities right now. We're still, this is still evolving as we get in these neighborhoods and look. We do have damage in the city of LaGrange and also the outskirts of Troup County. Lots of roads that are closed due to trees down.
Right now, everyone is being asked to avoid the area and stay home if they can.
And we're, able to just kind of take a breath now as the severe weather threat is over. The problem is we're still going to be busy assessing the damage out there. Many communities scattered all around are dealing with trees down, power lines down, roof damage in some spots. The areas that we're most concentrating on with the more widespread area of damage is down into Spalding County at Griffin that we've been telling you about, also over in the LaGrange area. Now, that's not not all that we have, but those are the areas that are showing most of the heaviest damage that we have. Also up near Austell, where we have that damage there too. Now we're going to be seeing more of these damage reports coming in, but no additional damage thanks to the storms that are gone. Everything has moved over to the east. We still have some of these stronger storms down in South Georgia headed toward Waycross and also Valdosta, and then eventually to the Georgia coast. We, though, have been drying out here now. The back edge of the rain moved through after 5, 6 o'clock here in Metro Atlanta and then pushed off to the east. We were watching just a couple of showers up in North Georgia, wrapping around that area of low pressure to the north, but now our focus is going to be on that cold air that's coming in, may even shake out a few snow flurries over parts of North Georgia as that really cold air moves our way. Stay with us. We're going to be talking more about that and just how cold it's going to be into the weekend in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, we'll see you in a couple of minutes, sir. To keep up with the weather updates in your neighborhood, just download the 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free in your app store, then turn on those weather alerts for updates in your area.
It's been my goal since I started in the fire department to finally reach my goal. It's just a great feeling.
In tonight's Voices for Equality, we are shining a spotlight on a woman breaking barriers in the firefighting world. Hundreds looked on as Caitlin Massey became the first woman lieutenant at the Douglas County Fire Department. Lieutenant Massey says it is a dream come true. Newly promoted, Lieutenant Massey is now the first woman to be in charge of the entire department there. 7 years ago, she first joined the Douglas County Fire Department as a rescue EMT. As lieutenant, Massey will oversee everyone at her particular station, including fire trucks and rescue crews, a job she has always wanted.
I've always known since the 4th grade that this is what I wanted to do. It's very exciting. It doesn't feel real, but it is. I've worked hard for it, and I hope people can see that I've worked hard and I do take it seriously.
Lieutenant Massey says she looks forward to what the future could bring for her. She tells us a captain position or becoming a paramedic at the department might be in her future. So congratulations to her. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Live storm trackers. That's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
Schools across Metro Atlanta acting with an abundance of caution tonight. Several of them announcing they will be closed tomorrow.
So including Jasper County Schools on the Facebook page, the school district says a makeup date will be announced later on next week. And Griffin Spalding County Schools will also be shut down tomorrow. It doesn't come as a surprise as you look at the damage near Hobby Lobby. And school officials say essential employees have been notified to report there at 8:30 a.m. All other students and staff should remain home. All after-school activities are now canceled.
And we also know tonight that Henry County schools will be closed tomorrow. The district says that this is in response to damage seen tonight. There will be no classes again tomorrow, January 13th. Right now, weekend activities are still under assessment. If you, though, are in another school district, look for those updates with your particular district for what will be going on with your district, and we'll be keeping you updated online on 11alive.com as well.
Well, the severe storms causing some students and teachers to shelter in place. Now, Faith Jesse spoke with one teacher at Drew Charter School who says their calm early dismissal quickly turned into a rush back into the school to stay out of the storm's path.
The scariest part was how, even though they had been talking about all day, like storms are coming, that happens almost every week in Atlanta. Like, I'm just used to that. I'm numb to that. The quickness of it, when those alarms started going off on the phones and stuff like that, that's what scared me. And me being terrified of storms, I was on the phone with my wife, because usually I walk home. I live so close to the school, we walk home. She's like, I'll come get you. It's like, don't. I ran because my son was in my classroom. So I just took off to my classroom. My first thought was, where's my kid? Is anybody with my kid? I got my kid, then I went and got my other kid who's in first grade. And then I started like getting my radio, helping other families. And it was scary, but safe at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, glad to see that everyone's okay. Some students and teachers and even the parents got caught up in the storm's path this afternoon during the school dismissals. One teacher at Drew Charter School tells us, you just heard from her, and she says that everything turned out A-okay.
We started dismissing around 3 o'clock. Parents started pulling up. It was just totally chill. Parents were pulling up in carpool. It was a little cloudy outside. It barely started to rain. Carpool lane is full. Parents and kids are everywhere. And when I tell you, like, everybody's tornado alert on their phone started going off simultaneously, it was like ominous. And our administration, they were awesome. They just like, get inside. But that meant parents, the high school kids, our kids, us, we do tornado drills frequently, but not with parents, and some parents were reluctant because they just wanted to go home. Anyway, we got all these folks inside, and I was on the first grade hall, and they shut all the doors. And the first thing I did, Mama Bear came out to me, was I found my kids. And then I also helped some other parents, calling teachers to connect other families with their children. Because we had parents on the hall, but their kids would be somewhere else. So I was kind of helping with that.
It has been a long day tracking these storms starting from northwest Georgia around lunchtime today, moving through metro Atlanta. Now they are out of here. Now our focus turns to the colder air moving our way and talking about which parts of North Georgia could actually see some snow flurries tomorrow.
We begin to breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now,
11 Alive is live on the scene.
where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead, and where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive.
We are getting a lot of pictures in from these storms that moved through earlier. This is actually from our own meteorologist, Nicole Hartford, from the East Point area earlier today as that tornado-warned storm was moving just north of Hartsfield-Jackson and near East Point. And this was that bit of circulation that we saw there with that. So great picture here from Nicole, even when she's off today, still working and getting us that picture. Now, we are drying out right now. All of the rain is well off to the east of us, and we've got that drier air that's moving in. There have been a couple of showers up in North Georgia that are falling apart. All the storms well to the east, and then also to the south of us. We don't have any additional severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in South Georgia right now. That still some heavy rain and thunder and lightning and gusty winds, but we are dry here now. Watching those showers up to the north that we had a little bit earlier, just some wraparound moisture around the area of low pressure that's well up to the north. But this is a look here as you go through the past 12 hours as the storms that moved through our area earlier today with all that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Here is a look at the time lapse from our tower cam here in Midtown, looking on the downtown area, have the clouds build in. Boom, there's that rain and the storms that moved through our area. You know, it didn't last long here in Atlanta, even though it was very strong, but at least it, it got in and out very quickly. Now we're just seeing a few of those clouds around in the nighttime hours with that severe weather threat that is pushed down to the south. You know, for a big part of the day today, we have that level 3 risk over metro Atlanta and much of North Georgia. But now that severe weather risk has shifted down toward the south, and it's not as strong now as it was a little bit earlier. Level 1 to level 2 risk there. Still watching the winds. The wind advisory expiring at 11 o'clock. We're still going to see some breezy conditions overnight, just not to the wind advisory criteria. 55 degrees right now after getting up to 70, the lower 70s for a high temperature this afternoon. We're now in the 50s. We're going to still see these temperatures move down from the 50s into the 40s overnight, starting out early tomorrow morning, generally there in the lower 40s. So here's a look at what we're watching. We've got that storm system that is taking that heavier rain well to the east now. Now on the back side of this system, that area of low pressure, we're still going to have some clouds wrapping up, colder air coming in here, the breezy conditions, and that colder air with those clouds that are still with us will kind of wring out any leftover moisture tomorrow. And there's a chance for a few flurries up in North Georgia. We really think that the surface temperatures will stay above freezing. But again, some blowing flurries up in North Georgia, maybe some grassy areas getting in on that. It's not out of the question that we could have a flurry or two here, but again, high temperatures will be in the 40s, as in the upper levels it'll be cooler. That'll be melting as it comes down. And then on Saturday, we start off around 30, 31 below freezing, and then afternoon highs only in the 40s here on Saturday afternoon with that mostly sunny sky. So here's the 7-day forecast showing 45 for a high Friday. That's the day after today when we had a 70 for a high, 47 on Saturday. So a really cold day with mostly sunny skies. Then 29 Sunday, back up to 55, a little warmer in the afternoon on Sunday. For the King holiday, up to 57, and then some rain chances for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as we warm back up into the 60s. Take a look at your weather wow moment for the day. David sent us this picture. This is from Yona Mountain up in North Georgia as some of the clouds and the rain moved through a little bit earlier today. We get these pictures a lot from our 11 Alive Storm Trackers. That group very active today, sharing information, pictures, and videos of the storms from today. You can be a part of it on Facebook. Just search 11 Alive Storm Trackers. Ask to become a member and answer the membership questions, and you too can become a part of this exclusive local weather community.
With breaking news this morning.
Know what's happening now,
11 Alive is live on the scene,
where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead, and where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect
lawmakers trying to once again expand the Hope Scholarship to cover more degrees and more students. So this could be a huge savings for a lot of families.
Since it was first rolled out, the Hope Scholarship has helped more than 2 million Georgia students, myself included, to go to college. 11 Alive's Doug Richards explains how the expansion aims to reach students who didn't qualify before, making college more affordable for them as well.
Lawmakers have tried before to modestly expand Hope. Now they know how much or how little it will cost.
Well, I wouldn't be at Georgia State without the Hope Scholarship.
Rachel Calhoun is among the generations of young people who got to go to college because they got the Hope Scholarship. Funded by the state lottery, Hope may be the state's most popular program.
It definitely helped me in my financial aid and area right now.
Now some lawmakers want to expand Hope to include tuitions for technical college students seeking associate degrees. They'd also expand Hope to fund tuitions for students after they've already enrolled in college if they can maintain a 3.3 grade point average.
The Hope Scholarship changed my life.
Stacey Evans asked the state to analyze the cost. The price tag was just under $3 million.
I submit that is a price tag that the lottery budget can afford. They're continuing to have record years. Folks are playing the lottery in record numbers, and we really should invest in our people in this way.
Evans says the new scholarships would produce much-needed workers seeking careers in Georgia. The chancellor of the state university system says Hope expansion is worth considering at least. Would you be for expanding it?
I'll be for the policies that right-size the budget of the lottery to make sure it gives more opportunities to more students, certainly in that way.
Evans' measure has had bipartisan support before. She's hoping the cost analysis will give it some legs in this legislative session. At the Capitol, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Today's storm damage may take months for neighborhoods to fully recover, and we will be there to help you tell those stories.
Absolutely, but tonight there was a silver lining, more like a calming after the storms. Take a look at your screen right here. These are photographs from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport taken by one of our storm trackers. You can see the sun setting just moments after that storm passed through. And another beautiful sunset, this time out of Noonan tonight. Our storm tracker, Gail Brook, caught these colorful clouds.
A lot of beauty out there as we have moved on from that severity portion. Chris, a lot of folks really going to be concerned about that damage process now.
All right, you know what, Chris? I think you're having some little difficulties with your microphone. You've been talking for a long time tonight. We'll probably have to swap out those batteries. But by the way, folks, to keep you updated on those weather updates in your neighborhood, download that 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free in your app store. Then turn on the alerts for weather updates in your area. 11 Alive News Primetime continues. Well, actually, we're going to 11 Alive News at 11 o'clock. We will see you then.
11 Alive News at 11, where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck, a mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps
driving.
you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck, a mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
we
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. starts now.
Georgia under a state of emergency tonight as dangerous storms clear out, leaving damage in their wake. 11 Alive here to warn you.
multiple tornado warnings, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Now we are seeing the evidence of some of these storms that have been moving through.
Chris, we've had a lot of damage reports coming in all throughout the day, not just from here in Georgia, but all the way back into Alabama.
Our team's working across the state, tracking the damage from Austell.
This is Cameron Crossing neighborhood. Take a look at the tree that has snapped down, crushed the top of this house.
To Griffin.
Did you see the tornado whenever it was coming, or did you just...
I saw from far away. I say like, woo, woo, woo.
And LaGrange, a night of storms that won't soon be forgotten. Tonight we have team coverage across the state with Cody Alcorn, John Schierick, and Tracy A. McPeel.
And thanks for joining us tonight. We're going to continue our special coverage of the storms that damaged and destroyed homes all across our area.
We are bringing you coverage from some of the hardest hit areas tonight.
Yeah, we're going to kick things off with 11 Alive's Bobeth Yates live in Griffith. And Bobeth, you've come across a lot of damage tonight, right?
A lot of damage. I mean, it's just an understatement how much damage. We could not even get through roads because everything was blocked off, from trees down to power lines. And right now I'm at Train Track Fuels. This is off Experiment Street here in Griffin, and you can see that the awning from this gas station literally fell on this car. If you follow behind me, you can see some of the damage. Not only did that awning break the glass, but it also pinned this door locked, so the person had to climb out the other side. So you can see the damage, just destruction, just impacting all over this area as we're trying to figure out exactly where this path took of this tornado. But this isn't the only place that was impacted. Take a look at some video that we shot earlier. We went to the Walmart that was off on Griffin, just south of North Express Street. And in that, we saw multiple cars flipped over. One that was literally smashed on the roof, smashed on the trunk, smashed on just all over. And then another car that was pinned on top of another. Just massive destruction throughout the entire parking lot, where cars were tossed around as if they were paper and just thrown in the thin air. We spoke to one of those people that owned the car, and she described how she was inside the Walmart at the time the tornado started coming through. Just take a listen to what she experienced.
Walmart is shaking, and about that time, everybody in the store started hollering, "Go to the center of the store." All the employees started saying, "Go to the center of the store." Oh, wow. So we were going to the center of the store, and you could hear a lot of noise and stuff, but a lot of wind mainly. When we come out, we just seen it standing on top of another car.
Again, her car picked up and placed on top of another car as if it was just a paper-thin plague toy. And that was the experience for many of those cars that were inside that parking lot at the time the storm came through. Many of the people said they didn't even realize that the tornado was going on. They went to the store just to pick up stuff, and then within 30 minutes, everything changed in their world. And I'll send it back to you guys now in the studio.
Yeah, many of these folks here are not waiting until tomorrow to start cleaning out that debris. Our Cody Alcorn was there as people started getting rid of the fallen trees in Griffin. And Griffin is one of two spots where we have confirmed tornado reports tonight. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn rushed out there as soon as the damage was reported, and it started to roll in. Cody?
Ron, it's bad. It looks like a disaster zone. In fact, I'm standing on top of debris in the middle of Church Street. That's right, actually Cherry Street here at North Hill Street. It's blocked. This is actually a road behind me, but it is nothing now but a pile of trees with the roots still attached. In fact, cars keep coming here and having to turn around. North Hill Street is like this up and down. It is actually barricaded off at this point. And check some of the video we saw from earlier tonight. The Hobby Lobby, one of the hardest hit areas, that roof scattered across the town of Griffin, debris everywhere from that store. I can tell you there is also insulation all around that area there on West McIntosh. Then you also have Old Atlanta Road. It is covered with trees down, power poles leaning. West Popular Street, it also has tons of trees down. In fact, one man was driving down and the tree fell on his SUV. He had to be pulled out of that Suburban. We also caught up with a man on Old Atlanta Road right when we got into town who said he was inside his vehicle when the tornado touched down.
Well, I was coming from work, and I said that was raining a little bit, and from I saw something coming this way, that way, and they started doing woo woo woo, and I said, "What's going on? My truck is moving." When I looked back, it threw me up to the hole, to the mountain, and hit the truck. My truck flipped, and I was there for about 20 minutes in the truck, and I had to walk away for an hour.
lucky to be alive. He survived that. In fact, right to my left, there's actually a brand new Jeep that is mangled. It's been flipped. We don't know where it's at. State Patrol was actually out here asking us if we knew if the driver was okay, but right now it's on its hood and it is smashed. That is what we're seeing all across the town in Griffin. In fact, you can't see, but in front of me right now, fire departments are now racing over to 8th Street. We also know there's been several rescues underway on 8th Street. We could not get over there. Actually ran into a woman in the gas station, only 2 open right now in town. She was stuck for about 3 hours. She was running to Walgreens and got stuck in her car. She was literally shaking when she walked into the Shell station. So right now, this area is not out of the woods. I talked to the fire department here on this scene. They told me right now they're still going from home to home. They don't know if they still have people trapped or if people are hurt. So again, it's still very active out here, and you can hear sirens anywhere you go in this town. So Ron and Jennifer, there is still a lot to do in Griffin as rescue teams are still making their way around town, making sure people are safe.
Absolutely. Looking at all that damage, they're going to be checking that out for the next few days. Thanks a lot, Cody. By the way, folks, we have some breaking news. Very sad news right now. Just minutes ago, we learned that a child has died in Butts County in the wake of these storms. This is what we know. The medical examiner says a tree fell on a car while it was traveling down the road, down Haley Road in Jackson. And we're still trying to work to get a lot more details for you. As soon as we learn them, of course, we're going to get them back to you. A 5-year-old killed in this storm. Butts County, by the way, got hammered by storms. J. Michael Brewer, a deputy county manager, posted this video on Twitter from his manufacturing plant at Interstate 75 and Georgia 16 in the county. Now, this was just part of the damage here. And you can see the room is almost gone, water pouring in as well. And he says all of the employees were evacuated at the time. County schools also are closed tomorrow as well. And tonight, a confirmed tornado in LaGrange. Our very own 11 Alive John Sherrick chased the path of the storm all the way to LaGrange. And John, you got there just minutes after that storm moved through, and we could see all the damage behind you right there. That home did not stand a chance.
This neighborhood took a direct hit. We're just east and south of downtown LaGrange. Homes torn apart, homes blown apart, what's left of them scattered across the yards and the streets. And as of now, emergency responders are telling us that everyone here survived. The storm blasted through LaGrange. In seconds, residents heard the roar, dove for cover.
I grabbed my wife, threw her down on top of her in the closet, felt a little air pressure.
John Reed says moments later,
cracked open the closet door a little bit, and there were no walls in the bedroom. The roof is completely gone.
At least 21 homes damaged or destroyed here in the Lexington Park, Baldwin Park subdivision in LaGrange. 10 more along Buck Murphy Road. Trees down, power out, roads closed. Celeste Delaney and her son were not at home when the storm hit.
When I finally got around, this is what I came home to. I broke down in my car. So, still shaking, still trying to get it together.
She was counting on the Red Cross to help find her and her son a place to stay for now. Troup County emergency responders assessing the impact of the storm say so far they have no reports of any injuries or deaths.
It's nice to be alive, and we're going to make the best of it.
This neighborhood is now sealed off to protect it from looters. Tomorrow, residents will be able to come back and begin looking for irreplaceable keepsakes, important papers, as they begin the hard work of recovery. Jennifer.
John, thank you. Just hearing from that woman really makes this situation hit home for us. We want to move now to Austell, where the storm got so strong it ripped a cinder block wall apart. Our Tracy A. McPeer spoke to a woman who watched it happen from inside that building.
The workers inside this truck part warehouse say their doors flew open. Then this entire wall of cinder blocks blew out all the way to the road. While just a mile away, people inside homes had trees crushing through their roofs.
I got up out of my bed and I headed for the door and the roof fell in on my head.
Jaleesa Woodruff says she was taking a nap around 3:30 this afternoon when this huge tree crashed through the roof of her house.
I didn't even know that it was a tree. I didn't know anything. I just ran downstairs to try to take cover.
The moment she left the room, this tree crushed the bed where she'd been napping.
Like I would have died had I not gotten up. It's completely broken my bed in half.
Her brother recorded this video. You can see where the roof is destroyed. Insulation covers everything, and the bed is crushed somewhere underneath. That tree was one of many that went down in the Cameron Crossing neighborhood, and Woodruff's house was just one of several hit. About a mile away on Oak Ridge Parkway, this warehouse was also damaged when this entire cinder block wall came tumbling down. Heaven Dunn was working inside when it happened.
A couple cinder blocks fell at a time, and the whole wall came down.
The damage in both areas is pretty dramatic. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt.
I was thankful. I really feel like it was God.
In all, Cobb County tells us that 18 different homes reported damage and 14 different families were displaced. Now, the family we spoke to says that they're staying in a hotel tonight and for who knows how long. But they say most of all, they feel lucky to be alive. In Austell, Tracy A. McPeer, 11 Alive News.
Tracy, thanks a lot, Tracy. We appreciate that. So that storm front passed through Metro Atlanta. Now a lot of folks are going to be focused on cleaning up.
That's right. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, joining us now. And Chris, we've got 2 confirmed tornadoes, but as we look at this damage, we could see more. Is that correct, as they get out to survey the damage?
Yeah, they will go out. The National Weather Service will go out and survey the damage tomorrow. We have numerous areas where we have all this damage around. And again, the confirmed tornado damage was down in LaGrange as well as in Griffin and Spalding County. But I really think we're going to see other areas that will show confirmed tornadoes as well. Those surveys that they do tomorrow are also going to rate the tornadoes. And these surveys may take days, so it may take a while before we get all of the final information in. This is a picture taken by our own Nicole Hartford down at East Point, north of the airport. This was a tornado-warned storm. That was the funnel in association with that, and the rotation in association with that there on the south side. Much quieter out there right now, but take a look at some of these storm reports. Again, those confirmed tornado damage down in Spalding County, also in LaGrange. We have additional areas of wind damage that the Weather Service is going to be investigating. This one shows tornado around Brookhaven, but we don't have any confirmed damage there to sustain that report. Stay with us. That focus now, as the storms have moved out of here, now goes to the cold air that's moving in. We'll talk more about that and show you which areas of North Georgia might actually see a few snow flurries tomorrow.
Okay, Chris, we'll see you in the next couple of minutes. Absolute destruction in Selma, Alabama tonight. The storms that hit us hit there first. This is drone video showing the buildings and the homes reduced to rubble. This was one of more than a dozen reports of tornadoes in Alabama, and more video of that destruction and devastation from other parts of Alabama. We have learned that at least 6 people have died and many others are hurt, some trapped in their homes. At one point, officials say as many as a dozen people were unaccounted for near a mobile home. This is a mobile home park in some parts of Alabama. Now, this is cell phone video. It shows that some of the funnel clouds. You can see that way in the far portion of your screen. Obviously, a lot of information still developing right now. And of course, we'll let you know as soon as we get more details. However, to keep you up to date with our weather alerts in your neighborhood, make sure you download the 11 Alive News app. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to download it for free. It's in your app store. Then you can turn on those alerts for weather updates in your community. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Verify fact fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead.
Many schools across Georgia will be closed tomorrow after the storms swept through. In fact, the storms caught many teachers and students by surprise as they were wrapping up class earlier today. You might recognize Miss Chang. She's a bit of a TikTok celebrity, and she teaches right here at Drew Charter School in Atlanta off Memorial Drive Southeast. She and her students had to stay past the end of the school day as Fulton County went under a tornado warning. Our Faith Jesse spoke with her just a few hours ago. Once they were in the clear, she said the weather changed in an instant, and the parents scrambling, and she instantly went to go find her own children at the school as well.
Everybody's tornado alert on their phone started going off simultaneously. It was like ominous. I got my kid, then I went and got my other kid who's in first grade, and then I started like getting my radio, helping other families, and it was scary, but safe at the same time, I guess.
She says administrators told children that it was just another tornado drill to comfort them as they waited out the storm.
All right, so let's take a look at some of the schools that are going to be shut down tomorrow. Jasper County Schools canceled, posting that on Facebook. It says a makeup date will be announced later on next week. And Griffin Spalding County Schools will be closed tomorrow as well. It does not come as a surprise as you looked at all the damage. This is near Hobby Lobby. School officials say essential employees have been notified to report at 8:30 a.m. All other students and staff should remain at home, and all after-school activities are also canceled. Henry County Schools also canceled class for tomorrow, but right now weekend activities are under assessment, so if you are in another school district, stay updated with those official reports.
Well, of course, the storms have moved through, but crews haven't even fully surveyed that damage yet. So, Chris, could we see more confirmed tornadoes in the coming hours as crews are able to get out there on the ground under the daylight?
You know, that's just it. Once the sun comes up tomorrow morning, I think we're going to get a better look at all of this damage that we've been dealing with. I know these storms came through in the afternoon, but we're getting these looks at it at night. And then tomorrow morning, once the sun comes up, we, of course, are going to see, I think, even more widespread damage around. The National Weather Service will be going out to survey those areas of damage, to rate the ones that we've already confirmed, to find out if it was an EF, 1, 2, 3, or 4. We just don't know yet what it is, but I do think we're going to have to see some high numbers with that. And then even more tornadoes could be confirmed after they look at some of that damage. And this is going to take days to assess all the damage that's been around our area. The rain storms are gone right now. That pushed off to the east. You see that now moving into South Carolina. More storms down in South Georgia. These prompted additional tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings earlier, but now those are starting to calm down a little bit. We're dry in Atlanta now. We had a few showers up in North Georgia earlier, rotating around that area of low pressure well up to the north. But you can see this is how the storms looked as they moved through the area, impacting many folks in North Georgia. This is our time lapse from our tower cam, looking from Midtown down to the downtown areas. The clouds built in, and then look at that. Here comes the storms. Boom, right there through Atlanta. Luckily, they didn't last long, but when they did come through, it did cause a lot of damage, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and of course, even some of those tornadoes that we had around parts of North Georgia. Now just dealing with, of course, cloudy skies in some spots. The severe weather threat down to the south, level 1 to 2 threat in parts of central and South Georgia. We had that level 3 threat here earlier, and that verified with the strong storms that we were dealing with. Temperatures falling tonight. We move down into the lower 40s here by tomorrow morning. It's going to be breezy. Still some clouds around, but here's the deal for tomorrow. As that cold air comes in and we still have some clouds around, that's going to squeeze out any remaining moisture in those clouds and even give some parts of North Georgia some snow flurries. Now, we're thinking that surface temperatures will stay above freezing, so we're not expecting widespread issues there, but maybe some accumulations on some grassy areas. Then we're going to watch those temperatures tomorrow topping off only in the mid 40s, whereas today we made it into the lower 70s. So much colder tomorrow. We're down to below freezing Saturday morning at 31 with a high of 47. Mostly sunny through the weekend. Cold again Sunday morning in the upper 20s, but then warming in the afternoon to 55. The King holiday, dry, cool, 57 for a high with a few clouds around. Showers coming in Tuesday. Lower rain chances Wednesday and Thursday, but we're going to be warm again next week, back to the 60s.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Meanwhile, as the cleanup from today's severe weather begins, the CDC has this helpful infographic showing what you should wear as you're working to clear damage. That's a hard hat, goggles, waterproof boots, and a heavy-duty mask. And you want to make sure that you pace yourself as you're out there as well. If you have any water damage, now is the time to start drying it out. 24 to 48 hours is the sweet spot for preventing mold growth. The rain is out of here, as you heard from Chris, so you can open those doors and windows to help that drying out process and clean anything that got wet using hot water and soap. Sadly, this is just the beginning of the damage reports. We're sure to learn more in the coming days. On 11alive.com, we are working to keep you updated with this developing situation. Georgia, meanwhile, under a state of emergency issued from the governor earlier this afternoon, and some schools have canceled classes for tomorrow, Friday the 13th, as you heard earlier in this broadcast. We have compiled everything that you need to know inside this article on 11alive.com. We'll keep updating it as new information comes. We'll be right back.
Breaking news this morning.
Is where it's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro.
We have breaking news coming into the newsroom. We just learned a mobile home community in Henry County is now under a shelter-in-place order. The Indian Creek mobile home community sustained heavy damage, and crews are now trying to rescue residents and try to get them to safety. This is just part of a widespread damage and power outages we've seen across the state.
Georgia Power says as of 9 o'clock tonight, still about 25,000 people are without power. And taking a look from Griffin now, where there is heavy damage to many structures, homes, and power lines. We also know there are students still stuck at 4 middle schools in Griffin where parents couldn't make it to pick up their children. We have a list of those schools posted on 11alive.com. Moving now to LaGrange in Troup County, the sheriff's office there has asked anyone who is not there already to avoid the area. They're also dealing with damage and power outages impacting traffic lights. And lastly, in Meriwether County, it was one of the first counties to experience a tornado warning. We saw cars flipped and continued damage. Governor Kemp posting on Twitter just before 6:30 this evening, declaring a state of emergency in the wake of all these storms, saying he and the First Lady and their thoughts are with those impacted by the storms and the tornadoes.
Chris is up next with the final check of that Friday, that frosty Friday morning forecast.
Happening now,
11 Alive on the scene.
where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify that.
So here comes the cold. It's going to be breezy during the day tomorrow, and temperatures pretty much holding in the 40s all day long here. A really cold day compared to us getting up to 70 degrees out there this afternoon. And then Saturday morning, we're down to 31, only near 47 in the afternoon. Again, tomorrow we might have a few flurries up in North Georgia. Then mostly sunny Saturday and Sunday with that cold air. A little warmer Sunday. Then the King holiday, partly cloudy and 57. Warmer next week with the rain chances coming back Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But that doesn't look like it'll be a storm risk.
Okay, thanks, Reds.
All right, thank you so much for being with us for 11 Alive News at 11. Thank you for trusting us with this very important information. Coverage will continue with the morning show and 11 Alive Morning News. And as we leave you this evening, a look at the sunset after the storm. Everything will be okay. We'll get through it together. Have a great night.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight.